Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good. Whoa. Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. Holy shit. Apparently just sitting here for a little minute was not great. Welcome to the show. Hope you guys are doing well today. We are getting high on politics, and I am just all over the place today because nothing is prepped. Like I said, though, welcome to the show. Hope you guys are doing well. So yeah, last night had some fun. I gotta be honest, guys, I had a really, really good time. So, I also slept amazing. That was kind of cool, not gonna lie. So yeah, might have to get back to hitting some, some larger tubes, if you know what I mean. Do you believe in GID? Yes, I believe in GID. You know what? GID is an all-powerful force and a wonderful person. GID's a good kid. That's what they would say in school there, Oh man. Do you mean the other one? You love GID? You mean God? I know, Heidi. No, I don't. I don't believe in God. I don't really, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm one of those types of atheists that, some people like to say agnostic because whatever, there's like a force, right? There might be a force, but we're not made in God's image the way that people think. But I have a question for you. If you do believe in the Christian God, does the Christian God have a penis? Just, I mean, literally, basic question. So, welcome to Pep Talks. Wonderful first question. The force is real. It is. I mean, like I said, I don't know. It happens when, a perfect song for this. Like with my mom and stuff, my mom was a believer, and losing her was one thing, and then just some of the metaphysical stuff, I don't know. I used to be very, very, against the idea of anything like, metaphysical or ghosts or any of that crap. Which I'm skeptical like as hell. I don't just take it at face value. It's the same with UFOs or any of that stuff. Like, I believe that there is usually an explanation, and a lot of times it's our brains, and there's another thing, I believe more in extra dimensional theory than any of that weird bullshit. I think that the idea that we can tap into different dimensions, and also the time travel theory that the aliens that we see are technically our future selves. Not selves, I mean our future, our race in the future. I don't know. That kind of makes as much sense as everything else that's out there. Somebody actually pointed this out where we make fun of Scientology because it's the newest one. Shit. I missed it. Okay, my bad. You should believe in God because you don't lose nothing if he's not real, and if he win. No, that's not how it works, though. In your belief system, you think that there's this ticket that you need I think that you miss out on the whole, like, God loves all his children, and also you miss out on the new covenant part, where if you actually live a godly life, where you're a good person that, like, wants the best for other people, you live with an empathetic life, or you live an empathetic life, then you will get into the kingdom of heaven, because God's not as much of an asshole as you make him out to be. Otherwise, you have a very human God, which, does that ever bother you? That God has very human, ideas, and like his attitude is just like that of a vindictive child, like a spurned lover. Like, come on. I used to ask that even when I was a Christian. I was just like, how come God in the Old Testament is like such an asshole? And they always would just say the same thing, where they're just like, yeah, when he brought his son to earth, that's when he realized, that's when he kind of needed to lighten up. But it's just like, wait, so his son gets killed by us, and that the sacrifice, and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna let off the gas a little bit. And it just never made sense. So I don't get it. But realistically, no. You guys, like, Christians love to do this thing because, like, you guys think you have, like, it figured out. Like, you think you have the answers, so you don't have to ask any more questions, and everything is just you coming at this from, like, this weird sense of superiority, which you have not earned at all, because you're doing, like, you're literally mentally just putting an invisible thing out, like, and just being like, this invisible thing's better than whatever invisible thing you like, and I believe in that invisible thing, so I'm better than you. Take everything out of it. That's how it goes. So my mom died 2 years ago. She believed in God. Her presence is severely missed in our family dynamic. Yeah, no one this time. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Also, Heidi, welcome to the stream, even though, I think that you're probably not exactly thrilled with me. No, I have the same thing. Like, I miss my mom every day. I talked to my mom every day. Actually, I think this is why I'm good at this. It's because we used to talk about politics, and we essentially would have, like, 2 to 3 hour conversations that could have been podcasts, which, God, there are days I really wish we would have. Like, I just wish I would have recorded our conversations. I know that's weird, but that's the one thing I miss. Anyway. Okay, what's a good moral framework then? The good moral framework can come from, like, any religion, technically. Like, you could argue that, yes, there's good moral frameworks even in Islam, but then you can take the good and then remove the bad, kind of like everybody does with the fundamentalist aspects of the Bible. You do understand that no matter how you break it, the Bible is just as fundamental, like, not as, okay, that's not fair. I don't want to be disingenuous. But the Quran and the Bible, the Christian Bible, they are both, when you look at them from a fundamentalist angle, I'm sorry, like, it's pretty crazy shit there. Neither one of them is better than the other, in my opinion. Because you can't look at it as a fundamentalist. You can't take any of it literally, which is the problem with religion in itself. But this is the thing, man. A lot of people just don't want to go there. Like, they mentally do not want to go there, which is fine. It's fine. If you guys, like, I don't think that there's anything lost on it, because listen, I've done enough shrooms to, like, just be like, hey, live and let live. We're on this rock for a very short period of time, which, in the context of, how this whole thing works, like, it is kind of crazy. Like, and I feel like this is uniquely American, that we have, like, this attitude that we're, like, we're the hot shit. And it's like, yeah, man, we got all this figured out, and we did, like, but we've barely been here. In the context of, like, the actual life of this planet, we have barely existed. And that's what's crazy about all of it. And then we can't appreciate consciousness as a thing at all. You know, we sit here. What's the first thing? Actually, funny enough, like, what's the first thing we do when we have consciousness? We credit it to some sky being that doesn't ever prove that it's actually real. If anything, there's constant proof that everything is chaos, and you know, that's the way of the world, and nothing actually really matters outside of just existence and pushing the existence of the future generations. I think that's kind of the thing, is when you really think about it. Because, like, if God is, you know, all-knowing, been there forever, then why did he wait to, like, 1 point something million years to finally make something that in his image? Which, it doesn't make sense that, you know, you can't believe in evolution and also believe in God. I hate those types of people. Like, at some point, you really just, like... you gotta kind of go with one or the other, because you do kind of reach a limit, and that's the thing. Like, that's where I think that, yes, we've just been, you know, we evolved from fucking other organisms, and here we are. The biggest thing that I always have to look at is, like, the way that we are separated from everything else with our, like, our self-awareness. God is beyond our comprehension? Not really. Not really. You shouldn't be... Really? Oh, okay. So you're telling me that he's this very direct man, by the way, because you guys, you forget that. You believe in a sky daddy. Like, you also, like, they also like to do this, like, new age metaphysical thing where they believe he's like a space cloud, kind of like Galactus from the Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer. What a disappointment that was. Hey, I forgot to do my shout-outs. Pinkerbell, what's up? How's it going? Sylvie, what's up? What's up? Some Dumb Beats, how's it going? Ravy, how's it going? Tyler, hey. Hi, Tyler. No one this time. Welcome to the show. Natch, how you doing, brother? And, yeah, I think we're good. If I miss you, then shout out in chat. Man, I'm still recovering from last night. I'm gonna be completely honest. That was fun. I woke up and I was like, dude, did I go to a party? Holy shit. Jess, what's up? Good to see you, Jess. Thank you for popping on by. Since we cannot understand him, we cannot know how he look. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. If you read the Old Testament, like specifically the book of Genesis, it is kind of clear cut. He made us in his image. Plain and simple. So at some point you just believe it's some dude. Nicolas Cage. It just makes sense. I don't know why, but it just makes sense. You get to the end of the pearly gates and he's just like, hi, welcome to heaven. We have a good time here. You've been a very naughty boy. First you have to walk through the wall of bees. And then you can get into the kingdom of heaven. Stuck on the honey of life. It's just one big bee allegory, and you're just like, what is happening? You walk through the final stage, and it's just like, I'm gonna have to take your face off. That was a stretch. Oh, shit. B-movie was the blueprint. Some Dumb Beats. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. There we go. There we go. Hey, yeah, actually, no, Heidi, go read Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, please, by all means. Pat, by the way, my sleep cycle is shifting, so I may not catch the full stream as often. Want to say that you're awesome. You've taught me how to be positive for my loved ones. Oh, dude, thank you. Oh, man. That's okay if you're not going to catch the full streams. As long as you're here in some kind of capacity and say hello. Like, that's what's important to me. Oh, I would miss you, man. Yeah. Ah, that's man. Bummer. That sucks. No, I enjoy you. You look like you got some shit to say. Oh, do I? I don't have much to say right now because I'm just like I said, I'm recovering from last night. I had a little fun. I'd like a chance to chat with you if you get some time either today or tomorrow. Oh, okay. Jess, are you in the Discord? It's the easiest way to do so. Yeah, what's up? I'm not gonna handle it here, obviously. I don't know what's, but whatever. Just 3 foot long recovery at least. I mean, dude, that was, yeah. Like I said, that thing. Woo! Also, Hermit, what up? Ken, also, how you doing, man? Welcome over on Twitch. Here, let's do the thing. Hello, my Twitchers. Oh, man. I'll at you. All right. Cool. That works. Whatever. I think that works. I don't want to speak to, like, I don't want to be like, oh, yeah. Because I'm not sure if it will work. We'll see. Numbers 5:11 through 31 is my favorite. 2 Corinthians 9, pretty much the entire chapter. It's all about some rad ass dude and some, pretty based ass takes. By the way, YouTube did something. I'm not sure if you guys got an update on your end. I think we did, because I noticed on my YouTube app also looks a little different. Yeah, dude, they did something that is just oh wow, it all looks very new agey. No, it looks cool, new, shiny. Isaiah 6:8 makes me ready for sports. Sports, yeah. Oh my god. Oh man, I always like when people are out there. You see a lot of fucking people with Proverbs tattoos. It's just oh, okay, that's cool. Honestly, whatever. You're anti-religion, so yeah. No, I mean, I'm not anti-religion as much as I am I wish it wasn't as prevalent as it is, but I really am just a live and let live kind of guy, where if you don't bother me, I won't bother you. I don't understand why more people cannot live that way. Everything has to be fucking war. I want your land. I want your stuff. I don't even know why. People, it's so dumb. It really is. It's so fucking dumb. Humans, we fight just our own, modernity, as far as our processing of everything around us. We just, for some reason, we you see it with this alpha bullshit where they're always talking about that, where it's just oh yeah, I the cavemen, blah blah. Fuck you. Fuck you. We live in modern society, you dumb bitch. Fucking seriously. This guy's out here going to the grocery store, buying his meats, and he's just I have a red meat diet. I'm a carnivore, but I follow the ancestors. Oh, man. Also, all these gym rat 20-somethings that don't realize that their muscle will eventually deteriorate, and they'll fucking also have horrible joint. There's just so much of it where it's just okay, man. It's this whole need to be better than the other person next to you. That's why I think the looks maxing stuff is fucking ridiculous and stupid. But lobsters, Pep. Dude, lobsters used to be fucking bottom feeder kind of shit. Lobsters in the 1920s were cheap as shit. That was considered poverty food. Oh yeah, Numbers is pro Brashin, and Psalms 137:9 shows how genocidal Christianity is. Lobsters is bugs. Yeah, lobster, dude. Okay, I love the taste of lobster, and I really do. But man, it's those little flappy things on the bottom of the tail. They make me ooey. They're gross. I don't like them. I also don't like crabs. I like crabs in their little black eye. Their black eyes. Their beady black eyes, like a doll's eyes. Oh shit. Hey, that's my pops. So you're gonna have to give me one moment. Yeah, this is important. Okay. Whew. We're good. It was just my dad checking in on me, that's wonderful. But that's one of those moments where I'm like, oh great, my dad's calling me unprompted in the middle of the day. Ooh, died. Usually when he calls me in the middle of the day. I think I've explained this, but if you're new here, I have this thing where ever since my mom passed, I will always pick up the phone for my parents. Oh, parent. So anytime that my dad calls, I pick up. So that hasn't happened in a long time though. So lobster is delicious with garlic and butter. Fuck yeah. No, I love it. I just, I don't understand people that just, crack them and don't put anything on it. It's like, oh, come on. What are you doing? Are you winning? No, I just wanted to check in. It was cool. So expensive. Yeah, now. I can't have shellfish. Yeah. My wife can't either. My fat ass, especially when I'm thin, can still touch the floor with all my fingers, stretch to the sky every day like a cat, then twist gently, and help with lateral movement. Oh, I mean, yeah, I stretch. I still do my goalie stretches like every day, just cause. I didn't pay for all that training and all that yoga, like, dude, because we did like a lot of yoga. That was one thing I was not expecting when I was going to goalie camp, was just like how much yoga we were going to be doing. And I was like, oh, okay. Strength and conditioning was pretty much second to it, because they were just like, nope, stretching is that is your friend. This is also why I probably don't have any problems. Like all my joints are in pretty good shape, except for my finger. Like this, like I'm pretty sure I broke my, like, this is what sucks. I'm not like sure if I actually broke my finger, which if that happened, then that ruins my whole, I've never broken a bone. Hockey yoga sounds like a B movie. B movie. Not the bees! Not the bees! Bringing it full circle. Hey, that's a callback. Hey, Comedy 101. Welcome to the show. We're trucking along here. Hey, no, that's actually kind of funny. Even after a phone conversation. Hey, look at that. Oh, god damn it. I got a tangle. Just noticed that in the camera too. Cool. Yeah, it's the one bitch about having long hair. Occasionally you get that tangle that's just like, eh. Hey, the Cage voice isn't far off. Awesome. Hey, that's good. I'm gonna watch more Nicolas Cage movies just so I can get that one. I gotta get the Jesse Ventura one back. I gotta watch a few of his things. I gotta watch my Macho Man like this is actually real. like talk here. This is how I kind of like maintain my impressions. Is I have like a set of like shorts and just like clips of like Macho Man, Jesse Ventura, Winnie the Pooh. Actually, I have Jim Cummings doing Winnie the Pooh. Like those are the ones that I always go back to because yeah, those are my favorites. Donald, unfortunately, I have to hear that son of a bitch every fucking day. So that one's just getting naturally good. Ugh. Your hair's getting too long. Well, I mean, if you don't want your hair to be long, then cut that shit. Let it thicken up. Actually, you guys are probably gonna lament when it happens. I hope. We can say rest in peace because I'm gonna be chopping a pretty significant chunk of my hair off. It's time to shorten it up, bring it down to like right about here. Nothing too crazy. Like you guys likely will not notice all that much, but I mean I'm going to. Look at that. That's how much is probably coming off. That is that's a bit. You posted in Discord. Oh my god. Well, that is gonna give me a fucking Do I have epilepsy or something? Because holy crap. Yeah, good cutoff point. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Where I was just like, yeah, gonna go for it. But yeah, man. By the way, guys, I haven't done the thing. If you haven't already liked the stream, I know that some of y'all have because you're all awesome. But if you want to be awesome like them, consider double tapping that screen, hitting that like button over on the horizontal, and following if you do not already over on Twitch. Now, here's the other thing. If you don't already follow on Twitch, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm not even joking here, man. Like, this, after last night, you guys need to follow the Twitch because we're going to be doing this more often. Like, just the ability to be able to have even an hour. Like, I might be doing an after show a little bit more often. I was kind of thinking, like, even just because kind of as we go, but at least once a month is going to be my commitment. This is a hard commitment. This is like a, like, we have etched this one in stone. Hey, speaking of etch, where the hell is he? I just noticed this. Must be over on this space. Oh, that's right. Right. It's Wednesday. This space. Oh, criminy. We have this space tonight. Ooh. Well, I'm gonna have to figure. Oh, that's right. He's on vacation. Duh. You overtime so much. Might as well take overtime. Yeah, to Twitch. That's kind of like what I was thinking. Yeah, because it does. Yeah, it's not that big of a difference as far like in. I mean, yeah, I lose a little bit of earning potential. Earning potential. Jesus, it's so soulless sometimes. But no, I appreciate you guys always supporting the show, regardless. Great show by Jeff today. As always, nice. Fuck yeah, dude. Jeff is a solid. Like, I gotta have him on the show. I hope that he would come on. This is where you would have. This is where you might see a little more of a buttoned up Pep, where it's like, oh, I dare say, is Pep soba? Interesting. That's how you know things are serious. Now, if I have a suit on, like, let's put it this way: suit coat with a t-shirt. Yeah, we're getting there. Suit coat with a collared shirt. Who the fuck is coming on? Is he interviewing like? Who is he interviewing? This is gonna be crazy. He's chill. No, I know he is, and I've kind of like I've talked about stuff. Hey, actually, little thing I noticed, and it was discussed in some way, but I just want to say this. I noticed on Majority Report, I was watching yesterday's Majority Report this morning, and they brought up letter hack, and then I just like was like, you know what, I'm gonna check on this. So Yeah. So someone's out there fucking impersonating the hack. Just be aware of that, guys. Anytime that you see the letter hack like out there, that's not him, and that bothers me. So, yeah, I hope that's not like a thing, because I know that like Majority Report like chat works a little bit differently. Like you can just type in whatever fucking name, but yeah, dude. No, yeah, it's weird. And it's actually, yeah, a letter hack. Yeah, so the letter hack is a content creator who we miss a lot. He's doing his he's taking a little time off. I would call it a hiatus, to focus on his other career, his actual career, dare I say. Which, man, I gotta say, like that. Every once in a while, it's just like, man, good for you. But also, I have a feeling that this is going to be big for him. So, like, he's going to be, you know, he's going to be in the funny books, as they say. Hey. I have biked with Marvin Broad, wait, multiple times, and I love it. I have no idea what you're talking about. You never used Twitch or TikTok? I never liked them from the get-go. No one this time. The thing is, I can rip bingers like on, you know, on Twitch. So that is something where yeah, it just adds to the fun. And honestly, like it I took a chance and holy crap. I definitely got sent to the moon. Guys, my name is Hummingbird Aldrin, millennial coded. Wait, what? Hey, funny book. Yeah, you get it. You get it. Yeah, but as I was saying, just real quick, if you guys, like, you know, see the letter hack in any of the chats or stuff like that, that is not him. And if you do see that, please report it, because that is account impersonation. So can't do the vertical trick on Twitch, sadly. Really? Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, you can. Wait, what am I talking about? Like, I'm vertical right now on Twitch. Like, you just have to literally turn your phone. It's that easy. God. When I saw that work on my phone when I was doing the test, I was just like, no way. We're in the future, guys. We're in the future. Oh my God. Oh my God. Breaking news. Man, Agenda Free Steve. We haven't watched enough of him. Also, yeah. That guy. Yeah, he totally doesn't bot. No, I mean the liked videos thing. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. Oh, no. That's right. That's right. Yeah, you can't just, put it in the corner like that. I was actually, wait a minute. You might have to turn it on in your settings. That's right. It's a separate setting in Twitch. I had to do that. I think, Sylvie, if you guys need to defer, Sylvie, I hate to do this to you, but I think that Sylvie knows how to do it, right? So defer to Sylvie. Or Google. But Sylvie's awesome. Sylvie's better than Google. Like, come on. Gotta give Sylvie some credit here. You'll dig around? Hell yeah. What is the setting? All right. Settings. You go to your settings. You go to stream. Then you want to turn on. No, don't close stream. What the hell? Hold on. That's not good. I think I might have just fucked something up. I'm trying to help you out, and I'm just like, oh, I think I might have just accidentally shut down my Twitch stream. Oh, shit. I think I did. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Here. We're good. All right. That scared the shit out of me. I was like, oh, no. That would have sucked as I'm trying to promote my Twitch. Okay, so wait, what? Severe thunderstorm. Central Illinois. Oh, fucking A. Moving up north. Okay, so this is gonna cut across. Yay! I get to do another weather watch stream as I do this. Fucking fun. Yeah, I just got a severe weather warning. If you go to your settings on Twitch while on mobile, at the bottom of the settings there is an audio play during background setting. Aha! Based on weather here, you have at least one tornado tonight. Oh, great. Thank you, mouses. Yeah, well. Hopefully. You know what? Fuck it. Weather-wise. We're just chilling anyway right now. We're in the first hour. By the way, if you guys are just joining us, this is your first time, welcome to the show. I'm Pep. Oh, wait a minute. This is moving in from the south? Or moving in from the north? Wait a minute. Where's the actual... Where's the south? Yeah, this is moving in from the south. So... Which one's actually going to hit us? Okay, because, yeah, we're, like, sandwiched. We have one that's, like, in southern Illinois... And then, oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. It is in Iowa right now. And it's this cell. Severe thunderstorm watch. Chicago. 35 minutes. All right, this expires in 35 minutes. We're gonna keep an eye on it. Audio low. Oh, it's okay now. Sorry, I might have actually been talking low in my mic because I'm keeping an eye on the weather again because realistically, it's to make you guys aware that I might have to, I might lose stream, which sucks when that happens. By the way, guys, DSA freaking cleaned up last night. We have, we're going to be covering that. For the first time in a long time, I actually have a majority report clip, so I'm excited for that, too. What else are we going to cover today? Oh, yeah, Trump is suing ABC. Trump enjoyed being compared to Mao, Hitler, and Genghis Khan. Oh yeah, Trump pulled a swerve on Congress, bipartisan bill, and he's holding it up because he wants the SAFE Act passed. Then we have I think that voters are saying fuck APAC and APAC, and yeah, last night was definitely a good show of it, but hopefully this has national implications. Trump suing, who's surprised? This is my surprise face. Holding up the bill. Yep. Stay safe. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, like I said, I'm going to be keeping an eye out. I have come to boof the troll. You know what? Man, we definitely had a little bit of an increase of some trolls lately, and I'm glad that we took care of it. Like, thank you guys. Thank you to all my mods. Just want to say that you guys have gone out of your way to keep this channel pretty awesome. And we don't ban for just like low tier bullshit. So, Although lately, me personally, I've kind of broken that because I'm just like, you know what? I don't need this. I just don't need it. I just don't need the negativity in my life sometimes. So I'm just like, fuck it. So we got great mods. Hell yeah, we do. Hell yeah, we do. We got a great show here. We really, like, dude, if I didn't do this show, I would be a fan of this show. And that's kind of weird to say. And like, I know that's damn near fucking like egotistical, but I mean it. Like, there have been times I'm watching my playback and I kind of have that, like, I forget it's me. And that's awesome. You know, that's how I know that I'm fucking good at this. You know, there's something special here. Also, I mean, giving into everything that my teachers used to say, you know, that pep kid, something special. To be fair, I had a theater teacher, of course, that she told me, she was just like, nah, of everybody, she's like, usually I wouldn't go out of my way to say this, but of all of like the students that I have taught, she's like, I think you're going places. I was like, hey, all right. And I gotta be honest, that's kept me going for the better part of damn near 30 years. So, it's also kind of speaks to the power of a good teacher. Like, you should get those interactions where we can throw stuff at the screen. Oh, yeah. 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 Oh, hey, you need to get better Twitch redeem interactions. Okay, what do you... Oh, hey. All right, so let me fucking... Give me some of your brainstorms if you want to send them, you know, over Discord. Let me know. I'm on it. I'm all ears on that one, because I'll be honest, like... the Twitch redeems and everything over on Twitch, I did the bare minimum just to get the channel going. And, you know... that took me a while. Just having the emotes was a thing. Damn, I'm good. I'm funny. Yeah. Pep being Pep. I'm good. I'm good at this. I'm funny. And damn it, I deserve to be loved. Just get real all of a sudden. Positive affirmation's not a bad thing. I think the music's louder. Oh, it is. What the hell happened? Oh, wait. That's right, from the clip last night. Here we go. There we go. Thank you for that. I can throw a tomato. I mean, if you want to do a tomato, like, emote. Actually, there you go. Anytime that you think that I'm not being funny, you can use a tomato emote. Anytime I'm being hilarious, I don't know. You can throw a little positive affirmation. I prefer... I mean, a lol is always good. A LMAO is appreciated, but a fucking... When I see like meme faces, or like the meme faces, emote faces, God, I'm old. You're funny, motherfucker, dudes. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Trust me, I'm a comic. We need all of the validation. And actually, because I do it like this way, yeah, it's a little more difficult to get that. I think I've gone through that where, yeah, working clubs is a little bit, you at least leave with the adrenaline rush that, you know, you get from making a room full of people laugh, which is awesome. Like, I'm telling you right now, the second that you, like, the first time you do that, that's when you're like, oh, I'm gonna chase that high. all the time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Where are we at? Okay. It's a Wednesday show, so I have to be a little more careful with time. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to do primetime Pep tonight, which sucks. After hearing your stories, being a guitarist sounds easy. I mean, it's not great. Like, trust me, you have to have a certain type of personality to do this stuff. That's why, like, realistically, when I was thinking about doing this, it kind of hit me. I'm like, I got that. Because nothing bothers me. Like, realistically, nothing. It all just... as far as like the trolling, all that bullshit. Like, yeah. I mean, I've gone over the side that does, you know, so I can't say nothing. Let's step that one back a little bit. What's funny about comedy and comedian philosophy is I know I can make people laugh, but I think making myself laugh is funnier than making others laugh. Oh, trust me. This is the thing. My secret is I go for what makes me laugh. This is actually kind of the thing about me realizing, like, through watching my playback, where I'm just like, oh shit, like, I was entertained by that. Weird. I mean, that realistically is what gave me the confidence to do this. Is like I've told the story. I will just say real quick. The way I started this was I was making video journals because my therapist told me I should make video journals. Transpath, hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Hey, 616, hell yeah, lucky number. Marvel, you know, whatever. Comic fan shit. But yeah, I started this channel because I was making video journals, and I caught myself watching one of my video journals back, and I was like laughing at it. I was like, oh shit. Very, very like meta. But then I was like, I think I got this, man. I think I can do this content thing. And here I am. I only make jokes that make me laugh. I mean, that's... Yeah, but that's where I was going with this. Is like, yeah, I do stuff for me, you know. Audience capture is probably something I should work on, you know. That would probably be good. But 616 is the main timeline. Yep. Well, in the comics, I know they say that in the movies, but it's like, come on, you can't have multiverse stuff and not like just make yours like -01 or whatever the hell. Like, come on. But whatever, that's just me being a comic nerd. Gotta give you some of those billionaire bucks. Hell yeah, Transpath, thank you for becoming a sub over on Twitch. Appreciate that. Hell yeah, gotta give me some of them billionaire bucks. Seriously, I do appreciate that. Just from that little bit, that it's just like the small things, you know. It is the little things though, like sticking it to Jeff Bezos, where you know for a fact he would hate me. I love knowing that he would hate me. That makes me happy. It's like I don't want billionaires looking at me and being like, "This guy's cool." Like oh my god, one of the biggest insults ever is if Elon was just like, "I really like this guy, Pep Talks." I'd be like, "Oh no, what did I do wrong? Oh, fuck." God damn it. Oh shit, just remembered you said Loki is gonna be in Doom. Wait, what do you mean he's going to be in Doom? This Pep Talks knows not what he speaks of. Only Doom knows what Doom is. I feel like my voice is being muffled by this very mask. Almost committing to the bit a little too much. But this is Doom. Anytime we speak of America, only Doom can speak on it because America is Doom. This is what you get for giving me, like, this was in a comic book. Yeah, which is cool, by the way. Yeah. I was just like, this is what they get. I'm gonna do my Bane voice, and I'm gonna just do Dr. Doom. Actually, there is like a way to put that on as a mask. I think I might just do that for, you know, a bit coming up when I feel it. You're funny, you're informative. The least I can do is give you some of the billionaire Bezos bucks. Thank you, I appreciate that. I also appreciate the compliments. I do eat those up. I just explained how a compliment from one of my teachers from when I was like 10 years old or 11 years old, yeah, stayed with me for life. So, you know what they say about like that whole, don't be shy with compliments, especially to men, because, you know, not trying to make that whole like, oh, poor men, but that on that one, yeah, that, you know, if you want men to be better, a little positive affirmation goes a long way. Downey better act his ass. He's going to. It's going to be awesome. I'm just wondering what it is and how it's going to work, like how he is Victor Von Doom. I'm more than interested in that, and I love how they're keeping it so close to the chest on it. Like, I'm excited. I'm so excited. Robert, how you doing? What up, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you. Also, for everybody holding it down over on Twitch, we're gonna do this. Hey, we got the dog, and we got that. Which, dude, I feel bad because there was that one time where I just like I blew like the smoke, and I didn't even think about it. I was just like, oh, that's my dog. He was fine, by the way. I was a little worried though. Men do barely get compliments to the point one will stick with them for years. Oh yeah. No, I'm a living, walking example of that. No, it's not even about women doing it. It's just men doing it with, like, men giving each other compliments. Goes a long way. This is why, like, for instance, I try to do this in my everyday life where I try it, like, if I see a shirt I like, I say, I like your shirt. You know, that's like the easiest one, because even that's like, hey, cool, because it's like, even if you didn't take that, you know, effort to like wear that shirt that day, it is like, it's cool to be appreciated. Speaking of, hey, thank you. It's one of my favorites. This is probably I think this is my favorite mug. It's comic book day, so I drink out of the Spidey mug. If you guys haven't noticed, I do have like a rotation of mugs that I do on like by day. Because, yeah, whatever. Keeps me honest with doing my dishes. Because, yeah, otherwise, you know, if I don't have my Monday mug ready, a cranky pet. Oh, man. I like how I'm exposing a little bit of my mental illness, like, on stream, like, just bit by bit, where it's just like, it sounds like you have a little OCD. It's like, do I? Is using us to satisfy his praise kink. Yes, that's exactly it. Yes. That's why I started a leftist stream, to satisfy my praise kink. It would make much more sense if I like being trolled. It's a Spidey mug. It's allowed to... Ew. No. Wash your dishes. What are you doing? I will hand wash my like, begrudgingly, too. I will begrudgingly... Just put the extra effort in. It's better than MAGA and their humiliation kink. They definitely have something there. There is definitely something there with those guys. But whatever. If that's what they want to do, it's what they want to do. Who am I to judge? This is where I truly am like hey, I don't kink shame. Even if theirs is humiliation by a bunch of leftists, I do not kink shame. I'm consistent in that one. All right, so somebody asked me, sorry, who asked me? Where is it? If you're in chat and I don't find... Okay, Keensley, you were asking me about the New York election. So yeah, you know what, we'll cover that. We have 5 minutes to get to the news here, so I'll just give my quick take. It's fucking awesome. Dude, this is... I'm not gonna, like, overhype this, but this has the potential to be the start of the national platform. New York, like, you have to look at it. It's what? The second? I think it's the second biggest city behind LA? I can never remember which one's bigger. But either way, it's one of the major metropolises in the U.S. So, you know, anything that happens, whether it be in California or New York, this is why it always has like so much influence over the national platforms. So this is it. Like, we have a new squad, possibly going to Congress. They do still have to win the general, which I'm not putting it past Trump to just rig the shit out of this stuff. So that's where I am a little... Yeah, I'm very prepared to be careful here, but Gotta be prepared to fight the people saying that it only would work in New York. Why fight them? Prove them wrong. Let's just prove them wrong. Let's let these New York politicians do exactly what they said they were going to do, have good policies that we can sell on people, and then also be like, hey, you know, we deserve what New York has. We deserve the politicians that New York has. Like, we deserve people that are standing up for us, the people. Like, this is exactly what we need. And last night was a referendum on that. Oh, hey, Vertical has a on-screen chat. Hi, Twitch. Yeah, it does. It's actually pretty nice. I'm not going to lie. I was checking out the playback from yesterday because I wanted to see how how everything translated. That's also where I'm saying, like, yeah, I was a little entertained by that. That's cool. God. Okay, so we watched, you know what, actually, I'm going to take these 3 minutes to do the breakdown on the Dean Withers Jubilee thing. Holy shit. I was not prepared for how bad that was. As far as just, like, these women, like, like, they kind of broke my brain. And then I had this realization that I have two sisters that are very much like that. And they believe in the Charlie Kirk, like, they love them some Charlie Kirk. They love them some just right-wing grift. And holy shit. As single as can be. I don't know, man. I'll just say this about one of my sisters. She would definitely do with more of the Taylor Swift song about her being the problem. It's just like, you should have that one on repeat. Hey, it's because she's my sister that I am fucking saying this, and I know she ain't watching this. That's what I mean. That we got to be prepared to face the firestorm of people. I mean, they're already doing it. The mainstream media is already doing this. Shaking my head at Pepsis, and trust me. Yeah, so I have one really based ass sister, and then I have two non-based sisters. My based sister, yeah, has the exact same reaction where it's just like, oh god. Those women were hard to listen to. Yeah, they were. They would not like the world they created because they would lose all choice to pick their lot. I mean, that's the thing is, a lot of them, they think that that's a perfect life for them. Like this weird page, like, and then realizing that it's like, wait a minute, that Botox Barbie she was totally fucking like a 2-time divorcee. Like, come on, you know. In her reality, like you just said, they would lose so much of the things that they find great, and like this is where I do get kind of like mad at the fact that we are expected to have empathy for these morons, where it's just like, nah, every once in a while you can just say, no, fuck them, let them live in the world and the reality that they want. Like, honestly, you can't save everybody from themselves. That's just how this goes. So if they want to fucking contribute to that, then let them. Just let them. It's fine. Pepsis rhymes with sepsis. Coincidence? Dun dun dun. Pinker Bell. You know what's funny? My pops would enjoy that joke. Oh man. Yeah. It's funny because he was just like, they call me Papa Pet. I was just like, yeah, he's just like, I don't hate it. It was one of the funniest reactions I got from like this whole stream, because he's just like, you guys talk about me? It's like, how can I not? He's just like, that's kind of what I figured. And he was just like, you covered the Mexico thing? I'm like, Dad, I had to show him the video. He was just like, what'd they think? I can't wait. I'm definitely getting some footage with him. I have to. He's a trip. He is a trip of a human being. The more that I've spent, more time that I've spent here telling you stories of my dad, I've realized that he's a character, man. I love him to death, and he's hilarious, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy that he is who he is, and he is the way he is. You know, I wouldn't change anything. It's so weird, to just say it, because, nah, I'd rather take the hilarity that came with all this. Did he cause a lot of trauma with his, the way that he handles shit? Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, he did. But did it make me and my sister, into two very hilarious people? Yep. I keep saying it, man. My sister's funnier than I am. Yeah. So, when I bring her on, that's going to be a good time. I don't hate it as bordering on a compliment. I know. That's the way that he does things, though. I don't hate it. You know, if I showed him a drawing, that's all right. You know, if he said it's all right, he's like, that's good. I'll never forget, don't touch the seats. Yep. Oh, man. Okay, so now we are going to talk about the New York stuff. And this is right before we do, though. Right before we talk about the New York stuff. I do want to bring up this funny-ass clip from, forever ago. All right. This is... This is a classic clip. I'm sure that you guys have seen this, so this one, mega viral. But Tinkerbell, immediately when I saw this, I was just like, oh, this one's essentially for Tinkerbell.
In Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead.
It's fucking deadpan, dude. One more time. Everyone in McKinney is dead.
In Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. The temperature, the heat index right now in McKinney is 10,000. What is that? 101,105. It's hot in McKinney.
It's hot in McKinney.
We're learning more.
That delivery, I know, it's fucking perfect. Everyone in McKinney is dead. I love him. He's the shit. God, that was from 10 years ago. When I saw that too, I was like, oh man, I remember. Oh, there's nothing funnier than that. There are some classics. All right. New York, guys. Let's get to New York. The New York elections, I mean, you want to talk about a sweep? You know how they talk about, the Donald Trump sweeping the election? Well, Zora Mondani and the DSA actually swept an election. And this is just such good news. This is one of those rare days of good news. Let's enjoy it. Let's not look at what's next, how they're going to screw us. Let's just enjoy this. Let's enjoy the crash outs, and let's also enjoy the awesome speeches and the celebrations coming from this, because realistically, man, this is a big deal. And also Hassan, you know what? I'm proud of the guy. I am. You know, I got my disagreements with some of the content or whatever. I can't even really name anything anymore. It's old stuff, old hat. You know what? I'm just happy that he's making the impact that he is, and good on him. You know what? I'll just say that.
All right, let's bring in the Democratic nominee for New York's 10th Congressional District, Brad Lander. Mr. Lander.
Oh, wait. We got to find... Hold on. There's a clip I wanted to play before this one, because Brad Lander found out that he won the election live on air. Here, where the fuck is it? Oh, fuck. I think that was on Twitter. Yeah, it was. Fuck it. We'll just go here.
It's good to see you again. Congratulations on your win last night.
Good morning, Antonia. Thank you so much.
Of course. So, look, by choosing you, I want to start with sort of the big and central question here. In choosing you, what message do you think New Yorkers are trying to send?
What quotes did Hassan give? Can you give a paraphrase?
To the party and to the country right now.
New Yorkers are fed up with the status quo that's not working for them. You got housing and healthcare and all the prices skyrocketing. And people see Democrats, instead of fighting for them, taking money from corporate PACs funded by Wall Street and crypto and AI and APAC. And I think voters are saying we're tired of that. We want folks who are going to fight for working families. Luckily in New York, we can do that with a lot of joy right now, coming off the Knicks win and Mayor Mamdani's win. But it's like being Mr. Rogers, but with a steel spine.
If you had to distill it down, though, where do you think establishment and incumbent Democratic candidates went wrong here?
I mean, I think a few places. First, people taking money from corporate PACs, from Wall Street and private equity and crypto and AI and APAC. Voters are done with that. They can see through it. Second, we need to fight harder for working families against Trump, of course, but also for the billionaires and bullies and rigged system that empower him. And we can't be a party that compromises on some people's humanity. Democratic voters are saying loud and clear they don't want to pay for any more of Netanyahu's wars.
Yep.
And they need that change in the party.
You said last night that you still plan to support Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker if Democrats take the House. Even though he endorsed incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, he did not endorse you. After sleeping on it and after seeing the results, not just in your race, but all these other races come in, I'm wondering if you still feel confident in that answer, given the pattern here and the message it seems that New Yorkers
it seemed like Hakeem Jeffries was legitimately pissed off.
Yeah, I look forward to helping elect Hakeem Jeffries to be the Speaker of the House in January. He called to congratulate me. And we had a good conversation. Primaries are where we work out the direction of the party, and there's change I want to see.
Well, this is going to force that change, that's for sure.
Being clear about it on corporate PAC money, on the U.S. relationship to Israel and Palestine.
I mean, that actually, you know what? Let's not mince words here. This one is a big deal because, like, for Hakeem Jeffries to just come out and congratulate him and kind of just admit that this is where the winds are shifting.
Fighting harder for working families.
This is where I'm going to say it, guys. The victory lap is deserved.
Got to be a unified party to
the DSA is doing it. We're doing exactly what I was saying we needed to do. We're mogifying the party, but in the right way, where it's like, no, if everybody wants to call you extreme, fuck them. Let them. Just lead with the message of, hey, we're looking for affordability. Like, lead with populism, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The line is not between progressives and moderates. The line is between fighters and folders, and Democrats want a fighting party, and that looks different in different districts and different parts of the country.
And people are seeing the results.
Hakeem Jeffries is our leader in the House. We'll make him Speaker in January. Of course, I'll work to hold him accountable, just like voters will work to hold me accountable. That's how democracy is supposed to work.
Well, Mr. Lander, they might hold you accountable on this very thing. You described the dichotomy between fighters and folders. I agree with you. I talk to New York voters all the time, and they describe it much the same. And then often in the next breath, they describe Congressman Jeffries as someone who they think has folded on many of the issues that have mattered most to them in recent years.
Look, we need to make clear what the fights are we're going to stand up for. I gave one example last night. I think one of the best things that Democrats did in a unified way last year was to make the shutdown, the government shutdown, you know, a fight about the health care subsidies. I think next year, I think we should tell people this fall is we're going to make that what we fight in the budget for next year. We're not going to vote for a budget that doesn't restore health care subsidies on the exchanges to bring people back their health care, Medicare, Medicaid, subsidies for small businesses and working people's on the exchange. We won't vote for a budget that doesn't do that. And then let's go fight and deliver it and hold out till the end this time. So that's what we need to see this fall. What's going to unify the party is that clear fighting vision. So there's changes we need to see on Gaza, on corporate PACs, on working families, on what we're fighting for, and not just fighting against. But that has to be...
This is a good time to give you the reminder that Stanley, me, gets if you donate $2 to the stream, I get treats.
Unified, we're gonna need to win the Democratic majority.
Please.
By showing what we're fighting for, and I think these primaries are giving some clear lessons for what that should look like.
I definitely agree with you on that last point. Mayor Mamdani did not decide to support any kind of primary challenge to Hakeem Jeffries, even though there were some in the coalition who were itching for it. I mean, who still actually publicly talk about it or even thinking about it right now. Is that something you would have supported? Do you think the mayor should have considered a primary to Leader Jeffries?
I mean, look, the mayor had a great night last night. I loved him posting that Jalen Brunson bit from the ceremony that I was at. I'm more like the Josh Hart, I think, of Congress. I hustle after the loose ball and go get those rebounds. What we showed last year in our cross endorsement and what we showed last night is politics can be a team sport for the values we share, not a cage match on the White House lawn. You know, and I think Zoran, Mayor Mamdani is showing the way to play politics as a team sport that people feel hopeful about. Like, we got things we're fighting against, but we also have things we're fighting for, and a real joyful spirit amongst every kind of New Yorker to do it. It's an exciting time to be a New Yorker, and I'm excited to bring that energy to Congress.
Speaking of team sport, some Democrats woke up this morning or even last night, and I wouldn't say they were acting like team members. Former DNC chairman Jamie Harrison, he posted last night this: "I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination." I mean, those are some harsh words. I've already seen some Democrats like Chris Murphy come out and rebuke that. What do you say to Harrison?
Yeah, I mean, Jamie Harrison with that tweet is harming the Democratic Party. He says he cares about, I don't know what else he thinks he's doing. If you have more contempt for people that just won Democratic primaries, I mean, look, 2% of Democratic, voters in my district voted for me last night. I'm proud of that. I love the party and the New Deal and the Great Society. We have to renew it. And the way we do that is in primary elections. And I just really thought those were sad remarks, honestly. Like, see where the field is going and figure out how to have a better conversation. So yes, I retweeted Senator Chris Murphy's response to that. We need to build bridges between more progressive candidates and more moderate candidates. 2 years ago, I knocked doors for Tom Suozzi and Laura Gill, and I joked that I did it in like a disguise mustache so I wouldn't hurt their chances. I'll be out in frontline districts, but I expect, look, part of the reason I think Dan Goldman didn't win last night is he could not endorse Zoran Mamdani when he was the Democratic nominee for mayor. There are times for progressives to support more moderate candidates. There are times for moderates to listen to what voters are saying and shift as well. We can build a unified party around fighting for the values Democratic voters care about. That's what our party's about, and not Jamie Harris's sour gatekeeping.
One of the things I sometimes hear from voters in New York, but not just New York, the Democratic coalition, is that they worry sometimes in the age of Trump that there's more fighting, more condemnation of the left flank of the party than there even is against Republicans. And do you think that that's an accurate assessment of some of your potential
1000%.
moderate future colleagues, that they're more focused on fighting with Mamdani and
this is
maybe
getting
even
coverage.
you?
This is this is part of what is really good to come out of all this is now they have to cover this. They have to ask these questions.
Then they might be on the sort of larger anti-Trump project that the party says at least it's focused on.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope not. I think people could look at Jamie Harrison's tweet or what John Fetterman said yesterday or what Melissa DeRosa said yesterday or what Jay Jacobs, the chair of the New York State Democratic Party, does and conclude those people seem to hate progressives more than they love their party or their country. Anna? I really think they don't know what time
Celebrating
it is. And I would
very good
just
night
ask
last
them
night.
to wake up. We want a unified party, but Democratic voters have had it with corporate PAC money, with a status quo that's broken, with unconditional support for Israel's genocide in Gaza. And if we want to build a party that's speaking...
This is also one of those things that now, like guys like Dan Biss, they're going to be fighting for the DSA endorsement.
Let's listen to what they're saying.
Which has already kind of been the vibe that we've been getting, that he was courting DSA.
Can I ask you what you make of the comparisons to this moment, this movement, and the Tea Party? Do you think that that's
I only caught the end, but dude, you were so out of it. Yeah, it was.
Apt comparison, that it works, or is there something else you would say is happening?
Last night was fun.
Are Democrats comfortable with the idea that there may be
yes,
their
I will
own version
admit,
of a Tea Party
had a
movement
little
happening right now?
Yeah, look, there's something to it. I mean, people are fed up with a status quo that isn't working for them, and that's everyday voter concerns, that the price of housing is insane and people's wages aren't going enough to afford their health care, and who is fighting for them? And they feel that way about elites in general and definitely about the Democratic Party establishment. So that's similar. But there are some important differences also. First, we are doing it with a lot of joy. I mean,
be unified as a country and still not be unified on all politics.
But some of that is Zoran's win and this
you just expect
energy.
it. I mean, if you're saying it the way that I think you're saying it, then you want everybody to be behind Trump just because he's Trump, which is insane.
Child care for every family. So we're mad at a system that makes
apply
it so
that to
hard.
Joe Biden.
We're joyful about what it looks like to deliver.
It's only when your people
that is
are in power.
very different energy than the Tea Party brought. We want to build something, not just break something.
Who's best in my opinion, Mamdani or this guy? This guy was okay. I mean, there's a reason that they like him over, I forgot her name, but she was the unexpected win that pushed out the guy that he was the head of the Hispanic caucus. All right, man, people are fucking really happy today with all this.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Breaking Points. We have an extraordinary show for you today because there was a political earthquake in New York City last night.
What up, Kyle? How'd my night go? I slept like a baby.
As Zoran Mamdani candidates...
I did. I slept like a baby and I slept late, too, which I haven't done in a long time.
Swept the field in their races for federal office. 2 Democratic incumbents have been tossed out. Truly, truly an extraordinary political night. Ryan Grimm was there for the whole thing. He got lots of exclusive interviews. He is going to join us both for that analysis and also overall for as my co-host this morning. So we will dig into all of those races and what it will mean going forward for the Democrats.
Hope is welcome these days. Yeah, the thing is, a lot of us are so caught up in all the bullshit that it is kind of like we almost don't trust it.
Party and also
look at the Fetterman effect. Immediately people were just like, oh my God, fucking Graham Plattner is going to be the next Fetterman. Oh, we just can't enjoy things.
For the country. Also keeping our eye on Iran.
And that's a trauma response, and we need to get over that shit.
The way Congress could thwart any potential deal coming together. Dr. Trita Parsi is going to join me to
define communism.
Give his analysis there. We've got a stunning report from the Washington Post about the way that Tulsi Gabbard has been taking orders, marching orders, and getting talking points from her guru throughout her political career and even, potentially into her time here as DNI. The reporter on that story is going to join me to explain the wild story of how he got access to this treasure trove of materials with regard to Tulsi Gabbard. There's a big fight going down between Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet, and Ro Khanna, actually his representative in Silicon Valley. Elon is now threatening to sue Ro. Ro is responding. This is all over what Elon did to USAID and also Ro's continuing efforts to push taxes on the rich. And finally, we did not want to lose sight of what is happening in Sudan, where another mass atrocity is being threatened. So we'll break down what we know and why nations around the world are sounding the alarm about a potential human catastrophe that is on the verge of happening there in that war-torn country. So before we jump in, guys, thank you so much for your support. If you want to become a premium member, get access to all the things, breakingpoints.com. I think the transition at this point has gone pretty smoothly back over to Supercast. We're certainly happy with the service we're getting there and hope that you are too. All right, with all of that being said, let's go ahead and jump into these extraordinary election results. So Zoran Mamdani backed a number of DSA candidates, both for federal office, but also for state legislative offices, and he swept across the board. He also endorsed Brad Lander, who's not technically a DSA candidate, against Dem incumbent Dan Goldman. As I said before, truly a political earthquake. Let's take a listen to a little bit of Zoran celebrating these extraordinary victories at Claire Valdez, who was able to win an open seat there at her victory party. Let's take a look.
My friends, I know many of you have been canvassing for months. And at those canvasses, at those fundraisers, at those events, when we introduce our candidates, we use a language of hope. We say the next assembly member, the next state senator, the next congressperson. Tonight, we use a language of fact. So please join me in welcoming up to the stage Assemblywoman Diana Moreno, Assemblymember David Orkin, Assemblywoman Samantha Catan, State Senator Abir Kawas, and the one, the only, Congresswoman Claire Valdez.
Absolutely massive night for him, where he answered his critics, going up against a bunch of Democratic power brokers. We'll get into more of that with Ryan in just a second. Also, just as a reminder, Zoran launched his slate of candidates at the federal level with this incredible ad during the Knicks playoff
Seriously,
run.
it's just
Let's go
like
ahead and take
so
a look
good
at
at
that.
politics. Yep.
New York, we know anything's possible with a great team.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block billionaires from buying our elections.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE.
I'm Claire Valdez, and I'll stand up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
Oh, damn, this is a good ad.
Get out and vote. This is the team.
Damn!
This is our year.
Fucking! This is what I've been talking about with the, like, marketing. Oh, my God.
Brad
Like,
Lander.
this makes me happy. Like, oh.
I'm Claire Valdez.
Whoever is their marketing team, fucking well done.
I'm Maria Elisa
You earned every penny.
Avila Chevalier, and
We approve this message.
This is fire.
I mean, I don't know that their opponents really
Wow.
ever stood a chance. Just take a look at that ad. Let's put the actual results up on the screen here before we bring Ryan in. Let me just break these down a little bit for you guys. So hold on this. This is New York's 7th congressional district, commonly known as the Commie Corridor. So Nidhi Velasquez, who was herself a very powerful member of Congress, powerful inside of New York, had her own power base there, progressive congresswoman. She retired.
Oh, wow. I didn't know people actually like him. It seems like a lot of people actually like him. And it also seems like a lot of people like DSA when they hear the policies not through the filter of Fox News and a bunch of fucking right-wing propagandists.
And she endorsed Antonio Reynoso.
It's kind of ironic how you guys go around talking about how we're indoctrinated and how we're the propagandists, blah, 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 blah. But you guys, all you do is just spew shit directly handed to you from the top.
Also,
like you're literally fucking mouthpieces for the government. Good job.
Who had a slew of sort of, established power player endorsements, a bunch of unions behind him, Nydia Velasquez herself. So in a relatively progressive candidate, but not as clear-throated opponent of genocide and, in favor of moving away.
Look at Brussels crashing out
from the current status.
Isn't it fun? Isn't it fun to watch these guys completely crash the fuck out?
With regard to Israel's status quo. Claire
fun.
Valdez, who had the endorsement of
Crash out hard, dude.
TSA, had the endorsement
Aww.
of Zoran Mamdani. Also Hassan Piker. We'll talk a little bit more
More people are paying attention to me than you then.
about Hassan and the way he deserves some credit here as a kingmaker in these races as
13, by the way.
well. In any case, with their backing, she was
8 on Twitch.
able to defeat Antonio Reynoso, who did not come
Yeah, you're crashing out. You're crashing out pretty hard,
out of
man.
nowhere. He was the Brooklyn borough president. And not only did she win, she wins here
Russell.
overwhelmingly.
Russell out
This
here,
is a
fucking sprouting.
21-point victory, close to 21 points victory, with 92% of the votes in. Was not even close.
Yep.
Let's go to the next one. We can break this one down as
dude.
well. This is the
We
12th
watched it happen
district.
in real time.
Now, in this one, you didn't
where,
have a
like,
Zoran
Steve
candidate.
Kornacki
The
just, like,
differences
you saw
between
him just
these,
deflate.
the top
Just-
candidates in this race were less along the lines of Israel and Palestine and genocide. Michael Lasher was the
Yeah, the way he actually stands up for the people of New York, his constituency.
choice of retiring
He
Democrat
actually cares about the people, not the fucking billionaires and
Jerry
landlords.
Nadler. This was another open
Yep.
seat.
There,
Alex
there's
Boris
one.
has really positioned himself as an AI critic. You can see that did
He balanced the budget. There's 2.
pretty well for him, but not enough for him to
Something you guys said he couldn't do. Oh, and that's right. He's only been there for not even 6 months.
to be able to overtake Michael Lasher. There were tens of millions spent from AI PACs in this race. We'll get Ryan to break those dynamics
Seems like
down.
New Yorkers are pretty gung-ho to go elect some more DSA candidates, too.
When he joins, let's go ahead and take a look at the next one.
MAGA be crashing out because they see it. They literally see. The thing is, it's probably subconscious with a lot of these fuckfaces because they did it with MAGA. MAGA took over the Republican Party and they just started winning and they started getting more MAGA candidates. Literally the same thing is happening with the DSA, like I said it would.
13th district here. This
kind of how things have
was
been
the real
feeling
shocker.
in politics. The problem is, we had a lot of defeatists, like just deflated. Like every time that we got deflated from losing, immediately we were getting kind of defeatist. This is why, like, I'm just saying, no, ride this and let's not get let's not focus on the negatives.
Adriano Espaillat,
let's go.
Democratic incumbent.
Take
I
this
believe
and
he's
roll
been in
with
office for 5 terms. So long term, he's been there for a decade. I actually was living in this district when he got elected. It was quite a while ago. He is the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus.
It's almost like people want to do business where people are.
Is again
this idea that they're all just going to leave and go to Florida. Also, Florida is getting a little harder to do business in.
I
don't know, man. You guys believe in this again? Weird fucking propaganda, and you never break from it. But here you are crying, and it's fun to watch. Keep crying, Brussels.
Power broker. This is not a backbencher. This is someone very influential within the Democratic caucus. Of course, had all of the establishment backing. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, who we just
New York's collapsing, even though I've never been there.
Had on the show along with Claire
Big city scale me.
Valdez the other day. She was an organizer at the Columbia University student
Meanwhile, inflation just rose another point. Okay.
Encampment. She was motivated in part by her disgust over the treatment and arrest of Mahmoud Khalil and Congressman Espaillat's failure to stand up for him and to to fight for him in his support of the brutal tactics against those protesters, against those pro-Palestine protesters.
Adios, amigo.
She was subject to incredible racist attacks and smears in the final days and weeks of this campaign. And yet here she is, having never sought elected office before, with all of the establishment players backing Espaillat. She was able to knock him off. Why? Because of the mood of the Democratic base and because of the endorsement of Zoran Mamdani and also potentially some very significant phone banking from the Hassan Piker community, which I do think plays a role in here, especially given the fact that this race was relatively close. This one is truly the most shocking and an absolute.
The idea that rich people are leaving the global financial center is fucking hilarious.
Political earthquake. And then last but not least,
this one guy said he was going to sell his building and then didn't.
Let's take a look at this race between Brad.
Is building A for sale? What you talking about there,
Lander
Willis?
and Dan Goldman. Goldman being a Democratic incumbent here. This is a lower Manhattan district primarily. Brad Lander just not even close here. 30-point victory. You just don't see this typically with incumbent candidates. Sometimes they lose. That in and of itself is extraordinary. But losing by 30 points, 30 plus points is truly wild.
No, this is showing that nobody wants to vote for the Democratic incumbents.
You guys will remember Brad Lander. We've also had on the show a few different
Nobody's
times.
fucking
He was a
gung-ho
mayoral
to go
candidate,
support
but when
these
you
guys.
realize,
And this is realistically because they've been silent. This is their own doing. They wanted Donald Trump to fucking bury himself. They didn't want to go out there and upset the fucking narratives, or they didn't want to, rock the boat too hard. Because during the primary season, they thought they would all just skate right to the election season, to the general. Well, wake up, bitches. This is what happens when you do nothing. You ineffective motherfuckers. You're getting called on the carpet, and it's awesome.
The path was not open for him. He made the decision to endorse Zoran Mamdani. They did sort of like a co-endorsement leading into the primary. He was one of his most important validators, especially sort of assuaging concerns in the Jewish community. Lander himself being Jewish and was an important part of that coalition that brought Zoran Mamdani to victory. Zoran backed him in this race, and it ends up not even being close. Last thing before we bring Ryan in, if we could put a 7 up.
The moderates don't really fucking, like, there is no moderate that's not going to vote for the Democratic or like the Democratic candidate.
On the screen just to show.
I'm telling you, man, they tried it with Graham Plattner. They tried it with this race. Nobody's listening anymore. Nobody's buying all the fucking propagandist bullshit from both sides. You understand that you are doing the Democrats' legwork right now by even freaking out about this shit? Just fucking own it, dude. Just deal with it. The political winds are shifting just like they did with MAGA. And you know what? A lot of people didn't take MAGA seriously, and that was to our detriment. I was one of them. Once he finally won, then I saw it. I was like, yeah, you know what? That's the Tea Party winning.
The Dem Tea Party vibes were not exclusively in New York last night. This is analysis from Tanya, who does a great job following all of these elections. He says across New York and Maryland, I'm counting 12.
No one gives a shit what moderates like. No, because moderates are what gave us this idea that we're going to somehow court the fucking... Like, this is what I'm getting really tired of. MAGA chuds and MAGA fucking assholes coming into our chat telling us how it's going to be ineffective for us because we need to start courting people from the Republicans. Go fuck yourselves.
Incumbents who lost.
Yeah, you know exactly what you're talking about.
Or in one case are trailing to a challenger to their left. 2 Congress members, those what we just talked about, both in New York. 4 state senators, 2 in New York.
The thing is, I'm watching this is why I feel a little more egotistical today, is because this is proving me right.
2 in Maryland.
I called this. If you guys watch enough of my programming, you know that I called this and have been calling this for a while.
6 state House members, 5 in New York and 1 in Maryland.
What did they do it with? Kick-ass marketing.
So
a fucking plan.
12 Democratic incumbents falling to left-wing rivals.
Constantly tripping over themselves.
Extraordinary upsets in New York City, and a lot to dig into now with Ryan Grimm, who's there on the ground.
Hey, if you like that video...
Honestly, like, I'm fucking really excited about this. Fuck AIPAC, pro-Israel Dems destroyed in major reckoning. Yup. We're going to keep going with the breaking points side of this. Oh, wait, they broke this one into 2. Haha, sweet. We got dude, we have so many celebrations.
Joining us now, we've got our very own Ryan Grimm, who is there in New York City. And Ryan,
it's just kind of funny how Sagar not part of this.
We
he didn't want to fucking deal with it.
Affectionately refer to this version of the show with you and I hosting as the Commie Takeover, and I think the name has never been more apt than it is perhaps right now.
We can't be
neutral.
That's right. Yeah, neutral on a moving train.
A hotel in the Commie Corridor, where I don't think the
no, it's essentially the sit down and shut up. Like, it's from both sides too.
Went to bed last night. I think they are still up.
You know what? Let us focus on our shit. If we win, like, we're winning. That's what's happening. DSA is actually winning elections.
And this bender's going to go at least.
So this goes for anybody that, from even, the Democrat side. We're not going to listen to them.
Sometime into next week.
So what was the energy?
Stay on track.
Tell us what you did yesterday, who you talked to, what your impression was of why these races
What's going to suck is it's going to come from both sides. It's going to come from, like, the even more extreme left, and it's going to come from the fucking center, like the center left, where they're going to start converging on the DSA thing to try and just be like, well, we can start influencing this a little bit. And I'm genuinely more afraid of, like, the Hakeem Jeffries. Like, when he said that he would endorse Hakeem Jeffries, I was like, oh, shit.
The way they did. Obviously,
not going to lie.
The big headline takeaway.
Because that right there, I'm just like, fuck.
What here is.
But you do this is politics. You do have to play the game, but that's a little early.
Zoran Mamdani, his entire slate of candidates swept
let
across
the wins
the board.
Motivate you. Fuck yeah.
Including
let the wins motivate you. Do not fucking, like, move an inch on this. And yes, keep focusing on how Israel was, like, this was a rebuke to Israel.
Took some extraordinary.
I'm so happy to see them, like, they are fucking freaking the fuck out over this.
Risks here. Daria Liza versus the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus,
this guy
taking on the Brooklyn Borough president and Nydia Velasquez's choice, and
just
all
don't
the
want,
unions, all the bad.
I see some more infighting. I'm gonna call it out and stop it immediately. Where it's like, no, do not fucking. Don't fuck this up.
Backing.
Don't fuck this up. Sorry, I have nothing more articulate than don't fuck this up.
Down ballot, he also, picked a number of fights that turned out victorious here. Is that your sense? Is that Zoran really made the difference here? Or were there other dynamics playing out that you would point to?
Yes. So I spent most of
day in Harlem yesterday because I figured if it was going to be a huge sweep, then it was going to be Daria Lisa that kind of put the third of them over the top. And talking to canvassers out there, what they told me, actually, one of them said that on the door, the voter learned about Daria Lisa from Breaking Points. That was kind of interesting.
Oh, nice.
But other than that, what they were saying is that when the race was sleepy, she was
extremists have taken over
competitive,
politics,
and they thought that she had a real chance. But then after he endorsed, the understanding of the race among voters that they were communicating with went from 0 to 60.
So the status quo has worked. You're telling me that everything else has worked up to this point.
All of a sudden, the day before, people were like, "Oh yeah, I think I've heard of Dari something, maybe." To then after Mamdani endorsed, everybody they spoke to was like, "Oh yeah, she's the one that Mamdani is supporting. I'm supporting her." They said it was like night and day from his endorsement. So
yeah,
and I think that part of the feature, the benefit of these
also very smart of Mamdani not only to endorse but to again go out there, campaign, phone bank, and like I said, that fucking ad,
new inexperienced
that last minute ad had a fucking
tested
candidates
candidates
had a big
for
effect.
Mamdani is exactly that they don't actually have their own outside of DSA, which he's kind of the
fucking
leader
establishing
of at this
his
point.
own Avengers.
Outside of DSA, they don't have their own kind of political base and their own political track record. And so they are just kind of loyal foot soldiers now of this DSA Mamdani movement that is rising in New York City. Once Brad Lander's race was called at like 9:08 or something, 9:09, which a friend was emailing me and saying that among Democrats, that's the biggest loss of an incumbent in forever. You'd have to go back really far. Liz Cheney.
You mean in terms of
and a lot of people are saying, because this also happened in Maryland, that this is actually a referendum on incumbency. And honestly, if Kat had the chance again, let's put it this way, if Illinois' election was next week instead of when it happened, she probably would have won.
Point differential.
Right. Liz Cheney got washed, I think, even worse than Dan Goldman, but not a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
I mean, she got hammered. But on the Democratic side, even Joe Crowley lost, by like 15 or something like that. He just got absolutely annihilated. And so then once he lost, and then the early vote comes in, and Claire Valdez is significantly ahead, and then she gets called by like 9:30, 9:45. The mood at the Daria Lisa headquarters was a bullion. And then the wins at the state legislative level just kept rolling in, and it was kind of stunning to some people who thought that the attacks on her being a Muslim Haitian.
Hey, Pep, what happened to the BIS interview?
Said F Kamala Harris. Like they thought that
I've been maintaining contact with them.
Combination would be enough for the kind of
they haven't ghosted me. They just keep saying like
voters
when the opportunity is in our schedule
district
we'll schedule
to
it. Blah blah blah.
Turn them off.
I think that I wouldn't doubt that I get it either end of August or closer to the election.
But it didn't. And if imagine you're Kamala Harris right now thinking about running for president in 2028. The biggest issue in that race was that tweet of hers. And she still won. That has to really, I think, shake things up for the Democratic Party.
Because I think someone nailed it.
And my understanding, Ryan, based on an analysis I saw, is that Daria Lisa is a very diverse district that she's running to represent, one that I know relatively well. She won Black voters in the district.
That way.
In spite of, the fact that obviously there's an affinity with Black voters and the first female vice president. And I know that's why, a big part of why they were sending out those mailers that featured her tweet saying, fuck Kamala Harris. And ended up not being enough.
We need a new deal for the 21st century. The thing is, I think that this is what's going to, Trumpism and just these extremes is what is going to bring about that.
Some of those just blatantly racist attacks on her, calling into question her ethnicity, using the word Haitian as if it's a slur, floating some sort of weird.
There's a reason that people do pay attention to political trends the way that they do, because there is this weird nature that happens. I was saying this about Brazil, how they have so many different parties, but at the end of the day, it comes down to a leftist or a right winger. Like, that's just how it always goes. Because realistically, it does kind of break into those two molds. That's how most people are. It's either you're a selfish cunt that just wants to focus on you and keeping all your money, or you want a better society and you don't mind paying for it a little bit.
Great replacement
Realistically, that's kind of how it goes.
theory that she and Zoran were going to displace Dominicans and replace them with Haitians and Muslims in the district, etc. I'm wondering if some of that stuff didn't ultimately backfire on Espaillat. It certainly, in retrospect, now reads as quite desperate of a tactic.
I mean, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think certainly for some Dominican voters, that kind of anti-Haitian slur is going to land. But Espaillat has history in this district, and he attempted a couple times to take Charlie Rangel out, and eventually succeeded in knocking out Charlie Rangel, who, in the Black community in Harlem, extraordinarily popular, served for 40 years up there, kind of a larger than life figure. Before him was this guy, Adam Clayton Powell, who served for another 40 or 50 years, like the absolutely legendary Harlem member of Congress. So he broke that kind of train from Adam Clayton Powell to Charlie Rangel. And so that was only 10 years ago. So he didn't have a big kind of well of goodwill to draw on. And so then I think when he comes in and says, "Oh, well, she's actually Haitian," it felt off, and it did not work particularly with that district. He also, one of his big kind of slogans that he had up around the district, he would say, "An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us." And it would be a picture of him and Tish James. And the attack, I'm like, wait, what is he talking about here? He's saying that the attack is him getting a primary challenger. And so you're trying to lump us all in together. No, you have a primary challenge. He's not attacking us here. Wow. And that backfired too.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was playing old school politics. People are they're wise to it and they're over it.
I obviously Zoran, comes out here.
I mean, I love how this is a referendum on just the idea that the Democrats, and I've been saying this about how they just could sit on their hands and do nothing, but it's also about how realistically this has been in, the political waves for a while, where people are they're getting sick of old people in Congress. They're getting term limits are becoming more of a thing that is talked about.
As the kingmaker, undisputed.
Incumbency does not save you the way that it used to. It's almost like it's a toxic thing now.
Every single one of his candidates won the vast majority of those.
What up, Brad?
I think
How's
all
it going?
of them, except for Brad Lander, who's not a DSA member. All of the rest of them were DSA members. So huge win for DSA. But I also want to say, I think Hassan Piker has genuinely been extremely impactful in his community. They reportedly phone banked 90,000 calls for Daria Lisa in the last days of this campaign. The campaign says that, that resulted in at least 2,000 voters going out to the polls for her. The margin of victory is not a lot more than 2,000 votes.
Especially in that district. We were watching that one close.
Centrists really decided, starting with the Zoran campaign, that they were going to try to make Hassan and his most controversial statements a centerpiece of their attack on the left. And talk about strategies that completely backfired. I think they successfully did, in a way, make him a litmus test. But for a Democratic base that is overwhelmingly now disgusted with the genocide, pro-Palestine, opposed to the status quo of our relationship with Israel, an association with Hassan Piker became a symbol of, oh, you're on the good side of this issue. You're with the good guys that oppose the genocide. So not only in terms of the actual organizing that he did that may genuinely have helped to make the difference in this very close race with Daria Lisa, but also in the way that that they made him this litmus test. I don't know that I've seen a more foolhardy and disastrous political tactic that's been deployed. And you can see it's not just in New York City, obviously. I mean, the other campaign that really stands out for this is Michigan and Abdul El-Sayed, who has only surged to the lead in the polls since this whole flap about, oh, how dare you campaign with Hassan Piker, and one of his opponents, Mallory McMorrow, who chose the other side of that debate, has seen the complete collapsing of her political standing.
Yeah, and he also, I think, played a pivotal role in helping to elect Adam Hamaway in New Jersey, and then Chris Rabb kind of nearby in Philadelphia. He went out and rallied with them and campaigned with them, and they embraced him, and it helped them kind of pop off. I was with Hassan in Harlem yesterday while he was streaming, and you can see it on the stream. The reaction to him is wild. Like, the number of people, in that district, white, black, brown, new residents, old residents, who know who he is, under 45 or so, all of them, or under 40. But a very broad base, and a ton of people were, coming up to him saying like they watched the stream regularly. They voted because of him. They got into politics because of him. And thanking him for kind of giving some, meaning and giving them some purpose. Like it feels like they have, which he talks about on the stream, is like that to channel your rage into your community and get active in order to kind of push back against the atomization and the kind of the depression that just comes about from the kind of modern society that we live in. So yeah, I think that all of these efforts by the New York Times or by Third Way or by any of these other candidates to try to stigmatize him have only elevated his visibility, which then forces people to polarize around that question of good and evil, moral and immoral. And I think you're exactly right that when people have to face those questions, certainly in a Democratic primary, they're going to come down on the side of good.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a listen to just a little bit of Hassan reacting to some of the victories from last night. This is A8 and him talking about how he may change his endorsement process going forward.
We're not going to watch this whole
after
thing.
tonight, my price went up. You have to be a Democratic socialist if you want some of this fucking shine. Sorry.
Fucking Emma.
So only DSA members may apply now. I mean, talk about DSA though, because obviously very important for Zoran's victory. He deserves a lot of credit for the risks that he took and the selective nature. He didn't jump on board with everything. He famously refused to endorse Chiosei against Hakeem Jeffries, and she decides, okay, I'm going to take a pass on this. Didn't endorse any of the challengers to Richie Torres. Torres is able to win, although, his challengers did get some chunk of the vote. Didn't endorse, and this one I'm a little bit bummed about, but Chuck Park actually came pretty close against Grace Meng with not a lot of support whatsoever. It seems like if he had some endorsement and backing, he may actually have been able to get across the finish line there.
Because people are tired of fucking political games, and they're finally being like, all right, if you're gonna play political games, I'm gonna vote against you. Yep.
And we spoke with him.
No, realistically, that's what it is, and this is what I've been saying. Like this is why people like Platner. He speaks like a fucking guy.
Seems like
he doesn't give a shit. Like, this is where people were saying he was kind of like Fetterman, even. They're just like, yeah, well, he doesn't even really dress the part. I don't trust guys in gym shorts. And, he was wearing like his boots and his work boots. And it's like, dude, no. The fact is, he comes off as an everyman, and he is saying everything that we all agree with. And this is where I'm just like, all right, like, this is fuck yeah. Like, that was kind of like the first hint where I was like, enough people are just sick of this shit. Look at the numbers he won by. And then last night was another, that was just proof where I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it.
A great guy and a great candidate as well. But talk about what this means for DSA and their role in the Democratic Party. I saw CNN with some polling that says, DSA and socialists in general, more popular than Democrats in Congress at this point. So it should be no surprise that in Democratic primaries, you increasingly see DSA-backed candidate.
Well, no, this is actually where it puts a little bit more pressure on DSA to come out and actually endorse candidates.
It's rising to the
like formally endorse candidates, because there have been some issues with that. Like Kat, she had that issue. She's a DSA member, and they would not endorse her.
Top.
I have to say that's my number one like source of contention, like post everything, where it's like, ooh, I would love to ask her about that.
Yeah, and with Chiosei, it was interesting way that he approached it. He did it kind of democratically. DSA
was a big deal.
Famously a very democratic organization internally, and he, like any other member, kind of went to
Hey,
New York
Rebecca, what
City
up? Good to see
DSA
you.
and made his case for why they should not
I
endorse
hope you had
him
fun last night.
at this
I
moment.
can tell you right now, I had a great time.
Just strategically and tactically, and he narrowly won that vote. And without that support, Chi wasn't able to go forward. Clearly he wanted to, focus his energy on other races. I think you're right, by the way, that in Park should probably run again in 2 years. And if he gets, if he gets any attention at all, I think he can win. He can win that race.
Does DSA have a focus strategy? Not really. That's where I'm like, I hope.
New York,
I hope this ignites that, though.
New York, of course, is a little bit unique when it comes to the ability to have that.
The thing is, I think the focus strategy is coming at the because of Zoran and because of all these the political waves that have been made in New York. This is kind of forcing them to kind of reconcile with okay, we have to do what works and we have to abandon what wasn't.
Kind of young professionals in their 20s and 30s, and it's
or put it on the back burner, not necessarily abandon it.
Hard to replicate it everywhere around the country, but in major cities like Philadelphia and Chicago, where you do have urban cores, you're seeing similar ability to kind of come together, and it really
slept like a baby
it really
lesson.
shows the hollowness of the kind of coalitional politics that say like New York City's WFP
I went
represented in
upstairs.
Brooklyn, like.
I was so ripped that I was just eating turkey out of the bag, just like, and then I went to bed.
They got behind Antonio Reynoso, who had the support of basically all the labor unions, all these nonprofit progressive organizations.
The ESA is the Power Rangers bot when it was Tommy. Tommy was the Green Ranger. Jason was the Red Ranger.
Do work in the district, and
it's okay to get it.
They didn't
confused.
have the kind
Jason
of
was actually the Black
Ranger.
Ranger.
It did not. There's something broken between it and voters.
I think
they weren't able to turn that out.
I forgot which one.
So they're going to have to do some real thinking about
Zio. It was Zio.
Why DSA was able to build so much power in New York City, whereas they couldn't.
Yeah, I am. Okay.
But they are the they're the predominant force in New York City politics.
Jason was his real name, Jason David Frank. At
this point, and just
right. All right, you got me. You got me. You got me.
Basically, 8 years ago was when, June of 2018, when AOC won her shot
you got
primary.
Staffy.
And
Nice.
From then to now, they have become not just a player, but dominant.
I want to talk a little bit about AOC because in some ways, I know she endorsed down ballot
I met him
some
at
of the same
Wizard
candidates
World.
as Zoran, and they were predominantly successful. She
I
not
wish I
only
would have gotten a picture with him.
didn't endorse any of the victorious federal
Nice guy,
candidates.
though.
She hasn't endorsed against
RIP.
any Democratic incumbents. And so, that creates, she's had this sort of very no risk strategy, doesn't want to rock the boat with her relationships inside the House. That's, apparently the reason why also she decided not to endorse her own chief of staff, Shoykat Chakrabarti, in a way that could have very much made a difference for him too.
And people were kind of freaking out about that.
And so while Zoran is rightfully being recognized as this kingmaker now, it's pretty wild to see AOC, who in a lot of ways kicked off this moment and this movement that, ultimately builds to where we are today, seeing her being absent from the movement that it's very easy to imagine her being the one that's getting all the credit now. Look at all the power AOC has. And yet she's decided de facto to effectively be an incumbent protector since she refuses to endorse against any of them. I find that pretty extraordinary. I mean, she wouldn't even endorse Brad Lander, for example, in a race that was almost a slam dunk against Dan Goldman. And it's easy to take that.
Oh, you got to hop off the stream for the day.
For granted.
All right, Valentine Sketch. I will catch you on the next one. Thank you for being here.
That was kind of a foregone conclusion. The margin was so large. But as you rightly point out, anytime any incumbent goes down, that's pretty wild. So what do you make of AOC being on the sidelines for this big Dem Tea Party moment? Because I think it's in terms of,
it's good.
As someone who wants to see these candidates succeed, it's unfortunate to see the level of power that she could bring not being brought to bear in these instances.
I mean, she did endorse. It's just, she's not making it about her. And she's also letting New York, she did, wait. Because she also won her primary last night too.
If she has,
you know what? No, Crystal's
bigger national ambitions, it really seems like a massive political missed opportunity for her.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I mean, we've been talking about, kind of Mamdani and the DSA through this whole conversation
exactly
because she
coming from
absented herself from it. The Dan Goldman example is really perfect because can you imagine if the shoe's on the other foot, if AOC had a credible challenger
TV
in her district, do you think Dan Goldman?
I mean, realistically, just because it is my politics, it is a little that way too. So
is going to
I hope DSA overtake the Democratic Party. This is the first step.
Give her the respect.
The thing is, a lot we have to have patience because like it doesn't all happen overnight. But man, if we can follow this wave, it will happen just as quick as the Tea Party took over and became MAGA. Which I've been saying this from the very beginning. We need to do the same thing. It's because that has the power to just organically overtake the Democratic Party because you're using, and dare I say, I'm gonna sound like Jank here a little bit. Populism. Populism does actually sway politics, especially when you have enough people like getting together, going to the polls, being like, yeah, you know what? Fuck this person. Fuck this elitist trying to tell me like how it is.
Active incumbency and not.
There's nothing funny. Like, this is what's so funny about last night is Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman thought he was guaranteed that spot. Same with the guy that was in charge of the Hispanic caucus.
Support that. Like, so she's giving, she's
I see how it is.
Throwing her weight. She didn't endorse him, but like she didn't help Brad Lander. She's doing this for people who
Stan just chose his mother over me,
whose political project is to destroy her.
Who feeds.
Now, that's not the case with Brooklyn 7, which is Claire Valdez, and I saw her after her victory last night, and AOC was one of the few calls that Claire took. That was an open race. Like that there wasn't even an incumbent there. What was different there is that Nydia Velázquez, who a Puerto Rican congresswoman who's retiring and had been
always in slow
something of
motion?
a mentor to AOC on Capitol Hill, was retiring, and she wanted Reynoso, and so she pushed very hard for AOC to stay out of the race, and AOC, out of respect for that relationship, decided to do so. But that's an interesting decision. Like, this is a retiring congresswoman.
Mamdani had a kind of a similarly difficult decision
That
because
mom's got super snacks.
is that the one where he actually told
That
her
ain't Pet Mom.
like, oh, I'm not gonna
that was Espaillat.
Oh, it was Espaillat where there was a pledge that was made. But Velázquez
Pep wife
was supportive of him.
Yeah, and Mamdani very well could have come up with some type of candidate that both, Nydia Velázquez, the WFP, and DSA could all agree on. Like that there was a path to that, but they decided, no, we're going to fight this. We're going all the way for it, and then AOC stayed out of it, and then also stayed out of the Espaillat race, even though AIPAC, which would love to see AOC's project destroyed, was spending millions to try to boost
more like uni husband
Espaillat. But yeah, the difference and ruthlessness between her and Mamdani is interesting there, because to your point, all the reporting is, and this is my understanding too, that when Espaillat endorsed after the primary, endorsed Mamdani's promised not to primary him or to get behind a challenger, and he did that, which is shows kind of how cutthroat he is, which is unusual on the left.
It is very unusual. In fact, I don't recall ever seeing it. So it's pretty incredible.
All right. On to the next one.
Just huge wins. Claire Valdez. This is the New York 7th District. Claire Valdez.
I was excited for this. As I said, I have not gotten to cover the majority report in quite some time. So
beat Antonio Reynoso, and Reynoso was a sort of
if you guys are just joining us and have not already hit the like button, please consider doing so. Welcome to the stream.
He was.
I just realized that this is usually my my normal start time. So if you are just joining us out of habit, appreciate that. But I usually start at 2 on Wednesdays. If you did not know.
Velázquez, Nydia Velázquez, the retiring congresswoman's pick, she endorsed Reynoso. Reynoso got endorsements from a lot of unions, not all the unions. Claire Valdez won.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
By 21 points.
Such a banger.
20 points. A huge win. Brad Lander beat a sitting congressperson. Now, I think a lot of people anticipated this. Certainly, everyone did, or everyone around here did. Goldman won last time only because the vote was split amongst progressives. But this race, came down to, in many respects, the question of Israel and AIPAC.
Yep.
This is the most Jewish district in the country.
Oh, we got 20 minutes.
Both Goldman and Brad Lander are Jewish. Lander won by 30 points. He won by 30 points. You will hear a lot of mainstream commentators, Republican commentators, Zionists, say that this is a very scary time for Jews in New York. I cannot tell you how absurdly laughable that is. Just absurdly laughable. This is Michael Cohen. Let's put this up here. He is a writer. I don't know if he writes for the Globe now.
Not Trump's former fixer. I like how he has to put that.
Liberal writer. He writes, "This is genuinely a scary night for New York City Jews."
Immediately I'd be like, and Kyle had to say.
I cannot tell you how, because I think he's sincere.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tell you, and I'm not, obviously, I don't believe that even psychiatrists from afar can diagnose someone. And I'm
going to speed this up
am
just
not
a
a psychiatrist.
Sam.
There was a sitcom pilot where I performed
though.
a laparoscopic cholecystectomy as a doctor, but I am also not a doctor. But I will say, in my layperson's opinion, he is demented.
I think your weather will get real bad whenever you have internet problems. What?
Like there is a
no, I do think that I'm going to have some
psychological
pretty
problem
bad
associated with that.
weather coming
You're
in
acting
here.
like you didn't ask me to go get groceries for you last night because you were too scared to leave the house.
I did ask Brian that, but that was because I was too lazy to do it, and I thought he would buy into that.
Although
the idea
it
that
looks
New
like
York
it might
is
stay
even
north.
remotely scary or remotely more scary today for Jews is
I don't think it's
one
going
of
to
the
hit
most
me.
bat crap crazy things I've ever heard.
Unless it moves south. Although, wait, it is moving south.
It's inexplicable to me how someone could say that. I don't even know if he lives in New York. Maybe
Yeah,
I can't imagine he does, but it's just insane. Brad Lander's pretty Jewish.
That's an inconvenient fact for them.
In District 13, this was the one I think that surprised
All of your stuff is
most
there.
people. Daraliza Villa Chevalier
I was about to say.
goes up against
Made sure
Adriano
all your stuff
Espiat.
was there,
Espiat, not just an incumbent, not just a 19-year incumbent, but also the chair of the Hispanic caucus.
Yeah, this was a huge deal.
She beat him by 4 points.
Fucking dude.
To beat an incumbent is crazy.
Watching Konaki just be like, oh,
With
this is
that kind of
To
resume.
beat-
this is very
to-
unusual.
And also understand this. There are
Snack.
times where it's like, oh,
What up, dude? Doesn't look bad from
you know,
Allstate Arena coming
Joe
west.
Crowley got
Okay, cool.
surprised by AOC.
Oh, you're at Allstate? No shit.
But supposedly they've all been on alert since then. And it's
Too
not
bad the
like
Wolves lost. That
these
sucks.
two incumbents are so far removed from leadership. You know, we just didn't realize. We
I
didn't
mean,
have a
it
sense
says super far
of what was
north.
going on the
Like,
ground.
I think that if this does get, like, if Illinois gets hit, I have a feeling it's going to be like Northbrook area.
Yeah, you can go from either one of these districts to Hakeem Jeffries districts in anywhere ranging from like, I think 10 minutes on the subway to different parts of it
fine.
that might take you 45 minutes or so.
Bit farther south.
They were completely blindsided by this.
You brought this up before the show. Espaillat's last 3 elections, he won 90%, 81%,
Time zone am
and
I in?
81%.
Oh, those were general elections. I don't
Central.
think he was even challenged.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, those are
Rebecca.
generals, yes.
Becca's an Australian
these are
time
major,
zone.
wins.
She's in the time zone that's tomorrow.
And there were big wins in the state Senate. There was
She's in
some
the future.
upstate. The only other one that was a real competition
She communicates
was,
with the past.
or I should say, a surprise on some level, was the 12th,
Yeah.
where Lasher won and Boris. Neither one of them was. The biggest difference was that Boris was willing to regulate AI, and they spent something like $20 million. And he still only lost by single digits. Here is Zohran Mamdani, who is now being hailed. I mean, look, this was This was risky for Mamdani to do.
Do we have flying cars in the future?
Or at least that was the story. He is pissing off the leadership.
That's what I'm, dude. When we hit 2015, that's what I was most mad
Less than
about.
a year
I was
ago,
like, oh,
when this headline
you don't have a flying car
popped
yet.
this up from the Slack, where Jeffrey's people were
this fucking chair. Come on,
we're
stop it.
saying if these Democratic Socialists are attempting to primary any incumbents, they're going to regret it. I think it was nope.
Yeah, where's my hoverboard? Exactly.
That was that CNN headline, I think it was.
Yeah, glad to see they have the
here
same
it is.
problem I have sometimes,
This
where
is
it's just like,
from,
fuck.
July 9th.
I'll be doing like all my show
Some of Mamdani's far-left
crap, and it's
allies
just
want
like,
to
what?
primary Hakeem Jeffries and other New York
They
City
brought you
Democrats.
back here?
And the byline, or I should say
What, YouTube brought you back here?
the subtitle was there was a quote in
That means
tweet.
that you frequent political streams, though, because they only feed like the vertical feed live streams to stuff
was
like
there.
that's within your
I
already existing
can't find
algorithm.
it. But it was basically to the effect of like, good luck.
Half of my stuff was either politics or Lego the last like 4 weeks because of the fucking bricks and minifigs shit.
They're going to have a real problem if they do that. Here is Zohran Mamdani at the Claire Valdez
finally.
victory party last night.
Yeah, this is the clip I wanted. Okay, good.
My friends, I know many of you have been canvassing for months. And at those canvasses, at those fundraisers, at those events, when we introduce our candidates,
So gay. Maybe it's the hair.
we use a language of hope.
Yes, my hair is so
We
gay.
say the next assembly member, the next state senator, the next congressperson.
What?
Tonight we use a language of fact.
Got hair that Kid Rock wishes he had.
Please join me in welcoming up to the stage Assemblywoman Deanna Moreno.
Well, I subscribe to your YouTube. I only watch on Twitch. I mean, Twitch is honestly, it's gotten a lot better. I have to be completely real with y'all.
Assemblymember David Orkin. Assemblywoman Samantha Gattai.
Hey, what up, Rowdy? What the most dangerous plant is? I believe it's nightshade, isn't it?
And the one, the only, Congresswoman Claire Valdez.
Oh, wait, no, nightshade you have to ingest. It's the one that you touch that, like, it's almost immediate. You know that there's a plant like that.
Claire was.
In ambush.
Claire was. Now you're going to hear from every one of these incredible candidates. But before I leave, I just wanted to share
What's up, Rowdy? How you doing,
a
man?
few
It's
words
good to
with
see
all of
you.
you. Which is first and foremost,
Hope
this is your
you have been
victory.
well. By the way, guys,
What you
update
all
on the
have shown
Bears.
is
Yeah, dude, just like I said, Illinois Assembly fucking is making a deal, and they're gonna let them go to, like, they're trying to make a tax deal where instead of just Arlington Heights footing the bill, they, like I said, every Illinoisan's gonna be on the hook for this.
Whether for state assembly, state senate, or Congress.
They ain't
Even a
going to
year ago,
Hammond.
It was not the end of a political movement.
Honestly, I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to support
It was the
the
beginning.
Bears after all this, to be completely real.
And I want to thank
It sucks
you
because that's when they're gonna go to the Super Bowl.
Who believed no matter what tweet they read from Michael Lang. They believed. They put that anxiety into shifts. They put it into door knocks, into phone calls. Raise your hand if you canvass.
Watch me abandon this in November.
Those are the hands that won this race. And every single one of these incredible candidates,
Yeah, that's our 3-0.
they are going to be the partners in transforming the most expensive city in the United States of America
busy?
into
Oh,
one that
yeah,
working
man.
New Yorkers can afford.
Glad you made your way over.
I have to say, like, I don't.
Yeah, I was
I
about to
certainly
say, Bears hit the Super Bowl this season. It's like, God damn it!
not in New York City, but I don't recall anything quite like this, where a mayor who's been mayor only for 6 months essentially throws all of his
and I took that personally.
political cachet into these races. We certainly haven't seen a movement like this. It just hasn't existed in our politics for decades. And on some level, that's why, a lot of this is just not predictable where this leads. I'm quite sure it does not lead to a place where Jews should be nervous about. But honestly, in terms of like political power, it is unclear. Because this is definitely going to influence Democrats across the country. Some less, some more. And when we talk to Morris Katz, I think you'll get a sense of that in a bit on how it's going to.
Yep. I think that this is awesome. Like dude, this is it. This is the moment that we have been waiting for, and that's why I think we all feel it. And a lot of us don't even know why, because we're just like, oh, this is it. This is the political, and I'm going to say it. I'm going to say the word, guys. This is the political revolution that we have been waiting for. This is the very start of it. We cannot fuck this up. This is where it is going to be a very, very delicate process here because, oh boy, you're going to have interest from 3 different angles coming at this. You're going to have the right-wingers trying to fucking run interference. You're going to have the centrist Democrats running interference. And you're going to probably have like the farthest aspect of the left trying to ruin it too. Because I could see it. So let's not let that happen. I believe that this is going to be great. And then I believe that after this, we could get that new deal. We could start seeing some major impacts on us that for the better. I'm hoping that, dude, I want there to be Social Security by the time that I get old. I would love there to be, some social safety nets in place because, dare I say, this might come off as a little selfish, but I would love to not suffer when I get a little bit older. Kind of painful to think of all the days that I put into just work and just like pay and like and this goes for all of us, by the way. Like, we put in so much to the system for it to abandon us when it's inconvenient, and then you have a certain contingent of people that cheer for it, which is insane. They don't even know. You're starting to sound like a Cowboys fan. I've been sick of the way that like this whole saga has gone, where it's just they're threatening us. They're literally threatening us with higher taxes, and then you have right-wing shitheads just being like, "Oh, this decision was J.B. Pritzker's. Oh, he ruined the Bears." He didn't make this decision. It was the Illinois legislature, and they made the decision based on us voting against new taxes that come from just billionaires being dickheads. Realistically, dude, the McCaskies have more than enough money to build a new fucking stadium. They just don't want to. They just want all profit, which I think that's insane. I think that if we lived in a pretty decent fucking system run by, leftists, I do think that, we could still have our fun, but the billionaires would have to foot the bill entirely. No more of this bullshit. And the thing is, if we do end up footing the bill, then we get something like you have in Green Bay, where we get the option to own a piece of the team, or we can also, like I would say, we either get stock in the team, or we get like free tickets. Every year you get 1 free game, 4 tickets, and then you also get your food paid for because of where your taxes go. I think that would be more than fair. Voucher for a free jersey or some shit. If you don't want to go to the game. Like, I think it's ridiculous that we support, like, not only do we support these teams, but then we're idiots. We wear their logo, so we literally, we promote these teams for free. And then they have the nerve to fucking charge us more and tell us that, oh yeah, well, if you don't do this, then we'll leave. Fuck you. Fuck you and your stupid fucking sports team if you're going to pull that bullshit. I'd rather I'll watch a men's game. The thing is, I don't need to watch a professional setting. I don't give a shit. A game is a game. Once that puck is dropped, I don't care if it's a fucking peewee team. I will watch that fucking game, and there you go. I'll get some joy from it. It's fucking ridiculous how much stake we put into this. Like, I'll go watch fucking, they got fucking Friday night, like, I think it's softball at one of the baseball diamonds near me. Like, I'll just go watch that. Threaten me with a good time. One time I lived by a lake, I found a turtle hiding from the scorching sun in the shade on my porch. He was very stinky and dehydrated. Oh, I took him back to the lake. That's good, as long as it wasn't a snapping turtle. One of my friends, like, he sent me a picture, and he's like, yeah, should I move this turtle? I'm like, don't touch that. That's a snapping turtle. Unless you know how to handle it, do not fuck with that. Also, I hope you washed your hands. Turtle's got some nasty freaking parasites that I love sports, but I can't afford it. That's literally it, though. Like, it's like they do that, dude. They literally do this thing where it's just like you work to like get the bare minimum. It fucking sucks. Also, I just realized that my goal, I didn't put 3-footer. I was gonna hit the 3-footer. Also, that's not just one super chat. That's supposed to be 5. What the fuck? Don't tell me that this has been happening. Oh, dude. Okay. Sorry. My goal is not what it's supposed to be. Like I said, it's supposed to be 5 super chats, 3 hours. The fuck? And I can't turn it off. Great. Sorry, guys. I'll just say ignore it. Damn it. Okay. I think that this is from me having too many chats open at once. It's not letting me make this adjustment. Also, Kinsley, thank you for hanging out over in the horizontal. Anybody hanging out in the horizontal? Just know I do see you. I appreciate you. You guys are all part of this chat that is kind of making this a little more complicated because I just realized this. This also explains why the thing was having a glitch yesterday. That was funny when I started a another Q&A or like another poll. It like broke my chat. On my side, I don't think you guys saw it, so I can't afford sports, and I like all sports. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's so hard to afford to go to any of these games. It's hard to, like, this is why I've been making it a point to go to, like, cheaper concerts. And, like I said, like, if I really want to watch sports, I'll just go watch, like, intramurals at this point. It's just, like I said, a game is a game. If anything, the intramurals will probably feel a little bit better to go watch. Where it's like, yeah, I don't even know who you guys are. I don't even know what teams you are, but I just know y'all are having fun. And I'm gonna pick one side. Whoever's jersey I liked more, I'm gonna pick that one. Never got into sports. It's okay. The thing is, I get both sides. Like I was I had waves where I loved basketball. I loved hockey growing up. But if I was playing a video game or I wanted to go to a sleepover, I hated sports. Like, I hated going to practices when, I wanted to do something else. So, and I was very honest with my dad about that. And it was cool because he only made me do that for 1 year where he was just like, okay, this is how we're going to commit. We're going to find a team that will allow you to kind of just show up when you want to. Park District was pretty cool about that. Which I played for the Park District for a long time. Like that was fun. Also, that's why I played co-ed, is because like, dude, we could barely field a team otherwise. So, it was almost like we had no choice but to be co-ed. But I've told the story. Like one of our top scorers was a girl. Like she was lightning on skates. My parents put me into heaps of sports as a kid. Yeah, I got to play a bunch of them. I never shined until I played hockey. And then it was just so funny because, like, one of my coaches was just like, because he also coached basketball. He's like, I thought basketball would have been your game. He's like, but no, you're surprising me here, Pep. That was cool. That was also funny because he was like, oh, how is it like the most unathletic kid in this school somehow is the best hockey player? I'm like, oh. It's because I like skating. I don't know. If you get my brain interested in it and like you don't make me feel bad about what I do, then yeah, I tend to, perform a little bit better. Anyway. Interesting that it worked like that. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's also, yeah, I know I was a weird, like, because I had friends that were the opposite, where they were all about going to practice and all about, like, they just would not, they didn't care about, like, doing the extracurriculars and as far as, like, friendship and all that kind of shit. They were all about, becoming a sports star, which, newsflash, he didn't even make a minor league baseball team, and he was, like, the top baseball player in our school for many, many, many years. I think that's bad. I think that's actually, like, I kind of feel bad for that guy, where it's just like, dude, he got fucked. Anyway. All right. We went through the DSA shocker. We got this Bill Gates thing. You know what? It's only 2 minutes. Let's talk about it for a minute, and then we're going to go on to the next block, which is Trump bullshit. Yay. Because Trump be trumping. He does things. Oh, wait.
What do you think Democrats not in New York City should be learning from this?
That's right, Van Jones.
Well, first of all, New York City matters because the two most exciting left-wing candidates are here, AOC and Mamdani, but also this is the stronghold for the establishment, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. This is a battle between the establishment and this insurgency. And
all right, so CNN's just calling it as it is. That is both scary and refreshing.
Roof is collapsing on the Democratic Party establishment tonight.
Ooh, return of InfoWars.
If Mamdani gets a hat trick, 3 out of 3, this is a new era for the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I guess we'll watch
right
that.
off New York City because this is the place where both, it's the power center for the establishment and the insurgency. And they're going head-to-head tonight. And right now, this is no longer
MAGA sucks.
Movement.
They all have to be aware of Epstein's actions.
A movement and a
There's
machine
like no
at
way,
the same
especially
time.
Trump. Hell yeah.
Welcome
to the show. Appreciate you being here.
There's just no way to sugarcoat this. If Mamdani pulls off
Trump
a hat
acts
trick,
like he's
is
for
a
the
new
people and all the remaining fucking Confederate. Yeah, well, dude, seriously.
era in Democratic Party politics.
Yes. He has just outright told them, I love you because you're stupid.
If you're a moderate,
You're easy. You're rubes. I wouldn't like Democrats because they're too smart. Like, he didn't, I'm paraphrasing.
Democrat who's on the election, who's on the ballot this November, Van, I mean, they're all going to get asked about the positions that we're hearing from these other fellow Democrats.
See? I called it. They're panicking. Van Jones and the fucking dude, the establishment is panicking now because they understand that they're gonna have to talk about this. Fucking.
Well, look, I think,
that's good.
From our frontline
good.
Democrats will be able to make their case for themselves.
No, they won't. Van, no, they won't. This is kind of proving that everybody's sick of your establishment bullshit.
I think they'll be able to do all.
God, the status quo has kept way too many idiots in power.
We got a lot of national security Democrats in other parts of the country, but this is a big deal tonight. And I think that look, I don't know what you want me to say here.
He loves the poorly educated. Yep.
This is a straight up battle between the establishment.
I can't imagine the Republican Party recovering after this for like the next 20 years.
And the
yeah, I'm glad. See, I love when people just say like that. Like, that is a great observation, and it takes away from the doomer shit. Thank you for that.
Its butt kicked tonight.
Breath of fresh air.
CNN has a projection. I'm going to go straight to John King over at the Magic Watch. And that
He's had multiple
projection,
ones.
Abby, means that
Whoa,
the
that
mayor, Mamdani,
graphic
does
was
get a
insane.
sweep of the 3 races in which he endorsed in Democratic primaries tonight. The Democratic Socialist candidate, Danielisa Avila Chevalier, beating a powerful Democratic, long-standing Democratic incumbent, Adriano Espaillat. Much more narrow race than the other 2 districts here, but this is, again, this is a mayor making a statement. This is a candidate making a statement. You're having the conversation with your panel about we want new, we want different, and yes, we want more liberal. In this particular case, Espaillat is certainly a Democrat and a progressive, but this is part of the generational divide. We've also seen the Democratic Party. We want new, we want younger, but there's 1 for the mayor. There's 2 for the mayor. And there's 3 tonight. So the conversation is going to be, Abby, number 1, how much power does Zoran Mamdani have in New York City politics? Number 2, he's also making some enemies tonight, let's be honest. He's been mayor 6 months, and he's gone against 2 Democratic incumbents and the wishes of the retiring Democratic incumbent in the 3rd district there. But he's making a statement for the city, for the state, and he's also making a statement of where he thinks the Democratic Party should go nationally, both for the next 5 months and into 2020.
Shit, I realized I missed 420. Damn it.
So as you're discussing with your
That's
panel,
all right.
can you export this? Can you sell what he wants to do in New York City, where his candidates clearly are winning tonight, where he won clearly, convincingly? Can you sell it? Well, he wants to be part of that debate, and tonight he's proving he gets a big role in it.
You know, this is a really important conversation because Zoran Mamdani, thank you, John King, Zoran Mamdani is, he took a big swing, right, as we were just discussing. And you don't take those kinds of swings unless you think you can win, and he did. And this last race that we just called, just 1 second, because I think this is super important. Danielisa Avila Chevalier is one of the more controversial candidates. CNN earlier in the year reported that she had deleted previous Twitter posts expressing views for abolishing police, prisons, borders, seizing private property, nationalizing major industries, calling into question Israel's right to exist. She spoke to a friend of the show, Ested Herndon, in a recent interview, said that all deportations are immoral. So all of that being said, there she is, defeating a Democratic
I love watching CNN fucking cope with this.
incumbent, a
All that being said, she still won.
powerful member of the Hispanic caucus.
Oh, shit.
Who's been there.
Rebecca.
Chairman, who's been there for a
Thank
really
you.
long time.
That was
I mean,
supposed
I
to
can
be
say
5
that
different super chats. I'm so sorry. Thank you for making the goal.
Likely to just
that
be
means
the
3-footer.
congressperson. And does it not suggest
For the
though,
420
that
today.
the voters looked at that and they were like, we don't really care about that. We care about all these other things.
I think that's the problem for the greater Democratic Party in this district or in these 3 districts. You have the ones who are the furthest to the left, who under no uncertain terms support open borders, do not
Dude, was he born in a Sharpie factory?
support any deportation. And even in that podcast interview, I mean, she was given a follow-up of even if it's a murderer, even if it's a rapist, no, they shouldn't be deported. Republicans are very obviously going to take advantage of this, and it's going to hurt the Democrats nationwide. You could win in New York, you can win in Seattle, you can win in Portland and Los Angeles, but that's where you're going to win. And if we're able to define the Democrats who have tried to run away from this label of being socialist, being open borders, being pro-crime or anti-Israel, if that's the goal of the Democratic Party to run from that, you're not going to be able to do that
But you forget one important thing. People are broke. That's the other part you forget, is that the affordability crisis in this country, I think, is a major win for a lot of Democrats. It's like, again, all those little scary terms y'all like to use to try to throw people off and say
she's open borders, right?
And I'm not saying that I agree with that. Yes, but there's extreme MAGA candidates too that run on way worse things.
Do you
than
call
this.
them out as well? And you usually use them as
guess what? They still
Democrats
get
for that
elected.
point.
You know why? Because there is core things that still resonate with people, and all
Brian
the scary
Frankfurt.
terms aren't going to
Brian
get them off of
Frankfurt.
Yeah,
that.
social
People are
DSA, let's
go. Dear
Districts
Socialists,
where
FTW.
Republicans aren't running, like Republicans don't lose anything tonight in these districts, but they are going to be dealing with some of these far left candidates in, say, Maine. I mean, to come up for Congressman Golden's position,
All right, let him bark
you
at the
guys
neighbor
put someone
first.
very far to the left, and that's now going to go into the Republican camp. We're going to pick that seat up. When you're going
I don't
into
think
moderate,
you will, my friend. I think
will.
that's the thing. You guys keep putting out all these scary terms. No, we've heard all this anti-Semitism and
They're
we are evil
anti-Semites.
and we're
If you do
open
not
borders.
believe in Israel's right to exist, that means you're an anti-Semite.
That's one candidate that you're talking about
There's
in the
3
entire
candidates.
country. No, listen, you cannot make it about a scary terms. There are people struggling in this country, and we need representatives that don't just represent the donors and the lobby groups and the billionaires. Mamdani is showing us that you can deliver. It is possible to run and keep your promises. I would love to talk without you talking over me the entire time.
I can hear him making his way down.
And he's also out there saying that he's going to align himself with the folks that do not believe in Israel's right to exist.
I just answered your question. If you want to throw that live, I'd say find me an extreme MAGA politician that's not bigoted.
But
I would say the same thing.
What about what Jamel is saying? I mean, isn't the story of
There
the
he
last 10
is.
years of politics, especially in this Trump era, that there are, even in the Republican tent, plenty of people to the far
You like this chick I used to sub? Yeah.
that have been
Politics girl.
welcomed
I'm
into
not
the
sure if
tent.
I'm still subbed to her. I don't think I am.
Maybe they're toxic, maybe they're controversial, but they still get elected in their ruby red districts. It just seems like a parallel thing is starting to happen on the Democratic side. And part of what's happening is that Democrats are actually learning from what Republicans did.
I don't think
over
they're
the
learning.
last 10
I don't
years.
really think they are learning. I mean, I think if you look back,
Dude, I can't believe it, but these people actually thought like this was like the status quo was going to last forever.
this happened to us. In 2010 and 2012, you can look at candidates like Sharon Angle and Richard Murdoch and Todd Aiken. We left a lot of Senate seats and House seats on the table because we did things that made the most radical people in our party happy. And you guys are celebrating, oh, we're taking our party back. We're finally sending a message. It's a message that swing voters are going to be scared of. Congresswoman Chevalier, Congresswoman-elect Chevalier, I'd like to invite her to come campaign in any of the districts where I'm working with candidates this year. She would be welcome. We might pay her travel expenses. I would like her to be an ambassador
here
of the
too.
Democratic Party.
But she's
Kitty
not an
wants some.
ambassador of the Democratic
Sure
Party,
she
then.
is. Of course she is. One tonight. You just said it.
No, she's not.
But I'm sorry, but aren't you celebrating the unity that
bully
she's
him.
bringing to the base of the Democratic Party? You're saying that she's energizing everyone,
No,
and we're going to point that out.
I think we started
She is
this by
energizing
talking. I
the
think
base
we
of the
started
extremists
this
in your
by
party.
saying her race was the closest,
Yep.
that Mamdani
with
was
the
the
cat.
thing that we were celebrating, and Mamdani is showing that
Who
politicians can.
handpicked extremists.
Again, I'm speaking, and you keep talking over me. I would love to
It's a
finish
debate
point.
show.
Okay, hold on a second. Just finish your point and then
That's not debate
you
though.
can respond.
Debate is literally you listen to her and then you retort.
My point is, we were talking about Mamdani. Mamdani, in 6 months, has shown what the Democrats have not been able to show in years. That you can say you're going to get something done, and then you can get it done. That you can look at
Again, this is why I can't stand like the fact that these right-wing shitheads, they're somehow the experts on this. Like, get fucked.
people, and you can actually deliver for them. That if you don't answer to the billionaire class, and you don't answer to a lobby group, and you don't answer to
I think
your
it's like my 70 cents equates to your dollar. Yeah, I saw it. It actually, weirdly enough, yesterday it popped up where it was like 18 something.
donors, then you can actually keep looking out for the people. And that's why when we're talking about John saying, you know, is this Mamdani's idea? This is
I think it was like $18 and like 58 cents or something
we
like
want
that.
politicians that answer to us, that look out for us, that represent us.
How big of a shockwave was this to see all of the people that Mamdani endorsed win?
This is fun. I like watching the CNN
I mean, truly, as
crowd fucking freak out about
Politico put it,
this.
There's a new king of New York when it comes to endorsements. I mean, just up and down the ballot, from congressional races on down. If you're Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, you're really taking a tough look at this because. Truly, New Yorkers sent a message last night, and with affordability at top of minds of Democrats, this has got to rattle them going forward.
Yeah, affordability was the word, right, that everyone was kind of looking at and using. Francesca, I do wonder if this is a New York anomaly, or do you see Zohran Mamdani's version of democracy as a harbinger of things to come in?
They said the same exact thing about Trump. Funny enough, him
Potentially
walking down that escalator, saying, "Oh, is this just an outlier?"
Places, other states, other cities.
Ooh. Ooh.
There's a more nuanced look if you go across the country. I mean,
You just
you have
need someone that, I hate to say it, someone very much like Mamdani to fucking put on the national circuit, and then we could win this.
state like Iowa where Josh Turek won, and he had a large establishment support. even in looking in New York itself, you have the race where Michael Lasher won and had been an aide to Gerald Nadler.
We smoked the DSA
had
the
his
power on
support.
Twitch last
and
night.
so, yes,
Yeah, we did.
certainly a progressive wave going on in New York and in other parts of the country for sure. But as Democrats are trying to figure out what kind of message works for them, they're finding that in different states, particularly in red states, in some of these purple states, that the message that might work for voters is going to be different than the one that works in a place like New York that's very blue. And they're having to figure out how to thread that needle as they start to look for a candidate who can try and bring all these different parts of the party together in 2028. But as far as this idea of Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, I did want to pick up on what Jackie was saying and say, if you're waking up this morning and you're Chuck Schumer and you're looking at that, or you're Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's trying to figure out what she's going to do in her future, the progressive wave that we've seen last night leans, of course, in the direction of an AOC.
Yeah, Jackie, as Francesca has sort of alluded to, as Republicans watch Democrats wrestle with their own ideological divisions, how might this be used in the midterms in other places?
That's the question. I think some of the members who won in New York will be used as the new boogeyman, as the Republicans tried to do with Mayor Mamdani. Now, whether or not that works, I think it depends on where you are. I mean, good luck trying to do that in a place like Texas, for example. But it might work somewhere like Maine, where they have a very progressive candidate running, or around the margins.
About any other fucking city.
Somewhere like Maine, where you do have a candidate that is
LA,
very progressive in Graham Plattner. So as Francesca pointed out, this isn't a one size fits all, but I think as much as we talk about problems that Republicans have, Democrats clearly have some of their own internally. And the other really interesting thing that we're going to see moving forward, potentially into next year, about Hakeem Jeffries is how he governs this kind of caucus that's moving he's going to have a very strong vocal left wing, potentially, if they end up taking the majority or if they don't.
I mean, actually, I'd argue if they don't, it's going to be way worse for them.
The war is over. No more fighting, just good, wholesome fake news. The real kind, the kind that does not involve a deranged grifter screeching conspiracy theories and encouraging his audience to harass the parents of murdered first graders. The Onion says it's launching its InfoWars site on July 2nd, come hell or high water, and they're not waiting for a court to tell them it's okay. This is either a genius baller move or a major legal misstep. Either way, it's going to result in some amazing content. Plus, it lets us make an extended metaphor about cats. So win-win. Alex Jones is
We get to make an extended metaphor about cats.
very funny. For decades, he's made bank peddling trucker speed and shouting about a
She
shadowy
rules.
cabal of elites poisoning the water supply, turning your children against you, and plotting to take over the world.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
It is easy to write Jones off.
Turn
as
the
a
frickin'
frogs
gay. Frogs. Gay frogs.
But the conspiracies he peddles are incredibly dangerous. They destroy his viewers' ability to distinguish between reality and fantasy. And when Jones speculated on air that the murder of 20 first graders and 6 staffers at Sandy Hook Elementary School in December of 2012 was a false flag operation, lots of people believed him.
Couldn't
For
write the C word.
years, the families of those murdered children were stalked, harassed, and threatened by people
For
who
an
had convinced
Australian, that's
themselves
got-
that the children had
that's gotta
never
be
existed
like,
and the entire
"This
thing was
is
fake
muscling my
to gin
free
up support
speech."
for gun control. And even when the parents begged him to stop, Jones kept going because it kept the money coming
Yeah,
in.
that's a
In
bridge too
2018,
far.
2 groups of Sandy Hook families sued Jones and his company Free Speech Systems, the parent company of InfoWars, for defamation. One suit was filed in Texas, where Jones lives, and one was filed in Connecticut, where the families live. Jones essentially refused to participate in the legal process. He made ridiculous claims like, I don't use email, and that the company had no analytics reflecting the sales on days when he spewed his lies about the Sandy Hook families. In fact, Jones was so spectacularly uncooperative that judges in both states entered default judgments, meaning that When the cases finally went to trial in 2022, the only question for the jury was how big a check he was going to have to cut. In Texas, the answer was about $50 million. Here's attorney Mark Banks confronting Jones on the stand with the contents of his own phone, which Jones's lawyers had accidentally turned
Drunken motorcycler?
over in discovery.
You didn't give this text message to me. You don't know where this
Also, don't do that.
came from. Do you know where I got this? No.
How's it going?
12 days ago. Your attorney's messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years. And when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect.
Why isn't he objecting?
Anyway. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
I told you.
Oh my God, this doesn't get old. I repeated this at least 4 times, watching his face.
The truth. This is your Perry Mason moment.
He literally, he's like a little kid that just got busted. Did you have your hand in the cookie jar, Alex? No. What do you mean?
I gave them my phone, and then
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No, I know this happened.
In Connecticut, the answer was a whopping $1.4 billion.
57 million, 20 million, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, blah, blah. You get $1 million. You get.
Pep, if the DSA wins majority over standard Dems, will we see those same Dems vote Republican? No.
100 million. You got a 50 million. Do these people actually think they're getting any money?
Both of the verdicts.
No, if you think you want to see political suicide, that's how that happens.
Ran against Jones personally and against his company.
That would end their careers.
Free speech systems. The legal term is jointly and severally liable. So it's not like he owes half and the company owes the other half. They both.
No, realistically, what's going to happen is exactly what happened with MAGA. It's either they're going to have to they're going to have to fucking get in line, or they're going to fucking just see themselves out the door.
Oh, all of it. In
Realistically,
2022,
that's just
around
how
the
it's
time
going.
the verdicts came down,
That's the future.
Jones filed for.
The American people are so done again with the status quo. And you know what, funny enough, did this? By them injecting more money into politics.
Bankruptcy for himself and also
Them getting everything that they wanted really engaged the base to go like, yeah, you know what? Fuck this. Maybe we do actually want to give the other side a chance because we gave MAGA their chance. Like, why not?
For Free Speech Systems, the parent company of the media outlet InfoWars. Both of those filings were under Chapter 11, which is the section of the bankruptcy code for reorganization. So on paper, the plan was for Jones to divide his assets, the one he hadn't already squirreled away somewhere else.
What's up, Zach?
Between his creditors and then go back to running InfoWars. And even if you're not hiding assets from your creditors, you're probably not psyched at the prospect of being completely exposed on the internet, particularly since everybody's private data is for sale online. But you can fight back and take control of your private information by signing up for Incogni, who sponsored this portion of the video. Or zeroed out in bankruptcy, including most court judgments, but there's an exception for debts arising from willful and malicious injury to another person, because it would be terrible public policy to allow people to do horrible things to each other and then skate away from financial accountability by declaring bankruptcy. And Jones did do terrible things to the Sandy Hook plaintiffs. He lied about them, and he continued to lie about them for years.
Well, Heidi just got at least a day, man.
Even after they'd said how terrible it was to have his fans constantly accusing them of faking their own children's death. So in October of 2023, U.S. bankruptcy judge Christopher Lopez ruled that the vast majority of money Jones and FSS both owed to Sandy Hook families could not be zeroed out, at which point the bankruptcy became a lot less useful to Jones because he had this $1 billion of debt that he was never going to get rid of just by paying the family some lowball figure and then returning to his old life, making millions of dollars a year at InfoWars. So then his strategy switched to using bankruptcy as a delay tactic to allow him to keep running InfoWars while shifting assets into his family's name and then directing his audience to a new platform. In June of 2024, Judge Lopez said enough. He dismissed the FSS bankruptcy and converted Jones's personal case to a Chapter 7 liquidation. That is, you sell off everything in the debtor's estate, you liquidate everything he owns, and then you divide the money, the proceeds up, pro rata between his creditors. And the court appointed an experienced bankruptcy lawyer named Christopher Murray as trustee to sell Jones's assets and then divide the proceeds up between the creditors, almost all of whom were the Sandy Hook families. And right there is where everything kind of went off the rails. That is the moment where the interests of the two sets of Sandy Hook parents diverged because the Connecticut plaintiffs had this gigantic billion-dollar judgment, and everybody else together is owed less than $100 million. And that second group includes the Texas Sandy Hook plaintiffs. So if the pie that is Alex Jones gets divided in proportion to the debt, the Connecticut plaintiffs are going to get like 93% of it, and everybody else is going to starve. Now, under Texas law, if you own a company, you own the company as if it were stock, but you don't own the company's assets. So Alex Jones owned 100% of Free Speech Systems, LLC, but he didn't own all the stuff inside the LLC. He didn't own the microphones or the inventory of supplements or the intellectual property. And remember, Jones and FSS are jointly and severally liable. They're both on the hook. So kicking FSS out of bankruptcy meant that FSS's creditors could immediately go and try and grab all the assets inside FSS, which is what the Texas plaintiffs did. They ran into court in Travis County, Texas, and said, "Hi, here's our judgment against FSS. Give it to us." And you can
he was trying to hide that money like pretty
get whatever
openly
they
too.
could get, because their share of whatever gets shaken loose in the personal bankruptcy is so small that their only hope of getting a real payout is to effectively race in and take it. But Judge Lopez said no. In September of 2024, he issued what he called a deeming order, saying that the court would treat the assets inside FSS, this pool of stuff collectively known as InfoWars, as if it belonged to Alex Jones personally. The assets would be deemed or considered part of Jones's bankruptcy estate, and Murray, the trustee, would sell it all off for the benefit of Jones's creditors. And I want to flag this order for you because, as I said, this is where it went sideways. This deeming order did not make InfoWars part of Alex Jones's estate. It put InfoWars in sort of a Schrodinger's box. And since I'm going to stick with this analogy, maybe I should specify that Schrodinger's paradox is this famous thought experiment from quantum mechanics that involved a cat, a flask of poison, a box, and this triggering mechanism that might or might not go off. So if you are outside the box, the cat exists in two states simultaneously, dead and alive. And for almost 2 years, InfoWars existed simultaneously in two states at once. Inside Jones's personal bankruptcy, where it could be sold to the highest bidder, and inside FSS, where it could be grabbed by whichever creditor got there first. And that is what the deeming order did. It put FSS's assets in the box of Alex Jones's estate. And if that sale had gone through, everything would have been fine, but it didn't go through. Murray put the FSS assets up for auction, and there were only two bidders, a company called First United American Companies, or FUAC, that was made up of Jones's allies. They wanted to keep InfoWars exactly as it had been, and a company called Global Tetrahedron, run by the satirical news site The Onion. That second bid had the backing of both sets of Sandy Hook families, and Murray, the trustee, designated The Onion as the winning bidder. The Onion, with the help of the Sandy Hook families, has purchased InfoWars. We're planning on making it a very funny, very stupid website. We own everything, the broadcasting equipment, the supplements, the intellectual property for Brainforce Plus. We are still trying to figure out what to do with it. And then he put out this statement from the fictional CEO, Bryce P. Tea Trader, promising to melt down all the vitamins into one candy bar-sized pill that would bring immortality. FUAC immediately challenged the result, claiming that the auction had been rigged. They said they'd never had a chance to match or counter the Onion's offer. And when Judge Lopez asked Murray point blank whether that was true, Murray said, "It's complicated." The issue was that the Onion's bid wasn't a straight cash offer. It was a formula. Basically, the Connecticut plaintiff said, "We are far and away the biggest creditor, so we'll give up just enough of our share of the proceeds that the Texas plaintiffs will be better off with the Onion deal than with FUAC." So even though the Onion's cash offer was lower, Murray said it maximized value for the creditors. But Judge Lopez said that wasn't the kind of auction he'd authorized, and he threw out the sale. That was great news for Alex Jones, at least in the short term. He and FUAC then filed a dozen motions trying to persuade Judge Lopez to sell InfoWars to FUAC, or at least to order another auction. But Judge Lopez was kind of done with the whole thing, and he said no. By this point, it's clear that the judge basically hates everyone. He hates Alex Jones because he's Alex Jones, and he did what he always does in litigation. He and his lawyers have been trying to flim-flam the court from day one, just the way they did in the trial courts in Texas and Connecticut. And after the auction, Judge Lopez hates the trustee and the Sandy Hook parents because they tried to foist what he considers to be a hinky deal on him and wasted this tremendous amount of time and money. So when the auction fell through in December of 2024, Judge Lopez was like, "I'm done with you people, get out. I tried to do this in an orderly fashion and you screwed it all
Good
up.
job.
So now you can just go fight about it in state court," which meant that the deeming order, that Schrodinger's box, was no longer useful. The legal fiction that InfoWars belonged to Alex Jones was designed just to effectuate the sale, and there wasn't going to be a sale. So in February, Lopez said the deeming order was null and void because the purpose for which it served was the auction of the assets, and we're not doing that anymore. Which meant that InfoWars, the IP, the mailing list, the trucker speed was back inside FSS. And Judge Lopez said that again in March in a written order. And then, just to be good and sure, the lawyer for the Texas plaintiffs, Avi Moshenberg, said at a hearing in June, "From our vantage point, the court has told us to go pursue our state court remedies. That's what we're going to do. I want to be open and honest about that unless you are telling us otherwise." And Judge Lopez says, "I'm not." So they did. The Texas and Connecticut plaintiffs went back to Travis County together and asked the court to appoint a receiver over FSS's assets since the deeming order was no longer operative. A receiver is a third party who controls the assets on behalf of the court and could sell them to the Onion or hand them over to the Sandy Hook parents. But Jones was really hoping to keep that cat inside Schrodinger's box because opening the box and putting InfoWars back inside FSS would take it out of limbo and allow the Sandy Hook parents to grab it and finally shut him down. So no more cat, which I know sounds bad, but remember, in this scenario, InfoWars is the cat. So Jones is still holding out hope at this point that a higher court will reach down and force Judge Lopez to sell InfoWars to his buddies at FUAC and not let it fall into the hands of the Onion. In fact, he still hopes that today. So what Jones has done for the past year now is to argue in state court that Judge Lopez's deeming order, walling off FSS's assets from being seized by its creditors and letting Jones keep running the place, is still live. On August 8th, he personally filed a declaration in Travis County insisting that the cat was still inside that box because bankruptcy Judge Lopez's June order and September orders vested ownership of all FSS cash and
Jesus
property.
Christ, can they ever just get to the point of like, okay, so is he going to get it back or not?
Of the estate. In
Fucking
my bankruptcy as
Christ.
assets in the trustee, for my personal bankruptcy as of the date hereof, FSS has no assets. The Sandy Hook plaintiffs hit the roof. At a hearing on August 13th before Judge Maya Garrett Gamble, attorney Mark Bankston basically accused Jones's lawyers of having their client file a fraudulent affidavit, which is a major violation of those lawyers' duty of candor to the court. He said Jones's lawyers put a false statement in front of him and had him sign it, and they knew it was a false statement. And it wasn't a mistake of ignorance, since those lawyers were in the room in February and June when Judge Lopez said that deeming order was null and void and told everyone to go pursue your state remedies. Judge Gamble said, "I know Judge Lopez consoled everyone, including me all the way from Houston. It's happened before, it can happen again, but I am worried about these assets. I'm quite concerned that more and more time going by is justice denied." And that day, she appointed a receiver named Gregory Milligan to take control of FSS. Of course, bankruptcy is scary, even if you're not a conspiracy-addled weirdo. In fact, we're all feeling a little jumpy about our finances lately. We're heading into the summer, but the economic clouds aren't clearing for most middle-class families. Between motion with Texas's Third Court of Appeals, in which he insisted that the deeming order was still operative. And on August 28th, the appeals court granted a temporary stay of the turnover order without requiring Jones to post any bond to protect the family's interest and without explaining its legal reasoning. Jones was able to keep running InfoWars, or more precisely, running it into the ground and looting it. Now, an administrative stay is only supposed to last for a little while, but as of this recording at the end of June, it's still in effect nearly a year later, even though Judge Lopez himself has said that FSS and its assets are free to be sold or seized. At a hearing in October, he said in no uncertain terms that the deeming order was DOA. He said, "I'm just confirming the automatic stay doesn't apply to FSS assets." And I just want to focus on this one colloquy. See where Judge Lopez says it's deemed as property of the estate, but that doesn't mean it is property of the estate. And Brooks says, all property of the estate shall be vested. And Lopez says, shall be deemed to have vested because I don't have authority, nor does any bankruptcy judge in America, to make something property of the estate. All he could do was put it in that box for the purpose of the sale, a sale that never happened. After the hearing, so that there be no further confusion, Judge Lopez put out an order saying that InfoWars was no longer in Schrodinger's box. But that did not stop Alex Jones's lawyers from continuing to tell courts in Texas that FSS was still protected by the bankruptcy court. Here's Ben Brooks, 3 months later, saying the indisputable facts are: 1, FSS assets were judicially conveyed to the bankruptcy estate of Jones. 2, they are administered by the bankruptcy trustee. 3, upon transfer, they became property of the estate. 4, they became immediately subject to the automatic stay of Section 362A. 5, they have never been, and no statute, rule, or case allows them to later be judicially reconveyed or revested to FSS. And 6, the automatic stay has never been lifted, not even in October of 2025. You guys can see the slippage here, right?
Yeah.
Brooks did exactly what he did in October and just pretended
So this is
the
just,
word
yeah,
deemed
this is going to
wasn't
put it right
there.
back
As
where
Judge
it was
Lopez said, there was
in,
no judicial
like last,
conveyance because
last December. So again, does the Onion not own them now?
that's not a thing.
Jesus
So this
Christ.
case has been just sitting at the appeals court for 10 months. And during that time, Infowars.com went off the air entirely. Jones announced the impending closure on right-wing podcaster Tim Pool's show in March. At least I think that's what he said.
But finally, we're shut
Oh
down.
yeah, he was totally.
next month.
He was so
In that
messed up on
time,
this.
The Onion kept trying to get access to Infowars IP. In April, the company's CEO, Ben Collins, announced that he had made a deal with the receiver, Milligan, to lease Infowars for $81,000 a month, money which would go directly to the Sandy Hook plaintiffs who've never seen a single dollar from Jones. On social media, Collins joked, "We're excited to lie constantly for cold, hard cash, but this time in a cool way, and we'll make sure some of it gets back to the families." Comedian Tim Heidecker, co-creator of Tim and Eric Awesome Show, Great Job, debuted his Alex Jones impersonation for the new improved Infowars.
Alex and his gang of liars and scoundrels have been cast out into the street. They have lost Infowars.
Dude, his fucking Alex Jones impression is insane.
There's Infowars.com and their various platforms.
And Alex Jones did what he always does.
Look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me. So let's be 100% clear about that.
But then, on April 29th, the Texas Appeals Court jumped in and blocked the lease deal, too. At that point, the Sandy Hook families were at their wits' end. They filed a petition for mandamus at the Texas Supreme Court asking it to end the endless administrative stay at the third court, after which Jones did this live stream outside the Infowars studio to announce the launch of his new platform, Alex Jones Live, operated by an entity called Bigly. Jones's son Rex tweeted out a video of himself inside the studio saying this place will never die, it'll never go away, and that's why you need to go to the Alex Jones Network. That's where all this is going to be. We're going to walk in that spirit. According to the Sandy Hook parents, they're also going to walk with a whole bunch of Infowars assets which do not belong to them, including 5 years of the back catalog. For more than a month, the Texas Supreme Court did nothing, and then finally on June 5th, it ordered Jones to respond to the Sandy Hook parents' motion by July 6th, at which point Collins and his team at The Onion said, "It, we'll do it live." On June 19th, Collins sent a memo to staff announcing that The Onion would launch its version of Infowars on July 2nd without waiting for the courts in Texas to liberate the IP. On social media, Collins said it's been 5 years since Alex Jones lost Infowars to the Sandy Hook families. He hasn't paid them a penny. Well, The Onion is going to pay them anyway. MS Now reports that the new website and social media channels will feature original programming, including a parody of Jones's old show, and will route more than $100,000 to the Sandy Hook families. An initial payment drawn from rainbow-colored Infowars merchandise, The Onion is sold in anticipation of its takeover. In addition to Heidecker, the new Infowars will host the Jim Haggerty Show, featuring a former mainstream news anchor turned red-pilled podcast character.
For 35 years, I was part of the problem. A mouthpiece for the mainstream media, spewing their lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not. But now I'm free of my corporate shackles, and my only business is freedom. My name is Jim Haggerty, and you are being lied to.
And a documentary-style film, Birth of a Nation, which shares a title with the 1915 film credited with reviving the Ku Klux Klan. Now, before you ask the obvious question, can they do that? I spoke to Ben Collins for this video, and he says The Onion isn't planning to operate Infowars, it's planning to do a parody of Infowars. He said, "We still want to do an Infowars parody that goes after this dumb asshole and all the rest of the dumb assholes that ruin the internet." And parody is protected expression. You don't need Alex Jones's permission to make fun of him, and if there was a trademark issue, Jones is not in a position to vindicate it, as Judge Lee Rosenthal of the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas said. Jones cannot establish standing generally. Jones's estate is hopelessly insolvent. As a result, Jones has no pecuniary interest in his estate. By filing for bankruptcy, he turned it, including his equity and free speech system, over to his creditors in return for a near complete fresh start. Now, that order was a denial of Jones's appeal of Judge Lopez, saying, again, that the deeming order was donezo, but the same logic applies. Collins told me, we've operated in good faith this entire time. Alex resigned from FSS. This is a guy who has no right to use the InfoWars brand and logo and has been using them for months. And so, after years and years of breaking the rules and defying courts and lying about legal documents, that cat is finally out of the box. On July 2nd, The Onion is going to open a new InfoWars, a funnier and more honest one, and send the first check to the Sandy Hook families. Alex Jones said these people will never get any money, and he was
literally like
as
testing him.
ever wrong.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems.
Okay, so no hard answer there. Okay.
Will the hailstones get bigger, or is it going to be kind of small stuff?
Let's see. Okay.
Why does he look like that?
Not ours.
No, we are hydroplaning.
He's hydroplaning?
I know, it's because I'm such a great driver. I kept this in control.
It's because I'm such a great driver.
I should win a medal for that.
Man, this guy.
You can make one like yogurt cups.
It's downpouring in Illinois. All right, we're going to keep an eye on that.
The United States and Iran continue to make conflicting claims about the state of the negotiations. On the issue of nuclear inspections, Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said yesterday there are no plans to allow inspectors to access nuclear sites bombed by the U.S. last year. That stands in contrast to comments yesterday from President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, who earlier this week asserted otherwise.
The Iranians are saying there's no scheduled visit for the IAEA.
I'd argue hydroplane's a little worse because your brain's not prepared for it. Usually with ice and snow, your brain's prepared for
we
it.
have it down 100% inspections. And if they were right, I'd cancel the meetings right now.
The IAEA chief said of the inspections today, this is going to happen. The two sides are also publicly at odds on the issue of frozen assets. The Trump administration is claiming that the billions of dollars in Iranian assets that would be unfrozen under the deal would be used to buy American products. Iran, however, once again is pushing back, with the country's foreign ministry spokesman saying yesterday the assets can be used freely by Iran in whatever manner it deems appropriate. And Joe, J.D. Vance on our air yesterday morning live saying all these things were part of the foundation of a deal. It's not a foundation if the Iranians completely disagree with you. It's just an assertion.
Well, in a must-read in the New York Times this morning by David Sanger, David said that whenever you're talking about negotiations between Iran and the United States, there's one line to always remember. Nothing is agreed to. Nothing is agreed upon until everything is agreed upon. That's why it's so insane that we're releasing money already, that we're already lifting sanctions. That's insane until you actually get the Iranians, who are the toughest negotiators on earth. They just are.
Yeah.
Until you get the Iranians to agree on an entire package.
On the same points.
Nothing is agreed to until everything is agreed to. And this is happening for a lot of different reasons. There are a lot of factions in the United States. There are people on the right that don't want this to happen. You have people in Iran. Again, a multi-layered governmental structure still that are going to be critical of a deal. So nothing is agreed to until everything is agreed to. So the idea that we start giving the Iranians the ability to make tens of billions of dollars on oil revenue is insanity.
Joining us now, editor at The Insider, Michael Weiss.
Let's talk first about what happened yesterday. We're giving billions and billions of dollars to the Iranians, lifting sanctions for the first time in a very long time. And yet the Iranians spent all day yesterday on 3 items contradicting everything Donald Trump had said. Talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, whether or not the Iranians are telling the truth or just trying to maximize this for propaganda value, it just shows yet again they see themselves as in the driver's seat. right? I mean, they're in control of the Strait of Hormuz. They put out a statement with the Omani government suggesting that they are indeed going to charge tolls or some kind of administrative fees on tankers that are bypassing that waterway, in contravention to what the U.S. administration is saying. You know, they sprinkle cold water on J.D. Vance's comments about nuclear inspectors. You know, at every turn, they want to suggest that they hold the cards. They are the superior party in these negotiations. And, you know, I've been talking to a lot of Republicans on the Hill about how they feel about this memorandum of understanding. And there's two different schools of thought. One, there's resignation. Trump controls the party in Congress, and they're basically going to have to roll over and do whatever he says. But also a recognition that this is still just a memorandum of understanding, right? This isn't a treaty. This isn't a broad agreement. Congressional oversight, there's something called a NARA, which is going to give Congress the ability to kind of adjudicate any kind of long-term settlement with the Iranians. And one line I keep hearing is, we anticipate, meaning the Republicans in Congress anticipate, this MOU for 60 days will be extended another 60 days once there's a failure to reach an agreement, and then another 60 days, and probably, you know, kicking the can down the street to the midterms. I mean, Republican senators, because they have longer leases on political life, 6-year terms, are much more outspoken about how angry they are about this. I mean, this literally undoes everything the Republican Party has insisted they wanted to do with respect to Iran. When you hear Donald Trump saying he doesn't care about the missile program, you know who cares about the missile program? The Gulf Arab states, which have been outspoken in the fact that they have absolutely no intention of contributing.
One of their top concerns, Michael, they've said from the very beginning, that's one of their top concerns. Trump has to destroy the missile program, and of course, Hexit and Trump and everybody said, oh, we've destroyed 80%, we've destroyed 90%. No, they haven't. They haven't come close. And now at the end of this, Donald Trump says, oh, of course they can have missiles. If our allies can have missiles, they should have missiles. That is the antithesis of everything those Gulf region states have been saying since the war began.
Right, and they think it's absolutely ludicrous that they would have to contribute $300 billion to a reconstruction fund to rebuild Iran when their own infrastructure was pummeled by Iranian drones and short-range missiles. So there's a bundle of contradictions.
All right, so guys, just so you guys know, if I lose stream, that means that I got slammed by this this system that's coming in.
And I think it's very interesting.
I'm really hoping I don't lose power.
This now had a report yesterday suggesting, and I mean, this has been an open secret since the MOU was announced, but Marco Rubio, he's kind of, you know, he comes out of the shadows every once in a while to issue a statement. But what he said when he landed in, I think, Bahrain or one of the GCC countries yesterday was very interesting. He said, if Iran chooses to be a country, not a revolutionary movement that exports terrorism. And I forgot the rest of the comment because that clause alone telegraphs, I think, what the Secretary of State and acting National Security Advisor believes about any kind of long-standing or lasting agreement with the Iranians. He doesn't think this thing has legs. He is all too happy to allow J.D. Vance to go out in public and own this agreement because it's polarizing the Republican Party. It's allowing us in the media to litigate and savage every item on this thing. And it's also giving the Democrats a lot of talking points to use against the administration. I mean, for the first time, the Democrats look hawkish on Iran by comparison.
Yeah, dude. Zach, calm down, man. Can we watch the storms again? That's what's happening. We're totally going back to the storms. Jesus, so many super chats.
Thank you, Nesha, for the $20 super chat. Funnel Cloud near Pulaski, Wisconsin. No
Go back
box.
to Illinois.
Pulaski.
Go back to
I don't know
Illinois,
if that's
please.
in the last few minutes or not. Looks pretty much outflow dominant. I don't know if you just saw some scud, but it looks a little bit outflowy right now. I would be surprised if we had any sort of wall cloud or funnel cloud on that. But you never know. Maybe there is one. I get surprised sometimes.
Down, south.
This doesn't look like it's tornadic right now. I do think it could become tornadic, but it doesn't appear to be very tornadic right now. Hey, Solar for the super chat. I live in Oklahoma Central near Tuttle. Is there any risk of severe weather near there? Live near Tuttle.
What is a wall cloud?
Central Wisconsin.
Essentially a cloud that has a bunch of
or Central Oklahoma. I can't read. Oklahoma, not really much of a risk
precipitation.
tonight.
Like it's essentially
This
what
is
they
our risk
consider
of
like a
severe
heavy
weather, though.
cloud that
Again, the thumbnail is not deceiving.
usually
it is
is
literally the risk of
caused by
severe weather,
warm
all right?
current and cold.
There is not much
cold
that
weather.
I can do to make this look any
converging,
better than
which
it,
is what
than
usually
it is
causes
right now. All right.
the
But we do have a large
rotations
risk of severe
of the
weather.
tornadoes.
There is a level 3 risk of severe weather.
They don't get thunderstorms
in
like we do.
Colorado, Nebraska, and Wyoming. And then this right here
Yeah, I guess
is
you're
a
right.
large level 1 risk. It's going to be mainly for wind and hail. There's really a non-zero tornado threat, but that's mainly over here. Riley, how do I full screen that? Can I even full screen it? Guys, we have a live shot right now from Wausau. How in the world do I do that? I don't know how I do that. We got a live shot. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me see what I can cook.
I mean, it
I
literally
could just
says
full
I'm
screen
about to
zoom
get
too.
Slammed by this.
Let me turn on your camera thing. See what I can do.
Oh shit! Thank you, Peach Creek
Full
Media, for
screen
the
zoom. All right, well, that's all I'll do.
Silver Stars.
Riley has a view of the storm near Wausau, Wisconsin. This is
I love
literally
rain and
live.
thunder. Oh, I sleep so fucking sound
I'm starting to see golf ball size hail.
whenever there's
That's what it
rain and
looks like
thunder.
right now. That was really
It's actually
loud.
kind of what
That scared me.
contributed this
Apparently
morning.
Ryan Scholl's
We
getting
had
pounded by
a
hail.
not like a storm or anything like that, but it was just like one of those nice rain clouds that it was pretty consistent
Oh,
for
man,
about
Ryan
an
Scholl's getting
hour.
hit hard, guys. Look at
I
this.
just I woke up.
Riley, I'll show
I was
that again in a
about like
second.
it was usually my normal wake up time, and I just
Let me see if I can
fucking
make an easier way to do
with
this.
the rain. I was like, nah, screw it.
Ryan Scholl, the Hailinator's
This
getting
is
hit
what
by
I'm
hail right
scared
now.
of. I hate hail. I fucking hate hail so much,
Hey,
dude.
we got golf balls.
And like my insurance, for some reason, well, for some reason, it's obvious. It's because it's becoming more common.
Probably gonna lose the windshield here. Wow!
All right.
That's hail.
I can do it now.
Yeah. He was watching the screen, just like, what's that?
The Hailinator's getting hit by hail, guys. Shocker.
I want to get going. Wow! Golf balls, wind-driven golf ball size hail. Don't lose the side window, man. There you go.
That's a lot of hail.
That's a lot
It's
of
gonna be
hail.
accumulating.
Yeah, that's actually. Holy shit, dude.
Oh my god! Just lost the windshield! Guys,
Bro
just
has already
the
lost his windshield.
Oh my gosh! I didn't even realize it! You just lost the windshield! Just lost the windshield, Max!
Bro's losing his windshield in real time.
Windshield, Max!
Well, whoever said that a chaser wasn't losing their windshield today, they're wrong. Whoever said that earlier. I asked the question, popped the question. We've now officially had a chaser lose their windshield.
I love how excited they are. There is something about it, but yeah, I listen.
Oh my god, huge hail!
If things get real bad on this channel, then I will pivot to being a storm chaser. I'll just have to go get a really shitty car.
There's a South Road down in Fort Morgan, isn't there?
That's smart. Tree. Ish. Ish. It depends, because that wind can also push that tree down.
Is there shame?
Yeah, I hate to say it. When it comes to hail, like, and this
We
type
got
of
shame.
situation, yeah, because you're gonna have a bunch of the bridge of shame.
And Scholl can't get through, it looks like, because I already decided to be selfish. And now everybody's parking under the overpass. We got shame. Oh my goodness, this is a disaster. Guys, stop parking under overpasses. It's got a tsunami warning.
Oh my god!
The flippity floppity? Or a tsunami advisory. Lay that horn down.
Come on, bro! I'm gonna lose a back.
This is unbelievable.
Move! Thank you.
Wow, look at that guy. Oh, he's just pulling up to the next one. Bro, these people.
Oh my gosh!
What are their problems? This is unbelievable.
Dude!
There's so much hail coming down. The hail's almost accumulating. Got leaves flying off the trees from the hail, too. A lot of golf balls. He's almost in the hail core right now. Bro is going to drive into the hail core, I think. I think he's literally going towards the hail core. This isn't even the core. What we've been in is kind of like the outskirts. The larger hail is up here, I'm pretty sure. At least according to
He's
radar.
just going for it.
Morgan, Colorado,
Oh my
getting
God.
hammered by hail right now, and Ryan Scholl is just beating up his car for it.
Hold on!
Fair, Zach, you got timed out for the whole boss comment and just your overall demeanor. Just calm down, dude. You're doing your shit. Knock it off. Oh shit, I might have to run outside real quick.
Driving through a lot
I gotta
of
run
hail.
outside real quick. It's coming here.
haven't
It's
seen
like
any-
literally like right on my backyard. I'm gonna go take a picture. I'll be right back.
Baseballs yet.
South option! Now! Seeing a monster hailer!
This is just unbelievable. Yeah, the hail so far has been pretty much all golf balls, maybe 2 inches and less. Usually if you got larger hail than that, it would be way more damaging than this. This has at least one crack in his windshield from this.
That's definitely hitting us.
The tsunami advisory was
Maybe,
for like Puerto Rico, I
maybe
think.
20 minutes out, if that.
He's literally in the core right now, so he's driving through the core of it. We got more people parking under the overpass to the left.
See it. Got like that green tinge.
All sorts of people parked under the gas station. That's at least better than parking
Yeah, we're
under
gonna
an
be
overpass.
keeping an eye out for sure. I hope. Listen, Rebecca, I appreciate it. I've been dealing with
Yeah,
this
there's
for
gonna be
a
a lot
while.
of cars here in
Like
Fort
this
Morgan.
tornado alley stuff. It's like I hate to say, I'm
There
almost
was a
getting used to it.
magnitude
See,
7.1
like,
earthquake in
God, we are
Venezuela.
gonna get.
That is why.
We are right in between.
There's a tsunami advisory in Puerto Rico.
Oh.
Well, while this is happening, this is a live shot from Wausau, Wisconsin, guys. You can see there's actually a lowering right there.
Yeah, I really hope that the wind doesn't knock us out.
Trying to fill the gap here, but that's a live shot there in Wausau.
It's not even 20 minutes
drone
out. It's about 10 minutes
And
out.
there is a
So
little lowering developing right there.
if it's moving, let's
Getting a little
see,
sus out
about
there.
60 miles per hour.
I want no better options at this rate.
Shit, yeah, we gotta be careful here. Stay safe. No, so what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna commit to anything that's
Still
too
driving through a big hail
segment
storm here in Fort
intensive.
Morgan. This is warning for up to baseball
I
size
think,
hail.
yeah, I mean,
60
we'll
mile
keep
per
an eye
hour
on.
winds.
I mean, this is interesting just in itself, and this is in Colorado. I'm nowhere near this.
A lot of hail coming down right now.
People are so annoying when they drive
Sorry,
this
go through some of the
driving away.
smaller
Yeah, I
hail.
know.
He's been going through some big hail here over the last several minutes.
Oh, lost signal.
So again, that hail core crossing over I-76 right now. It's heading down towards 71. There's a little bit of rotation also developing just off to the south of Fort Morgan. Look at that. We might actually get a tornado
Check
threat
the
developing
Chicago
here
region,
soon.
please.
We do have some rotation developing on this, so this could become tornadic. I wonder
I mean,
actually if
from what I'm seeing
Storm
here,
Media
this
is
could
kind of on
actually
that right
be-
now.
There's some.
This could produce rotation, the one that I'm watching here. And this one,
I know when they say
I mean,
you
it's coming
lost the
right
windshield,
for
I
us.
don't
We just
expect
had
it
a
to
small
be
cell
like-
pass right over us.
like a crack. Little crack.
Can't see much, but we'll keep an eye on that. I mean, there's definitely rotation, though, developing here on radar. You guys can see that here just south of Fort Morgan. Got a clear hook echo. Definitely could see a tornado threat develop here. We'll be going down towards 71. Got all sorts of wind over near I-76 right now as well, so we're still keeping an eye out on that as that continues to move down to the south and east. We haven't had a tornado warning in like 25 minutes, but might get one here shortly. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did get another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This is for parts of Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Very isolated risk of severe wind and hail here. That's for hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter, damaging winds to 70, and isolated tornadoes up to 90 miles an hour in strength.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So if you live near Sherman, Gainesville, Wichita Falls, back through Vernon, Texarkana, and Shreveport, get ready for large
It's not
hail,
like he's getting
damaging
annoyed with
winds, and a
having to
low
go to
tornado
Riley.
risk.
I've been noticing this more and
Also,
more.
Shoal's now driving through legitimately wind-driven hail. Going through wind-driven hail right now.
Yeah, keep going east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Get south.
That was a big cloud ground lightning strike. They have issued a tornado warning for the storm just south of, oh, actually, no, it's not for Fort Morgan. Got a tornado warning on the other storm, Marino, South Atwood in Colorado. If you are in this warning, you gotta be taking shelter right now. Velocities look kind of wild. I'm not sure how tornadic this really is, but rotation does look pretty strong. The circulation here is actually anticyclonic. So that means it's clockwise rotation. So we got clockwise rotation right now, which is rare. Southwest of Marino heading towards I-76. So if you are in this area, you gotta be taking shelter right now. Velocities do look kind of crazy on this storm. I ain't gonna lie. There's also some really big hail coming down with this storm too, guys. Look at this. This is live on I-76. Camera shaking. It's the hail is gonna be moving through this camera over the next several minutes. We got somebody parked onto the overpass right here inside of this warning. This is not what you should be doing right now.
Nope.
Got a guy parked under the overpass.
It seems like that. It literally seems like you should, because like especially with hail, like
Also, we
hail,
do have a max
you're just
alert
like,
in
oh, I'm just trying to protect my
Wisconsin.
car.
Low tornado
but
confidence for Marathon and Wood counties that is southwest of Wausau. And that is the drone shot that we just had a second ago. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for this right now. That is heading down to the south and east right now, going towards Auburndale. And then off to the west of Oshkosh, mainly looking at damaging winds. There's been a little bit of rotation going towards Green Lake. They did upgrade this warning now to 70-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible.
My wife's
attack on
outside
this.
watching.
Heading down towards Waupun and
That's
Fond du Lac.
Midwest. That's a
Over
Midwest
to the
gal
west
for
of
you.
Madison, mainly looking at damaging winds.
Wait,
Very
possible
broad area of
tornadoes? Let's
rotation
go
near
outside and see.
Barneveld. And then down near Platteville, that's mostly just a threat right now of
Midwest is
isolated
badass.
large hail and damaging wind gusts. Down here in Illinois, it's been almost
Here
all
we go.
wind so far. There's been a little bit of hail. Low tornado risk still heading in the direction right now of Chicago. So if you live in Chicago,
There
we're
we
keeping an
go.
eye on you guys. Hey, Talbot for the $20 super chat. Love the content. Been watching for a couple years now.
That's all I get.
Carolina
Really?
Alley. Carolina
Is,
Alley doesn't
all right.
really
Well,
have much.
fine. I guess I'm gonna just do the hard work here.
We 100% need a tornado warning right now. South here of Fort Morgan. Look at that velocity couplet and the hook echo, guys. This is going to produce a
That's what I
tornado
was saying. That's
probably in the
actually
next few
closer to like
minutes.
where my sister is.
We got several storm chasers that are on
It's
this.
like central
and
Colorado.
I mean, it looks like it's about to try to produce a tornado. Giant wall cloud forming. Velocities are really quickly strengthening on radar. Look at all that rising motion here.
Chicago
This is
gets
storm
tornadoes.
chaser
Yeah.
Brandon Payne here.
Yeah, believe it or not.
South of Brush and
Especially
Fort
this
Morgan.
last year, we've had a few.
Velocities are quickly intensifying on radar.
Hey, Stan. Oh, you're coming down. Is it
So you
bad?
see that rising motion really clearly. I'm going to go back to radar, just updated.
Oh,
That
really?
would be where the tornado threat would be. It would just
Oh.
be south of Fort Morgan. The hail core just went through
So
the
it's not even
downtown
raining.
area of Fort Morgan and Brush.
Oh, then I don't want to freak out over nothing. But
Waiting
we
for
will keep an
velocities to
eye on
update
it.
here. Huge shout to Cent with the $100 super
got
chat.
maps
Thanks for all you
on?
do. How's Beaver, Wisconsin looking? Just in
Okay.
case. It's north of Madison off of US Highway 151. Right now, it's pretty quiet. I think in about 30 minutes to an hour near Madison, we're going to start to see some storms again. Should be mainly a wind threat. Yeah, we definitely need a tornado warning on this. We do have a max alert for this. That's a medium confident max alert. I'd definitely say it's high confidence. Got a large wall cloud forming. Yeah, to answer your question, there's not much happening right now between Madison and like Adams, but there's a storm off to the west of Madison that could impact this general area. And back up near Berlin and Green Lake, that's more concerning. I think kind of in between right now, it's quiet. Might see another storm go up, but the main concerns is this complex near Chicago. Got a complex to the west of Madison. And the one southwest of Appleton is definitely concerning for wind and a tornado threat. And the one north of Green Bay isn't too concerning right now. It's mostly just gusty winds, but could cycle. Actually, looks like it is starting to rotate near Pulaski. With the right storm mergers here, we could have a tornado threat going towards Green Bay, Wisconsin. So we're going to keep a lot of eyes on that here over the next several minutes.
Jesus. I didn't even realize that was an alt account
Storm
for a
Media is
second.
underneath the area of rotation right now, just south of Fort
Yeah,
Morgan.
this is the... Got those green skies, man. That shit's scary as hell. Alright. Kind of want to finish the political stuff that we were covering. Because, yeah, I want to cover Trump blindsiding the GOP today. That was kind of funny.
Now I have another tornado warning. That will be for the storm.
So bad.
It is quickly organizing right now.
Oh, there it goes. There's the warning. I like the way it's pulling Scud up.
Alright, looks like we're just going to get around
tornado
this
warning now.
here.
Red box.
That's always a good
I
look.
mean, this is what scares me. Is every time that I say something like that, that's when it just hits.
Man, another one on the northwest. Northeast has a crazy couplet on it. It's getting all rain wrapped though. Alright guys, right in front of the road here, we still got this rotation. Just went forward.
There's a report now of a funnel cloud.
Just to the right of the road, you got to...
Also, guys, look at this. Look at this right here. We got a huge couplet here. Just out to the south of Marino and Colorado.
Appreciate that, Bloodstone.
What it looks like right now. It looks like a crazy storm.
I
I
got a
think that
bit.
rotation's going to be rain wrapped, though. You can also watch this chaser inside of the Weatherfront app. Rotation's starting to get a little rain wrapped here. There is a funnel cloud being reported on this storm near Fort Morgan.
Yes.
They're right underneath it right now. Thank you, Scott, for the $20 super chat.
When this merge
Yeah, I hate to say, Natch. I think that, like, this is what I was trying to say.
What an RFD cut up there.
Was like, yeah, if you just ignore it, he kind of goes away. But the more
Storm
you,
Media did
I
have
don't
some
know.
funnel cloud there
Yeah.
briefly. It's still spinning.
Takes this merge in.
It seems like it's organically finally happening.
she's got
where
a
it's just
nice
like,
little
dude,
bowl
this
in
is
there.
kind of the,
See those tumbleweeds moving due west?
this is the consequences of his behavior, man. Like, I've tried. I've been patient with him. I've been too patient
Yeah,
with
what the heck?
him. Good job, Natch.
We're about to have
You're doing a good
something
job.
happen. Look at the road.
I invented the right now weather
Got
imagery.
tumbleweeds on the move. This is what it looks like from further back. It is a pretty elevated storm, but I mean, this thing has a pretty favorable storm merger. It's right along a boundary.
Velocity's just weakened a little bit on it, so we'll see. It's gonna get a little wrapped up in rain.
It's undergoing a storm merger. And if we go over to radar here, you can see that in real time. It got nudged almost over the last scan or two.
It says
Just to the
20%
south of Fort
chance.
Morgan, and now it is attempting to once again, at least going under a storm merger in about maybe 5-10 minutes, it'll actually try to produce, but it might lose its rotation here for a moment. But this rotation up here near I-76 in Marino looks wild. It is very rain wrapped, but I mean, this is again anti-cyclonic rotation. What that means is that it's clockwise rotation. Very rare, hardly ever happens. But we got anti-cyclonic rotation happening on that storm just north of 76. And we do have a live shot of that right now, which does look pretty gnarly. Huge shout out to Stacy with the $50 Venmo donation, saying thanks for keeping my friends and family safe in Oshkosh, Appleton, Green Bay, and my son in Chicago safe. Well, I'm glad I can help. Thank you so much for the support. There's a latest scan rotation again, still very rain wrapped. I'm gonna see what Storm Media has. They're still underneath this thing.
No matter what, I'm getting hit. I'm gonna get hit with a storm, no matter
Starting
what.
to get rain wrapped. That's the area of interest right there. What they're
Good
looking
old
at.
global warming. Yeah, no shit, right? All right, we're gonna move on from the weather for a little bit. Get back into the politics, and then we're gonna have our quick fun half, and yeah, then that's all she wrote today. But, and I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to do Pepaganda tonight. That's what kind of sucks. And I got nothing special planned. Full disclosure, I got Arcadian coming by, so I'm going to see if he is interested in possibly hopping on. If he's not, then yeah.
Quote, "This is why we can't have nice things," end quote. It's a message I got from an exasperated senior Republican congressional aide after President Trump abruptly announced he will not sign a bipartisan housing affordability bill that Congress passed overwhelmingly yesterday.
He's a guy that claims to like my show, but also is just, I don't know.
Here's what the president said, quote, "Today's housing news conference and signing."
If you want my honest take, I think that the kid has, he's like 20 something. He's like 21, 22. Thinks he has everything figured out. He's definitely like the worst aspects of like toxic masculinity and just all like, again, thinking that he has it all figured out. He makes me feel old, where it's just like, oh, you fucking suck. You're definitely at that point of life where it's just like, oh, you still haven't learned.
Is hereby canceled until such time as we pass the desperately needed Save America Act, which I consider to be a national emergency. Now, the president really pulled the rug out from under Republicans at the very moment GOP leaders were celebrating what they thought was about to be a big GOP victory, a presidential signing ceremony.
I'm too nice because like, there's certain aspects of that kind of behavior that remind me of when I was 20. Like, dude, I was a shithead when I was in my 20s.
Legislating looks like.
Whoa.
Let's show the American people how you bring together and do something on a bicameral basis. And we did that. And we did that in conjunction with President Trump and his priorities.
Again, that was at the almost exact same moment President Trump posted that he's not signing that very bill that the chairman said shows what legislation.
That fucking thunder just hit. What do you say?
Looks like. Let's show the American people how you bring together and do something on a bicameral basis. And we did that. And we did that in conjunction with President Trump and his priorities.
Again, that was at the almost exact same moment President Trump posted that he's not signing that very bill that the chairman said shows what legislating looks like.
Do you think she ever has that moment where she looks at herself and then, like, when she's covering Mitch McConnell and then she looks in the mirror, like, the next time she goes and, like, you know, rips a piss and then she's just like, oh.
Here's House Speaker Mike Johnson at that same press conference.
I have no genetic ties to Mitch McConnell. Why do I look so much like him?
A few minutes later.
In the process of this press conference,
same demon turtle spawned both of them. Is that what's going on?
President Trump announced that he is canceling the bill signing for the housing bill that you all were just talking about. What is your reaction?
Yeah. He's pissed. Oh my God. He did the fucking the air trapped in the upper lip.
My reaction is, truth of the matter, I spoke
like
to the president
an anime move
for 20 minutes before I went in and gave that rousing speech to the House Republicans this morning.
I'm so pissed.
He and I've talked about this.
I mean, I do a lot for this guy, and he just fucks me. He just constantly. Yeah, you know what, Mike? You made your bed. You made your bed.
A lot. He has expressed the priority and the preference of the Save America Act.
Now, Johnson claims President Trump told him in that call this morning that he was going to cancel the signing. Let's get straight to Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Wow, Manu.
Wow. Yeah, completely blindsiding Republican leaders, particularly here in the Senate. The Senate Majority Leader John Thune had no idea.
I wish I could show you a picture of one of my friends, like his kid. His kid looks just like Manu Raju. It's scary.
And would essentially cancel what was expected to be a
I showed him a picture, and he just like he did one of like those like guttural laughs where he was just like, "Holy shit!"
Agenda, and they just passed this bill with massive bipartisan majorities in the House and the Senate. They wanted to go
like
and
if his kid stays at like the height that he is now, oh, he's gonna look just like him.
Housing costs, and just moments ago, that announcement by the president catching the Republican leaders off guard. I just talked to John Thune himself moments months ago, I asked him, did the president make a mistake by canceling the signing ceremony and making these demands on the Save America Act? He said, I mean, that was his call to make. And he went on to tout that housing bill, said it's been worked on for a long time. He called it a great piece of legislation. He said it's a, quote, an affordability issue. And he said, quote, I eventually hope he'll find his way to sign it. So expect that to be a big part of this discussion that is still expected to happen behind closed doors. Trump has been making this case for months for the Senate to pass the so-called Save America Act, but they've tried repeatedly.
That's crazy that 2,500 is normal. Literally. Actually, it was like right here. Yeah. What's going on? Ah, damn it. Sorry, my bad.
To do that, and they simply just do not have the votes to pass it. John Thune has made that case to the president directly. He has said that publicly.
What was it? I got right here to like past the 3,500. I got just at 4,000.
Trump has come back and said, well, just do away with the filibuster and try to pass it along straight party lines. But Thune does not have the votes to get rid of the filibuster. That is a second problem that the Senate Republican leader has. Meantime, the Speaker of the House says that they may try to roll this into the budget process to pass the Save America Act along straight party lines. But here's another problem. Doing that would run afoul.
Why lung exercises? Because my wife got this while she was in the hospital, and I think it's kind of fun to do on stream.
Well, very likely in the Senate's very strict budget rules. So there's really no way to get this bill to the president's desk. And meantime, the legislative agenda has been completely stymied. A key surveillance law, the spying powers have been turned off. The position for the director of national intelligence is not filled on a permanent basis.
The day that I actually like only get to 25, oh boy, you're going to see me freak out.
Because of the president's demands. So the question here, Dana, is amid this turmoil between the Senate GOP and President Trump, will anything change when he meets behind closed doors? Will he berate those GOP senators? Will they convince him that his push is not actually going to succeed? All big questions in a matter of moments. We'll see what happens behind closed doors, Dana.
Yeah, and you can see all the activity behind Manu. That is because the president is still expected to be up there despite saying he's not going to sign this bill. Manu, thank you so much. Let us know.
They're all idiots.
If you hear anything else. Here.
You know how many times he's made the press just fucking go like, is he coming or not? He's not.
With a terrific group of reporters. Let me just bottom line this because there's so much drama in what happened. But taking a step back, what the president is doing is saying, I care so much about this legislation that he wants to be put in place about voting
in my area.
To make it harder to vote and having to do with a whole bunch of other restrictions, I should say. He thinks it's about cleaning it up, but there are lots of debates on that. He cares so much about that the number one issue for voters, which is affordability, and housing is a huge part of that, he's willing to sacrifice that despite a big bipartisan vote.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ask you to do this. Look at the bipartisan numbers in the House and the Senate that this legislation passed with, overwhelmingly, right? How often does that happen? When do we see both parties coming together to address a major concern of voters and actually pass something? That just
yesterday on the show.
I know you said legislators legislate.
Yeah, exactly. We're putting up some of the specifics.
So like this doesn't
this is one of those rare times where they actually did something together.
Politics.
And then Trump was just like, you know what? Get the other stuff done. Safety Act. Get the other stuff done. Otherwise, I won't sign this.
Nobody you talk to that I've talked to
Dude,
on the Republican and Democratic side that
he's
just
just
didn't see this as a huge win for all these members to go out and sell on the campaign trail.
Like,
and you are right. Donald Trump is saying
politics. Like, dude, a little kid could see this and be like, "Yeah, I think he's a bad president."
Get that win to go sell this on the campaign trail, at least not yet, until I get to hammer away at this bill that I keep being told I don't have the votes to actually pass.
Yeah. And on that bill, the Save America Act, this is
he looks like the mayor of Gotham City that's losing the election in the beginning of a Batman movie.
One example of a Republican who's in a tough race, Senator John Husted. He is from Ohio, and he said to CNN today, the Save America Act is very important. I voted for it 6 times. The Housing Act is also very important. I did my job, and I got this housing bill passed, and I'm confident that the president will sign the bill eventually. We'll just continue to work with him to get that done.
Well, the blindsiding just doesn't stop of Senate Republican leaders, because when the president put this announcement out on Truth Social, Senate Majority Leader John Thune was speaking on the Senate floor about this very issue, getting ready to walk across the Capitol to Statuary Hall for that signing ceremony, where everything was still set up, the presidential podium, the desk where he signs legislation, and then the rug was pulled out from under them once again.
It looks like he's playing a character like that Adam Levine from Maroon 5 would play in a music video.
This happened, of course, with the Jay Clayton nomination for Director of National Intelligence, and Senate Republican leaders were already going into this meeting today with Donald Trump pretty nervous about it, to be honest with you, because they expected a berating from President Trump. They didn't know which of their members...
That guy's still canceled? I think he should be.
...would have enough courage to speak up and essentially say, Mr. President, not only does your push not have the votes, but it's undermining us politically. And I want to underscore a message that I got from a senior Senate Republican...
For no reason other than just being Adam Levine.
Republican aide here, who said, quote, "Never in my lifetime have I seen a president so deliberately attempt to lose majorities for his own party." That's how they feel about this right now.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump is clearly very frustrated with the Senate. We reported that last week. One person close with both President Trump and John Thune described it as, we take 2 steps forward, but then keep having
the
to
guy
check
from
to see if there are
Heroes,
any
Peter Petrelli.
around. This
Yeah,
is
it
very
looks like
clearly
Peter Petrelli.
a landmine. When you talk to White House officials, they say that President Trump's main priorities are the Save America Act, getting rid of the Senate parliamentarian who he feels is in the way of getting past some of these big bills that he wants to do, and that blue slip process when it comes to judges. Nowhere in those 3 things I listed is this housing bill. And so I think you're seeing the president
or any kind of affordability.
Or any kind of affordability. Obviously, the one thing that voters are worried about. And so I think you're seeing the president say, I'm going to twist the knife to try to get something that I want. And you're seeing Republicans say, we don't have it. And I don't know how that exactly ends unless one of them basically backs down. And I don't think you're going to see President Trump do that immediately.
And if you just to sort of put a finer point on the bipartisanship, we had the big vote. But the lead sponsors of this were Tim Scott, who I actually bumped into on Capitol Hill yesterday. And he was over the moon, understandably so, because they got such a big vote. And he said that they had other bits of bipartisan legislation on the economy coming, and Elizabeth Warren. So Tim Scott, Elizabeth Warren. Listen to what Elizabeth Warren said about this.
In 40 minutes.
Move. It's a complete indifference to the...
Oh, yeah, by the way, Trump, I know that they kind of just said this, but the fact that he saw Elizabeth Warren's name and was just like, wait a minute, you're telling me that Warren's on this Pocahontas? I can't sign something that Pocahontas is on. And it's like, sir, this is bipartisan. Pocahontas.
The cost squeeze on American families and to genuine efforts to do something about it. You know, he could be over here trying to claim a victory lap, and instead he's saying, no, he doesn't want anything to do with it.
And I'm not sure who President Trump thinks he's screwing in this, or who does he think he is needling in a way that is going to produce a result that he wants? He tried this on the SAVE Act with the Texas Senate endorsement. Remember the whole scheme that Ken Paxton was like, hey, I'll bow out of this, I'll make the Republican establishment nightmares go away, Cornyn will be, as long as you pass the SAVE Act, you can get rid of the filibuster. And again, the math isn't there. And what I don't understand is, from Donald Trump's point of view, I get the priority nature of the Save America Act. And I know he believes that is going to help maintain majorities for him.
Because it changed the way people
vote. It will change the way people vote.
Or it changes who can vote.
And by the way, I'm not sure he's right about that. I'm not sure that he's right about that. But I'm just saying that's his thinking. But I don't understand how he doesn't see this getting in his ultimate own way.
Right. I mean, you know this because you cover him every day. Also, the answer is because he is so sure of the power that he has of persuasion that he feels that he can make this work. And clearly nobody can convince him otherwise, despite the facts and the numbers that you just described.
Isn't she just so glad that she backed this guy? I mean, it's fucking obvious that she did, by the way.
Don't have to issue an entire warning for that one person.
Severe thunderstorm, green.
I don't know who lives there, but hey, if that person lives there, reach out to me. I'm
Here
kind of
we go,
curious to
here
hear
we
your
go.
story. Probably you're the only person that lives in that tornado warning polygon, and it's not even a small polygon. It was actually like I'd say somewhat popular. It's at least like a large area, square mileage wise, probably like 10 miles or something. We got one person there. It did include part of an interstate, so technically people driving were in the warning, but
zoom out.
You know what I mean.
Zoom out. There we go. Oh, you son of a bitch.
Latest scan, still have rotation right now near Ridgefield in Illinois. This is going to be going into Algonquin here in a moment.
We know Algonquin.
Thunderstorm warning with tornado possible.
That's where I filmed all my all the flood stuff.
On that right now. There are some news storms going up near Clinton.
And I went to a few protests in Algonquin.
And Illinois state border.
It's right by where I grew up.
Should be mostly a gusty wind threat for now. Not seeing much rotation on
Done
that.
deal, like we get hit too.
Thunderstorms approaching Madison right now near Darlington and over near Ripon. That is where we have a few viewers reporting sirens going off. Okay. Rotation's been pretty broad over the last few minutes, but if you live near Rosendale,
you literally
Ripon,
just like
stay alert
he went to every area except
and then
by
over
like
Green
where
Bay. We're about to get hit pretty hard here in Green Bay by damaging wind gusts and at least a possible tornado threat as this continues to track down to the southeast There will be a live shot of this moving in here in a second. I'm going to put that on the bottom.
All right.
On the bottom.
I'll keep an eye out.
A dramatic reading. Quote.
A dramatic reading of a book by Donald Trump. They're saying that Donald Trump once said something so heinous, so crazy, that it made you grab your ears and put your head between your knees.
He, the president, was also having trouble hearing, asking people to repeat questions they just asked. Joint press conferences with world leaders were more often held in the Oval Office than in the East Room, in part because the acoustics were better and he didn't have to stand for an hour. That excerpt is from Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump, released like less than 24 hours ago.
Wow.
But it's already sold out on Amazon. With us now are the co-authors, our friends Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. First of all, congratulations.
I'm telling you guys, the appetite is out there. People hate Trump. Just normal people hate Trump.
To both of you.
Thanks, John.
I mean, sold out on Amazon's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were quite surprised, but also quite thrilled that people are interested in reading it. But it is available in bookstores. If people actually want to go visit a bookstore, that would be wonderful. And it is going to be restocked.
It was not a problem we anticipated.
No.
The physical shortage of
It's
books.
been quite something. We've been hearing from people sending us this is not available until notes.
You're going to get mobbed when you walk out of here because we have 2 hard copies that people are stealing from you. Listen,
collector's items.
I started with actually a very small passage from the book. There are huge, big themes here, which I'll get to. But one of the things I loved about it is all the little tidbits and details of things I just didn't know that I learned as I was reading it. I didn't know the president was having a hard time hearing or his hearing was fading. How else has his age manifested itself in this term?
So one of the things that we talk about in the book is how aides are aware that he is older. What exactly goes on with Donald Trump's health is one of the mysteries, right, of the last 10 years. And he is very secretive about his health. We also talk about how this is a White House, despite these displays of transparency. They're very good at keeping secrets when they want to. This is always one of them. But he is moving differently. He has the swelling in the ankles, which, you know, he was so irritated about the coverage of that he had the press secretary go out and talk about. And most people in the White House thought it was a little strange to be going out and talking about cankles, as we write. But he's very sensitive.
Yeah, it's raining pretty hard up there.
Sensitive about his appearance. The hearing is an issue. They've all been aware of it for a while, and it's been happening for a while. The fact that he just is older, at 80 it is harder to mask it, and so they are all aware of it. What exactly that portends, they don't know, but he is not a young man.
Big picture here, one of the main themes here is just how different he is and is approaching this second term than the first term. And it's summed up by, toward the very end of the book, your interview with the president, where he yells at you guys not yells, but speaks loudly and firmly with you as you're leaving, telling you to remember, quote, essentially, I won every effing time. So, Jonathan, what does that mean? That idea that he is convinced that he is a winner here. How has that manifested itself in this second term in ways it didn't necessarily in the first?
Well, one other thing that happened when we went and saw the president in March was he handed us a document that he wanted us to read. And it was a 2-page document that he said was written by a historian. And it opens with a statement, Donald Trump is the most powerful man who's ever existed on the planet by far. And then it goes on to compare him to Mao, Stalin, Hitler, Alexander the Great, the Caesars, Genghis Khan, Attila the Hun, William the Conqueror, all the sort of liberal Democrats of, history. And Trump wanted us to understand it was not there was no mention of a moral.
Is it still fake news now that the Republicans own it?
Moral comparison. It was that he had power that no one has ever had before. The U.S. has the most powerful military, economy.
Jesus, what are you, 80?
Technology. But that
nobody's buying into the fake news narrative anymore, dude.
He's willing to use it.
The only fake news is whatever fucking comes out of Trump's mouth.
And that was the thing he wanted to impress upon us. And what we had understood ourselves throughout our reporting was in the first term, he was much more reactive to domestic politics. If there was a turn in the polls or the stock market, he could be diverted. This time around, he's trying to reshape the world, he's trying to reshape this country, and he's willing to take much bigger risks because of that. And if you put it through that lens of sort of Donald Trump as a Napoleonic figure in his mind, the Alexander the Great, the presidency starts to make more sense, I think.
It's not so much that he's shattering the world order, he's behaving as if there is no world order, is basically what you write.
Well, when you talk to leaders in other countries, and most of them won't say this on the record, the post-World War II order essentially...
It's over.
It's really, I mean,
yeah.
who actually thinks that Donald Trump would go to defend a NATO country? I mean, he's openly saying that, you know, they're weak, they're paper tigers, they screwed us over, we need to pull troops out. NATO is really on its last legs.
One of the ways this power manifests itself is through retribution. You guys write about this really in two separate parts of the book, but there's one episode that's relevant to New York. Big day here in New York. Elections last night. One of the political losers, actually, the Attorney General Letitia James. Some of the candidates she backed didn't do so well. But the president had it out for her, Maggie, you write, in ways that I'm not sure people realize.
Yeah, so one of the ways we take people inside how this retribution campaign works in the White House is we describe how they can't even always remember exactly who they're going after. So just in one separate case that has nothing to do with Letitia James, but Stephen Miller and the president and Boris Epstein, who's not a White House employee, is the president's legal advisor, are sitting around and they're talking, and they're talking about who was that guy involved in the elections, in the machines and the security of the elections in 2020, and it was Chris Krebs. They couldn't even remember. They had to look up the name, and then soon there is this presidential memoranda about investigating Krebs. Tish James, who brought this civil fraud case against Trump and the Trump org, that could have essentially brought his company to its knees. She has been his top target, according to almost everybody that we have spoken to. And what was fascinating to us and really laid out in very clear detail how he is looking at this is there's really no line between the White House and the DOJ, which I think has been apparent to people, but we make clear in the reporting how true that is. He wanted the top DOJ officials to understand, as they were trying to obtain an indictment against Letitia James, and there was this question of whether a mortgage fraud charge could actually be brought. Todd Blanche, who was then the Deputy Attorney General, was not convinced this was going to work because it required intent and proving it. And he was operating, in our reporting, from the perspective of, if you're going to bring a case, you need to be able to actually prove the case.
Like a lawyer.
Correct. And so I'm just going to read to you from the book, which is, Trump remained irate over the lack of progress against James. He told one advisor that Blanche needed to grasp he didn't really care whether she was ultimately convicted. The president's true goal was to drag into court the New York Attorney General who had won a nearly $500 million civil fraud judgment.
It's literally all the show
against him. Quote, "I want to make her life miserable," Trump told the advisor. We asked him about this in that Oval Office session. He didn't deny it so much as hedge. I don't think so, he said when we asked him if he had said it, but then he said, but I would have said it. and he went on to call her a dirty cop and a very corrupt person, highly political, not smart. So we got a real look at exactly how this
isn't that Axios douchebag
is working, and I'm sure there are many other drafts of history that will be written, but this was the one we were able to obtain.
The ballroom is cutting through.
Yes.
The fact that while we have an affordability crisis in this country, or many people living, paycheck to paycheck, the visuals of Trump building this grand ballroom and all the
UFC
gold,
event, all of it,
it's actually cutting through to voters in a way.
The reflecting pool is a big one, because now people are just like, so you used tax money on that? And it didn't even get done, and that's why they're pushing for the fucking vandalism thing. So they're just like, it was left-wing vandals, it was the Democrats are vandalizing the reflecting pool. It has nothing to do with the fact that I don't know how algae works. I have absolutely, I know all about algae.
I don't think many of his aides anticipated.
So much of this period you're writing about, the president is unchecked or relatively unchecked, operates with relative impunity. Any sense of what happens if the Democrats take control of a chamber of Congress next November?
It's very uncertain because, there's a sort of conventional wisdom of let's say they take the House, well, now it's oversight season. Well, what happens if you have an administration that doesn't respond to subpoenas? What's the enforcement mechanism for that? The Trump DOJ? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. They'll be really cracking down hard. So, we don't know. It's
So that's called a constitutional crisis, dude. Because of the ways that we layer it where they are supposed to have that power. And the DOJ is supposed to be an independent agency. This motherfucker's literally he's part of being responsible for normalizing this shit. Swan here, he can get fucked. He's one of those journalists that can get completely fucked. He has his own agenda, and he is more than happy to see Trump here. I mean, he's got dual citizenship. He could fuck right off back to the UK.
It's a real black box for us as to what happens after November, and Trump has already...
Or wherever. He sounds like he's got November. I mean, Rebecca, dare I say, we might be shipping him back to the fucking, the Outback.
Said many times, we have this in our book, he has told people in Oval Office meetings, I'm going to pardon...
Or is that New Zealand?
Anyone who came within 250 feet of the Oval Office. Sometimes the distance changes. Sometimes he says 200 feet.
25.
Sometimes he says 25 feet. But some number of feet. So...
Whoa.
He knows he has immunity conferred by the Supreme Court, and everyone around him knows they're going to get pardons. So what's the accountability mechanism? It's very unclear.
Iran has been so important here, and you write, and you've talked extensively.
Literally, the most corrupt part of this administration is how they're preemptively doing that, but then you literally have these assholes going out there. What about Joe Biden pardoning himself? Get fucked.
About the fact that Donald Trump was more into this Iran operation than I think a lot of people realize. Based on that, Jonathan, any sense of where this goes next now that it's pretty clear? Look, I guess we don't know what's going to happen, but it's clear until now the main goals have not been met.
Right. The ones that, defrauded the government, waste, fraud, abuse, and all that fucking bullshit.
And they're in a bit of a bind because they explicitly laid out these goals. Marco Rubio said we want to dismantle the ballistic missile program. And
that's us.
Had reporting that Iran...
But no, we don't want him. You can keep him.
...retains...
We don't want him either. Hot potato.
...access to something like 70% of its missiles. So, look, Trump wants to get out of this. He wants a deal. He's trying to sell the deal. And he's trying to desperately show that it's not the JCPOA. But some people on the right are worried it's going to be worse than the JCPOA on certain...
Right. But they may underestimate his connection to his initial passion to going after Iran. Stronger, I think, than many people may have thought initially.
There's no question about that. I mean, there is this belief that Netanyahu sort of puppeteered Trump into this. And certainly Netanyahu spent many months trying to compel Trump to join him. But Trump was a willing partner, and one of the striking things...
Maggie Hamerman is literally part of the political class that's responsible for where we're at right now. All right.
Donald Trump gears up to sue ABC News over the reflecting pool reporting. I wonder if ABC will settle again just to really get on his good side this time. This is just another day.
BTC is starting to look like a Wolverine variant.
While hordes of reflecting pool pariahs may still be terrorizing our capital, our President Donald Justice Trump has alerted the nation that there is actually a far greater threat to fear.
Trump, in a rage yesterday, said he's vowing to sue ABC for false reporting over its coverage of the reflecting pool renovations.
That's right. As if Donald Trump wasn't already livid that these letters didn't stand for the Aquatic Broadcasting Corporation, now the man is taking legal action against ABC, saying, quote, in describing the vandalism that took place at the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C., ABC Fake News, one of the worst in the business, even paying me $16 million for past bad and inaccurate reporting, failed to report that their close friends, Democrats Obama and Biden, spent over $100 million on the reflecting pool, and it never worked. In fact, it was rarely open due to leaks and stench. Quick aside, you know Donald Trump really wrote this one himself because he spelled due to leaks, D-O, which puts this past clip in a whole new light.
He's a Democrat. That's how I got the name. You take the E out. You don't use the B. A lot of people don't know dumb has a B in it, actually.
Sure, a lot of people don't know that. And I hear those same people also don't know how to seamlessly blend their hand makeup. But I digress. Trump continued, we are preparing lawsuits against ABC for false reporting. I like their money, which will also be given to the U.S. Treasury. And you gotta love that he adds that extra little step in there about giving the money to the Treasury, even though we all know that's just a slight detour on the way to his own pockets. But this is how far Donald Trump is going with his lie that vandals took a knife to the bottom of the reflecting pool, suing a media outlet because somehow that will finally make his story real. And while that's not exactly new territory for him, ABC didn't do themselves any favors by settling a lawsuit with him back in 2024. Gosh, if only they'd consulted with practically anyone from Trump's first term, maybe they could have given him a heads up that loyalty doesn't exactly go both ways. But lest you think that this lawsuit is the extent of Trump digging his heels in on this lie,
there are a lot more cops, National Guard, even some U.S. Marshals out here keeping tabs on things.
Back here at the reflecting pool, you can see what has become an unusual level of security around it. There are cameras stationed every 50 yards or so. We've seen National Guardsmen and federal marshals patrolling the edges of the pool to keep an eye out for troublemakers.
Yes, as if wasting tens of millions of dollars on these vanity projects wasn't bad enough, now taxpayers are on the hook for more. Also, Donald Trump can make his gaslighting feel more realistic. Like, this is insane. Just admit that you're full of shit. This would be like Lauren Boebert creating a hand-job task force to catch the mysterious culprit who keeps barging into Broadway shows and fondling their seatmates. Donald Trump just can't help himself. And the questions like these are just gonna keep on coming.
Well, you mentioned yesterday that the Interior Department has video and photos. We reached out to them and they haven't shared it with us. Are you going to compel them to release
They've arrested, I think, 6 people on the reflecting pool. So the reflecting pool looks fantastic. I just got pictures of it. It's beautiful, but somebody went in with a knife and cut it.
No, we heard that part yesterday. See, today they're asking you where the proof is that these knife-wielding bandits snuck in under the cover of night to the heavily patrolled and security cameraed National Mall, and as you said,
they cut it up good.
Right. Where is that proof?
The Interior Department can refer to you on that.
Ah, so the Interior Department has all that material. Okay then.
So we asked, but neither the White House, Interior Department, nor National Park Service have provided any more proof.
Neither the White House, Interior Department, nor the National Park Service have provided any proof of vandalism.
Ugh, you know what this means, right? It's just a countdown until Trump stumbles upon a photoshopped image of Abrego Garcia's knuckles with the letters P-O-O-L tattooed on them, and we have to hear about the sick and twisted minds of the gang Tren de Agua. There is an obsession around this failed reflecting pool project because it is just another example of Donald Trump's corruption and lies. Not that everyone sees it that way.
Iran, fraud, there have been assassination plots, but the liberal media is focused on something else entirely. They are very concerned about algae in the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. But we should not be surprised because this is par for the course for the media.
The liberal media is obsessing? If that's the case, then, what do you call this?
One was the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, which everybody knows. And I looked at just one of the little pieces that they did to finish. It's like a piece of glass. Beautiful color, beautiful everything.
We're going to be able to do it for about $1.8 million, 1.8 million, and it's going to take 1 week.
I'm using swimming pool material. It's going to be blue, beautiful blue. Everybody's looking at that reflecting
Swimming pool material.
It reflects. We used a dark blue.
I hate
we
him.
picked a color called
Jesus,
American
I
flag
just hate how
blue.
fucking
Donald Trump pitches his water harder than
absolutely-
Jennifer Aniston. And with him, we
He's
don't
the
even get the
absolute
covered up
dumbest
boob
person
tease.
I've ever met.
Thank you. Sure, one could argue that in the grand scheme of things, his botched
met?
reflecting pool
Ever
project
fucking
is
dealt
small potatoes compared to the rest of his administration's wreckage. But isn't that the point? That he's willing to lie about such a
Swimming
small
pool.
issue? Because
It's
when
not a swimming pool, you fucking douchebag.
he lies about that, we know he's lying about all the other stuff too.
Right now, we have the highest job numbers we've ever had in the country, in the history of the country. We're doing very well with Iran. They've been decimated. Our country is doing really well, and we're going to keep it that way.
Yes, our country is doing extremely
So
well.
well.
Just don't ask for proof.
Yep. All right, I don't need to watch that full thing.
Today I talked to 2 journalists who ran 2 massive investigations you'll hear about almost nowhere else. The Wall Street Journal, Politico, both talking about how Polymarket has been running deceptive ads. They're hyping up the odds of your success, many times not disclosing that they are paid to do so, and even worse, a lot of the trades are completely fake. Not only that, these investigations heavily imply that Polymarket knew and facilitated a lot of this deception, even going so far as to create a fake website for these people to put their fake bets on. It's a bombshell allegations. And I really was like, well, why aren't more people talking about it? And then I realized, oh yeah, because so many people are on the take from the prediction market industry. They aren't exactly unbiased sources. They're making money from.
Yeah, and the thing is, technically, I know, like, if you signed even a small contract with Polymarket, like TYT.
From this industry, they have a vested interest in making it look as good as possible.
Now, they don't have that same contract. Like, they're not held to it now, but at some point they were, which makes it immediately go like, how'd you not read that fine print there, Jank?
Possible. You have huge celebrities like Rick Rubin, like Timothy Chalamet. You gonna hear about it from the news? Oh, sorry. Well, CNN actually has a prediction market partnership with Kalshi. You're gonna hear about it from Fox News? Oh, no, actually, they have a prediction market partnership with Kalshi once again. Are you gonna hear about it from the Wall Street Journal? Well, actually, yes, but the Dow Jones is actually partnered also with Polymarket. This is a fun fact that was brought up to me by one of the journalists who wrote the story as a line of disclosure they had to make, actually.
My name is Caitlin Ostroff. I'm a reporter for the Wall Street Journal, and we just did a piece on how Polymarket is paying for deceptive bets to be shown on your social media feed. And even the Wall Street Journal, our parent company, Dow Jones, is a partner of Polymarket. So, like, you know, that is a fun line of disclosure that we get to put in literally everything we do. It's the highlight of my day.
Yeah, what a disaster. You run this incredible piece of hard-hitting journalism only to find out your parent company has a partnership with that company. Now, credit to them for reporting it. You know, it's a huge bombshell. Obviously, Polymarket is probably not happy with it at all. And basically, the central finding is all around not only fake bets, but all these videos that were going out showing people making a ton of money. It turns out it was happening a lot of the times on a fake website that Polymarket set up. So I'm gonna have you watch a few of these videos and notice the URL.
What? Dude, Zach, are you trying to get banned from the channel entirely? Like, you've pushed it. Like, what are you doing, man? I've been way too kind with you, and you have taken up way too much of, like, my time with this shit.
Will Trump say April Fool's this week? 4%? Bro, what the?
Want to be accused of April Fool's?
Yes!
Trump say McDonald's in January?
Good deal as usual. But you know, in the old days, McDonald's...
Now, there's a lot more videos just like those. The general format is they make a long shot bet, get paid out a ton of money. Isn't that so wonderful? And if you look at the URL, it very clearly says Polymarket, or at least, well, that's what I think that says. I'm zooming in. It looks like Polymarket, but the Wall Street Journal says it's a different website entirely.
We have spoken to people who have told us that Polymarket created this website. That this website, Polymarket, was made by Polymarket.
Wait, you said I didn't just have an aneurysm. I just heard Polymarket. What?
This is at least what we have called it. This is the so. Polymarket has created this program where they have told college-age creators to film content promoting the website, and as part of that, they should film themselves making trades. Now, to film these trades, Polymarket, our reporting shows, created a fake website called Polymarket, or at least that's what we are calling it, but it's P-O-I-Y Market. And when the I is capitalized, it looks exactly like the real thing in terms of the URL. But when you look at the actual website where the trades are being placed, there's a bunch of discrepancies that we found, which led us to realize that a lot of these bets that are being placed weren't actually on Polymarket's websites. They're on this fake website that Polymarket gave creators access to go and make what looked like real bets.
This really, dude, this is what happens with, like, this is going to be the next wave of, like, this is why we have regulations. Like, this is why, like, this is like when we developed the seatbelt, you know, like, it's shit like that, where this is going to have very long-term repercussions, because this is people just doing, like, we already had laws against this shit, right? And we already had, like, the acknowledgement that, yeah, betting is a problem and it can totally lead to fucking, it is considered an addiction. Then they silently went and took it off the addiction list because it's just like, well, it's not technically a drug addiction. And then it's just like all these lobbyists fucking came in, you know, post, Citizens United. And then sure as shit, here we are. Not even 10 years later. Just, we live in one of the most corrupt times ever. We have the most corrupt president ever. We have the most corrupt cabinet ever. And we also have a movement that was just capped in New York yesterday, kind of proving that the people are pushing back and that this will have long-term repercussions. Now, we'll see if they actually do tank the economy. Well, that might not matter much.
Thought of this. 1, diabolical. 2, I mean, dude, I cannot tell. I spelled, by the way, one with an I, one with an L, but I forgot which one I spelled with an L. And I literally looking at it right now. I just wrote this. I can't tell the difference between the two. Those are not the same URL. And that was the cheat code they were basically using, was giving the creators the one where it looks like, you know, when you're taking the cell phone cam of your browser, it's going to show the actual browser. And so it looks like, oh, Polymarket, you're actually at their secret polymarket.com where they were running a simulated version of the website.
With old videos, too, like that one with the McDonald's one. Did you notice the fact they was at the McDonald's conference, too?
Do fake trades for fake bets so it looks like they could get rich. You know, which is fraud, by the way. I mean, you know, that's my personal opinion. I mean, I don't think you can just...
Coffee, like... Dude, don't debase yourself. This is like, you made a career doing this. Like, this is actually more embarrassing for you, and unfortunately.
Deceive people into thinking, oh, that's a real product video when it's a complete fake.
All right,
oh, it's so
minutes.
easy to get rich, like all these guys trading. Look at all these college-age people like you. Get in our app early, right, while you're young, while we can get you hooked into our platform. And actually, the truth of the financial impact of these trades is much different than what they tell you.
Yeah, there was 118 bets that appeared like the person won in the video, and more than half of those would have lost in real life. And if you look at the amount that people were supposed to win, one that was paid out, if you replicated all of those trades, you would have lost $166,000.
So it turns out if you actually did all these get-rich-quick bets that are looking like many times they're actually paying out on these social media videos, you'd actually be in over $100,000 of debt, which is, you know, more than a lot of colleges get you into, which is crazy because college is the big debt trap. And it turns out that these people who are trying to present this college side hustle are presenting you with an even worse debt trap. It's also, hey, why not spin up a gambling addiction while you're at it? And of course, the reason to spin up that gambling addiction, the possibility of great riches, was a farce. It was a smokescreen of advertising. Now, maybe you're thinking, look, hey, Steven, get real. This is what casinos do. And that's exactly the point. For a long time, for years now, the playbook of this industry, prediction markets, has been they're not casinos. They are event contracts. They're not gambling. They're hedging economic exposure. It's not a parlay. It's a combo, right? They have all these euphemisms for everything. But it turns out when you actually look under the hood, like they're doing all the same things, including, by the way, the marketing playbook, which, yes, has been fake bet slips, fake influencer winnings, influencers pretending, you know, they're making all this money. And then on the most dastardly side, even the platforms themselves getting involved with the deception, which appears to be what the Wall Street Journal is alleging here. Polymarket setting up this poi market itself. Now, maybe you're wondering, well, did they really know? You know, they actually made a statement saying, quote, they're committed to maintaining accurate, fair, and transparent markets. We are part of a rapidly growing industry and constantly evaluating ways to improve how we're engaging and earning the trust of our audience. The company says it plans to conduct a comprehensive audit of active promotional content. Guys, they're going to investigate themselves. But now's where we turn to the Politico story.
I'm Maya Kaufman. I'm a reporter for Politico, and I wrote about how paid influencers are hyping Polymarket's odds.
This was, once again, about a lot of undisclosed promotions. This time, instead of college students, it was a lot of like progressive and conservative commentators that they caught on the take many times. Undisclosed promotions. But what's worse about this one is who's doing the paying. It turns out it's the company's chief marketing officer, Matthew Madaber, who used a personal PayPal account to send money to content creators.
Jesus
now,
fucking Christ.
Why does it matter that the CMO's getting involved with particularly paying people? Well, again, they claim like, oh, you know, we're trying to improve trust. We're going to do a comprehensive audit. Well, that all has to imply that they didn't know about this fake website, right? At the highest level, oh, this is just some rogue intern somewhere. So what does it look like when the CMO is involved?
We found that he was using a personal PayPal account to send money to all kinds of influencers, and we were able to verify the identities of about 24 influencers who all combined were receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars of payments from this PayPal.
Not disclosed. Like many of these people's, their audiences had no idea that there were these posts, and they didn't know they were basically paid to promote either the
aggressive commentators means James.
Trustworthiness of Polymarket, to promote certain mayoral bets, to promote, different event contracts, whatever you want to call them. But, it's kind of funny. The thing that...
All right, 6-minute warning.
That I've been thinking about is these are companies that purport to be about truth, right? They say they're better engines for truth. And yet this is deception right at the heart of getting in the front door.
Yeah, the FTC has rules around advertising disclosure for precisely this reason. They want people who are seeing paid promotions to know that these are paid promotions. And our data team did an analysis of the posts from all of the influencers that we identified. And during a 14-month span, we found that they posted at least 490 times on X without disclosures about Polymarket.
So, yeah, the CMO didn't notice that. The CMO didn't notice all these people he's paying from his personal PayPal are not disclosing its paid ad. And so Polymarket knew, hey, it's better engagement if these people don't say they're paid by us. It looks better as some organic thing, right? So that's what you see over and over again. Once again, the casino playbook. But forever, they've been denying the allegations of. We see it time and time again. And these two investigations brought it all together. You have the fake betting website, and then you have the CMO directly involved with a lot of these partnerships that are not disclosing these advertisements. Now, of course, I don't want to leave you with the impression that Polymarket is the only one who might have done activity like this. They're just the most credibly accused right now. To be clear, this industry is extremely competitive. Everyone's trying to jump in, trying to use growth at all costs to start it. The king of steal your idea, Mark Zuckerberg, has recently directed Meta to create a prediction markets app. And Mark Zuckerberg knows a good platform idea for exploiting teens when he sees one. I mean, wow, he must be lights out with this idea. Right now, the New York Times claims users would not wager money and the apps would probably rely on video game points, although the company has not rolled out the eventual use of real money betting. Let's be honest, we know where this is headed. Even the president himself, Truth Social, I think they're starting a Truth Predict, or they're trying to. You've got the president's son. I believe he's some type of advisor for Kalshi, which the CEO of Kalshi was actually asked about, like, why would you actually bring on this guy? What experience does he bring? And the answer there is pretty priceless.
Why did you guys make Donald Trump Jr. a strategic advisor?
We have a lot of advisors, and they span across the board, across different functions, but really, this is all about growing this industry, the prediction market industry that a lot of people really believe in.
What kind of advice does he give you?
So it really is, again, about growing prediction markets.
Does he come to meetings? How much do you pay him? What's his role? I mean, this is the son of the president.
We have a lot of advisors. To other
He's
people.
not just any advisor. He has a direct line to the White House.
We have a lot of advisors.
Yeah, the reality is people are going to do anything to grab as much of this market as they can, which is essentially like casinos, but legal in all 50 states and on your phone. I mean, that's basically the pitch. There's obviously going to be a lot of money, and people are willing to kind of do whatever it takes. But of course, that begs the question, well, if that's the case, then we need to rely on regulators in order to stop the excesses of people trying to grab as much money as possible. And, there are rules in place, as Maya, the reporter, actually talked about. There's the...
Oh, Rebecca, you're taking off. All right, I will catch you later. Sorry, I was...
FTC guidelines.
Dealing with the little problem we were having in chat.
You are not supposed to promote something and not disclose it.
Honestly, he's not going to be an issue.
Of course, that's what a lot of people have done.
I finally...
So I wanted to...
I fucking had it.
To know, do these reporters believe that something's actually going to happen?
What would the internet be without undisclosed ads? The same thing that cable would be without it?
We did ask the FTC about what we found. We presented a summary of our reporting, and we asked, is this something that would fall under their rules? And they didn't respond to any of my follow-up emails. So my indication is I really don't have that much insight into what they're thinking about this, if at all. Generally, these agencies, if they do have investigations, they're not confirming those to reporters while they're
What'd I miss?
open. But
Nothing.
the silence, I think, was pretty deafening
Didn't really
when
miss much.
we reached out to them.
Honestly, no idea.
Somebody who's been a problem in
it's
chat
really
for a while
weird
is
being a journalist
deciding
these days
that
and really
he
at any
wants to
point in
continue
history
to be a
because you never
problem,
quite
so
know
fuck
what the public reaction will be. I mean, we haven't heard anything specific from the CFTC, but also generally government agencies don't comment on if they were going to
By the way,
do
2-minute warning.
into much of anything.
1 minute warning, actually.
So, if
Rebecca
if
left.
they want to
Damn it.
investigate,
Literally
that is their
before the
right,
420,
but we
I was
haven't
about
heard
to hit
anything.
the.
Well,
the
at least
footer.
they're honest. We don't truly know what's going to happen. Although personally, I'll just give
this
my
is for
opinion.
Rebecca.
I don't think they're going to be investigated for this poly market. I don't think any of these prediction markets are really going to get meaningfully
for her.
regulated. And I think that's a bad
so
thing.
So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to keep the video playing. I'm going to have to turn the camera off, but I will be right here
For everyone else. And specifically, I hope this video has shown, if somebody's telling you otherwise, I would ask the question,
of course.
Are you paid? Because even if they didn't disclose it, does it mean they aren't still on the payroll? Big thanks to the two reporters who spoke to me from the Wall Street Journal and Politico today. I'll leave their article below as well as their co-authors. And thank you so much for watching. Today I talked to two...
Ah, shit. All right. Well, that's great. Great timing. Great timing. Great fucking timing, asshole. Okay, so like I said, here's what's going to happen. Let's do this. Go to watch. All right, I'm going to start this video after we do the fun half. We're welcoming the fun half, 420, like right now. Okay. So that means let's celebrate. Whoop, whoop. I'm going to turn the camera off for just 1 second. All right, guys, I'm still here. Actually, let's get some music for this. Let's get some music. Go. All right. Nice and smoky in here. Okay, well, perfect. I wanted to watch this yesterday. And I didn't mean the father-daughter getting arrested thing. We're still watch that. It's the CoffeeZilla Legal Eagle breakdown. I still got it, by the way. Oof. Got warm down here all of a sudden. I feel good. Okay. Great. What? Oh, I don't know. I just smoked a 3-foot binger. If you don't know what a binger is, bonging. I think I can just say it, right? Water pipe. There we go. We'll just call it water pipe. All right, guys. Let's play this.
Here's a legal pro tip. If your company has been accused of stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Lego sets, the last thing you should do is go on camera with YouTube's most popular detective, known for killing giants, and start admitting that you were wrong or mistaken and start walking back your own allegations. And yet, that's not only what the owners of Bricks and Minifigs did, but that's also what the subsequent franchisee and the original franchisee did as well. That is not going to play well in their various lawsuits. People, not talking is always an option too. And remember, it's always Friday somewhere.
I asked them, do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. we've never had access to.
And for multiple reasons, it seems like everyone is making prejudicial statements that are bad for the various cases and the various defenses. And we started our coverage of this whole Lego saga by saying that everyone should have talked to a lawyer earlier. I guess we also should have specified that they should keep talking to a lawyer once they have one. I am frankly shocked that the lawyers signed off on their clients' interviews in this whole thing, but we'll get into that. Now, we and everyone else has covered the facts in depth, but a quick recap of how we got here. Bricks and Minifigs is a franchisor of Lego resale stores. Franchising means the local store is independently owned. Corporate licenses the brand and takes royalties. In November of 2023, Brian Mansell consigned his father Ed's Star Wars collection to the Salem Kaiser Oregon store, then run by franchisee Crystal Law Gorman and her husband Benjamin Gorman. Consignment means that you keep ownership and the store sells your stuff and takes a cut once it's been sold. Mansell and the Gormans publicized a value of around $200,000, but that was always unrealistically high, and this number could never be exact. CoffeeZilla, in his investigation,
lawyers, who needs that? Pep law. You need Pep law. You need Pep law, like, for real.
Puts the number probably somewhere in the middle, around $100,000 to $110,000, and others who are far more knowledgeable about this than I.
Dude, I'm gonna have to pass the bar just so I can make Pep law a thing.
I am also seem to concur that that is a much more.
This guy passed the bar and he's not even a lawyer. Why? Because he wanted to do a segment called Pep Law.
A reasonable number. But at base, the Mansell collection consisted of hundreds of Lego sets in sealed condition, which everyone agrees was pretty valuable. Crystal Law and Mansell agreed to terms sometime around October
could
or
have just
November
made that channel. It's like,
and the store sold Mansell's Lego for over a year. Then in November of
why'd they
2024,
block out her
Lon
husband's
Gorman
face? We've
announced that
seen
they
his
were
dumb
moving
face.
overseas. Bricks
With
and
his
Minifigs Corporate terminated
his stupid, like, dude, he with his weird, like, fucking, his horn eye piercings and his stupid
their franchise agreement and repossessed the
entire
store
time
overnight.
that she was
The parties
during the interview. He's like,
obviously disagree about how that closure went
a
down.
fucking weird
the Salem
smile.
store then changed hands twice.
Bro did it for the bit.
In November,
that will go on my gravestone. He did it for the bit.
Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, quote, acquired these stores' assets as
There's
a
one
bona
thing
fide
I will
purchaser
commit
for
to, it's
value
the
without
bit.
actual or constructive notice of the consignment agreement. As we've talked about in the past, bona fide purchaser for value will be important, and we'll talk about that again today because a huge portion of
You know, statistically, that there's somebody that died making a vine that probably has that on their gravestone.
Bricks and Minifigs' legal theory depends on the idea that the corporation had no meaningful notice that the Salem store had possession of some of Mansell's Lego sets. In January of 2025, corporate started the process of selling the Salem franchise to Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, and the sale was completed in March. And everyone agrees that within 48 hours of the takeover, Mansell asked the store to return the unsold Lego sets. At the time, the store was officially in the hands of corporate, but it was already being overseen by Johnson and Best. They told Mansell that they didn't have his collection, weren't a party to his agreement, and that the company owed him nothing. And for over a year, Mansell tried to verify which of his sets were still in the store. His lawyer sent them a demand letter, but that went nowhere. And that's how Mansell met Ben Schneider, better known as YouTube's Reckless Ben. Ben then waged a campaign against the store, the franchisees, and corporate in a quest to get the company to return Brian's lost Lego sets, or at least compensate him for the sets that weren't sold. And for more on that, you can check out our earlier videos for more about Reckless Ben's arrest.
We got 3-footer 2.0 syndrome here.
And the underlying dispute.
That just
now that
hit
takes
me.
us to all of the new acts and evidence that have come to light, and all of the lawsuits that are flying back and forth. But first, we have to talk about one of the most controversial aspects of our last video. I'm of course referring to the plural of Lego. Yes, as hundreds of you mentioned, the plural of Lego is Lego. You are all technically correct. And no, I don't care. It sounds dumb, and I will die on that hill. My first Lego sets were Classic Town, Futuron, Blacktron, and Space Police 1. So don't cite the deep magic to me. I was there when it was written. But please do continue leaving comments telling me that I'm wrong. Honestly, leave too. Thanks for the engagement. So if you pointed that out, you all get 1 point. But, actually, Lego is not spelled L-E-G-O with lowercase letters. It has to be L-E-G-O, all capitalized. So if you left a comment pointing out the pluralization, but failed to use the correct capitalization, you get negative 1,000 points. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. But in all seriousness, the reason I don't care and choose to
Vitruvius has spoken.
Intentionally not participate in this particular
I love this
linguistic
little guy.
convention is that it's corporate
the Lego
branding.
movie.
It's advertising for the Lego Corporation. Sure, the Lego brand guide says that Lego is an adjective. So they say you should refer to Lego sets or Lego bricks. But here's the thing. If I want to get 10 blue marbles, and I refer to that by saying, hey, give me 10 blues. Everyone knows what you're talking about. That's a totally normal way to pluralize things, even if it is
like a suit,
a singular adjective. But I also don't care what some giant multinational, multi-billion-dollar company wants, and I refuse to let the Danish tell me how to speak English. So I'm not going to blindly follow what the corporations tell me to do.
Refuse to let the Danish tell me how to speak English.
So let's talk about all of these putatively stolen Legos. Now, obviously, Reckless Ben's campaign generated a
and a bunch of fucking
staggering amount of
Lego enthusiasts just went, ew.
Had publicity for Bricks and Minifigs and its franchisees. And that's when the legal war began. In May, the Gormans sued Bricks and Minifigs over the franchise repossession. And on May 27th, Bricks and Minifigs, which is run by the brothers Matt and Eamon McNeff, joined with Johnson and Best to file a sweeping civil lawsuit against the Gormans, Mansell, Reckless Ben, Victor Nguyen, and others. Basically, in that case, the plaintiffs alleged the defendants engineered and organized a conspiracy to destroy Bricks and Minifigs. Now, what's interesting is that Bricks and Minifigs and the other defendants are represented by Dentons. Dentons is one of the largest law firms in the world. But ironically, Dentons is one of the most unusual large law firms in the world, and many lawyers describe it as being franchise-like. Because frankly, it would be weird for a giant worldwide law firm to have a local law firm in Utah. But Denton's strategy, unlike almost every other big law firm in the world, is grow by combining the existing local firms around the world rather than building offices organically. So instead of opening a new office in a country or state and hiring lawyers from scratch, Denton's often just merges with a local law firm and allows that firm to retain a significant degree of local autonomy. This has allowed Denton's to become one of the largest law firms by headcount in the world, with thousands of lawyers across dozens of countries. But they don't really fully share in profits firm-wide, though they do share in marketing technology and referrals. Hence why a lot of people say that this law firm functions like a franchisor-franchisee relationship. And here, Bricks and Minifigs is represented by Denton's Durham.
It's almost like they met him in the same strip mall that was in the with the Bricks and Minifigs.
And Pinniger, located in Lehi, Utah.
Oh, I spoke too soon.
Which I'm assuming started the same way as a local Utah firm. So while Bricks and Minifigs is represented...
Who? Skyjack Morgan. I don't know who or what you're talking
by
about.
A big scary law
firm. Is that a video game?
Firm, maybe not quite as scary as most big scary law firms. And interestingly, the Bricks and Minifigs complaint lists 3 lawyers working on this case. 2 associates who have only been practicing for 1 and 3 years, respectively. And then the partner on the masthead looks like he's been practicing law for literally 40 years and has a ton of experience, but might have retired 10 years ago to teach part-time and only came to Denton's in 2025. And even then, there was a 6-year gap in his resume between teaching part-time and practicing again starting in 2025. Just very weird. So without going into the substantive legal claims of their suit, call me skeptical of the lawyers working on this case and the law firm representing them. Though on top of that, the lawsuit is a verified complaint for civil RICO, defamation, and other falsehood-related claims, and various forms of conspiracy, as well as some intentional torts like tortious interference with existing prospective economic relations and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now, between RICO, conspiracy, and tortious interference and intentional infliction of emotional distress, that's sort of the Mount Rushmore of dubious legal claims. They're not impossible to prove, but you're not starting out on the right foot. I tend to see those used improperly more often than I see them actually properly pled. But I digress. But importantly, the Bricks and Minifig plaintiffs assert that Mansell, the Gormans, and Reckless Ben dramatically overstated the value of the original collection and the missing sets in order to extort money. In fact, the complaint uses the word extortion 21 times, and the complaint makes one key claim about the value of the collection, quote, less than $5,000 worth of Star Wars Lego product could be located and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site inventory. But then, 7 days later, the company substantially changed its story. And because of this, I cannot stress enough how critical a legal notepad is when your job depends on making critical decisions in a high-stakes environment. And that's because some of the most important conversations often happen when you're not ready to take notes, which is why you might want to consider getting one of these Note Pros from Plod. This little guy is honestly such a game changer if you work in law or any other decision-heavy workflows. Plod is a sponsor of this portion of the video, but I've been loving it.
It was Claude, not Claude.
The crap out of this.
This is what Sam Cedar was fucking.
And if you were running the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation, it probably would have.
This is why he thought
saved
this was
you
cool.
from putting your company into this mess. Because this Note Pro is hands down the most accurate note-taking and transcription device I've ever used, and it's way better than using built-in transcription features from all the apps that you use. In fact, just the other day, I spent hours plotting out this channel strategy with my team, and not only did the Note Pro transcribe everything with pinpoint accuracy, but it also generated an easy-to-digest summary of the most important points and action items.
I mean, I'm sure that somehow the info gets sold, but I don't know. That's cool. Somebody who's a fan of like transcribers and just recorders and shit like that for media purposes. That's awesome.
Bricks and Minifigs issued a press release stating an internal review had uncovered, quote, operational gaps during the transition and the subsequent management of document recovery. The company parted ways.
They should have changed the name. Yeah.
With
John, I thought it was Claude.
Johnson and Best, who presided over that transition, and Bricks and Minifigs revised the value of the original unsold collection to approximately $100,000. Eamon McNeff said, quote, we've been asking for documentation for a long time. We'd asked Mr. Mansell and others and did not receive enough to have a clear picture until recently, thanks to internal and external operations assistants and those who continue to stand with us, and we finally have enough to proceed with a resolution. Now, even before we get to CoffeeZilla, this press release tossed a grenade right at Bricks and Minifigs' own lawsuit. Just who were these outsiders who gave them operational assistance? And did they contradict whatever inventory and accounting that Best and Johnson had put forth? And why didn't they have this information a week prior when they filed a 95-page verified complaint? I have so many questions. And believe me, so do all the defense lawyers working for the Gormans, Ben Schneider, and Mansell. Now, additionally, the company offered to give Mansell all of the Lego sets that were located in the Salem store, regardless of whether it could be identified as part of his collection, and they also offered to drop their case. Now, despite all this, backtracking on the collection's value, dumping Johnson and Best for mismanagement, and confirming that some residual Lego inventory actually belonged to Mansell, Bricks and Minifigs did not drop the lawsuit or any of its claims. And then on June 10th, CoffeeZilla released a detailed investigation featuring an on-camera interview with the McNeffs and internal documents that changed the way that everyone thinks about this case. Now, as we've talked about in the past, under normal property law rules, consigned goods cannot be seized to satisfy the consignee's debts because the consignor still owns them. But there's an exception to that rule.
How is this somehow more... How is this more complicated than the Hormuz situation?
Under Utah law, a secured party that takes possession in good faith without actual or constructive notice of a competing claim.
They need to make a video game of this.
And can cut off the junior interest. And that's what Bricks and Minifigs pleaded in its lawsuit, that it simply had no idea about the consignment.
You can make it like fucking Metal Gear Solid. That'd be funny.
And the complaint said
you have to serve them papers.
The same principle applies to the next set of franchisees, Johnson and Best. Their theory is that if they didn't have notice, they can't be liable for the consigned goods. But Mansell and Law have said all along that they have spreadsheets. And then CoffeeZilla comes along while interviewing Bricks and Minifigs CEO Eamon McNeff, who opened the file properties on the inventory spreadsheet.
It says owned by BAM Franchising Inc. It says created September 6, 2024.
This is the first I've seen that this spreadsheet was created by
God, they're so
Crystal.
cooked.
And we don't know how accurate it is, how up to date it was. We don't know a lot of those types of things. And understand, I appreciate you sharing this with us because we had no idea.
Now, the doctrine of constructive notice provides that the party has notice of fact when, from all the facts and circumstances known to them at the time, they have reason to know it. And you don't have to actually have seen the document as long as you had a reasonable means of finding out. And this is, of course, separate from the actual notice that they may have had when lots of people
you know what? After playing
were telling them that these Legos belonged to
Hormuz
somebody
game,
else, including Brandon Best, who was there the night of the takeover. But now we know that there was a spreadsheet created 2 months before the takeover tracking the consigned collection. And it appears that that spreadsheet is owned by Bricks and Minifigs Franchising and is hosted on the Bricks and Minifigs corporate email address. So it seems like that spreadsheet had been sitting on Bricks and Minifigs' own server infrastructure for years now, which would be very good evidence that the company had notice of the consignment and the inventory. But it gets worse.
Again, you don't know what you don't know.
It gets worse.
You can't, we don't know everything. And we don't go, looking in every nook and cranny everywhere. We just don't know some of those things. So if that's there, we can now have our team go look for that.
Now, it is problematic for the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs to say that they haven't done a thorough investigation into Mansell's claims, since the McNeffs filed a verified complaint attesting that he looked into every nook and cranny. That's a real problem because Bricks and Minifigs filed a verified Tier 3 complaint in Utah State Court, which means the plaintiffs are seeking over $300,000 in damages. And a verified complaint is a legal document sworn to under oath by the plaintiff, affirming that the allegations are true. And courts often treat sworn factual allegations in a complaint as evidentiary admissions of the party who signed them. And the complaint here was verified by CEO Eamon McNeff and Salem franchisee Josh Johnson. They swore that they investigated the charges and that the allegations were true and correct to the best of their knowledge. So when the complaint says something factual, such as, quote, we found less than $5,000 worth of Lego, we had no notice of the consignment, this was an organized extortion campaign, those are not just arguments from counsel, they are sworn positions of executives. Now, of course, a verified complaint is not conclusive proof that those facts are true. It's basically just like they were on the witness stand and are under oath. The allegations can be challenged through discovery and contradicted by other evidence or ultimately rejected by the court or the jury. However, by verifying the complaint, Eamon represented that he did a thorough investigation. And I don't know how thorough that investigation could have been if he never realized where the spreadsheet came from. And that lack of due diligence also came through in the company's June 4th press release. Quote, this evidence confirmed that new incoming franchisees who took over the location were not aware of nor prepared for the responsibilities of taking over a store from a forensic accounting review standpoint. So Bricks and Minifigs has admitted that Best and Johnson, the named plaintiffs on the verified complaint, were not prepared for the responsibilities of running the store. And if that's the case, then why did the McNeffs rely on their accounting in their complaint? How much research did anyone do before filing this thing? And this is also important because the fact that this complaint was verified also probably helps Bricks and Minifigs get a temporary restraining order that restricted speech and putatively requires Reckless Ben to take down all of his videos. Now, nobody really knows exactly how many of Mansell's Legos were in the store when Bricks and Minifigs corporate repossessed it.
I still don't understand how that's applicable where...
For CoffeeZilla's video, we had two
competing
narratives.
Still, like,
Brian
they have to
Mansell said
litigate
that about
it,
half of his collection was unaccounted for. But in his lawsuit, Bricks and Minifigs asserted that there was, quote, less than $5,000
It's not like
worth
it's
of
going to
Star
get
Wars
it
Lego
like,
product.
off the internet.
Could be
like,
located
entirely,
and identified in the entire residual Salem LLC on-site
why it's so
inventory.
interesting.
Now, CoffeeZilla
I mean,
hired a team to hand tag the Mansell collection from over 200 photos and multiple videos of the store on the night of November 14th, 2024.
In the end, I ended up with about $21,000 of Legos, matching Brian's collection that can be proven to be in the store on the night of November 14th. Now, to state the obvious, that's about 3 to 5 times what corporate estimated, at least on their press release.
Now, a 3 to 5 times understatement in a verified pleading is not great. Under Utah Rule of Civil Procedure 11b3, factual contentions in a pleading must have evidentiary support. And the lawyer who signs the complaint is responsible for meeting this standard. And the party who verifies the complaint personally certifies the same. So to demonstrate how bad this is, let's watch Matt McNeff revise the number up in real time.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So, do you see that?
Yep. Bolter droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240?
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either. So you're talking maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
But the number that Eamon McNeff swore to was $5,000, and Matt is now at $13,000 to $15,000 and climbing. The June 4th press release now admits that the original unsold collection was worth at least $100,000. And what's crazy is that none of these numbers match the sworn pleading. However, CoffeeZilla's investigation
graphics are beautiful. His production value is
identified a significant inconsistency
really good.
from Mansell's side
he's
as well.
probably my favorite channel on YouTube.
But even though this is a bigger number than corporate said, I have to admit, even with pretty generous assumptions being
everything
made,
that he produces,
there's still a huge gap of about $61,000 here that I just couldn't find. But then I learned Brian had made a special side deal with M&R Productions, who had recently purchased some Legos from him. And this is where it starts to get messy.
Mansell wasn't only consigning his collection to the store,
watch all their content,
and waiting for it to sell. On the side, he was also privately selling pieces of it directly to a third party, M&R Productions. When CoffeeZilla...
Who's that? Status Coup is a They're like an on-the-ground reporting team.
Compared,
you should very, very much subscribe to them.
M&R's photos to Crystal's inventory, he found that some of the Lego everyone assumed was missing from the store wasn't missing at all. Mansell had already sold it himself through his private deal, netting roughly $10,000 to $20,000. Though Mansell maintains that this side deal was a separate batch of Lego that was never consigned to the store. But CoffeeZilla checked and found that 100% of the side deal items that matched the collection were tagged storage on Crystal's consignment spreadsheet.
But I did a check, and 100% of the items that match the Brian collection inventory just so happen to be listed with a location of storage. So this starts to make things incredibly fuzzy, and I'm inclined to believe that a lot of these are part of that same inventory list. Now, if we take that value of the side deal, that's about $10,000 to $20,000 that's not actually missing.
In other words, the supposedly separate Lego looks like it was actually part of the consigned inventory. These revelations gave us a more complete, if complicated, picture of what happened. And assuming what CoffeeZilla presented is accurate, the Salem store had more of Mansell's collection than it admitted. But a chunk of what looks stolen or unaccounted for was sold off by the owner himself. Though it looks like the consigned inventory and Brian's own private sales overlapped and weren't reconciled, so no one can point to a single authoritative number for what should have been in that store on November 14th. So Bricks and Minifigs can use this evidence to bolster its narrative that the records they got from Crystal and Ben were unreliable and that they genuinely couldn't tell what was consigned versus sold versus moved, and that asking for verification before paying out was reasonable. But CoffeeZilla's work also undermines Bricks and Minifigs' theory that Brian, Ben, and Crystal concocted a crazy scheme to extort the company by grossly inflating the value of the collection. The off-book sales to M&R is an innocent, if messy, explanation for the discrepancy, not evidence of a heist. Though we may never know exactly what happened to the missing Lego sets. However, CoffeeZilla investigated a theory about that.
Do they have the Legos?
What I can tell you is that we don't have it. We've never had access to them.
So now let's talk about what these admissions do to the lawsuit, because this video changes the whole ballgame. And by now you should expect nothing less from a CoffeeZilla investigation. Trust me, there's a reason why he ends up drinking at a bar at the end of every investigation. And it's not just because crime and fraud are rampant. But if you're gonna go to a bar, let me give you a pro tip. This is the pre-alcohol probiotic drink.
Z-Biotic. You know what? I'm not sponsored by Z-Biotic at all. It does work.
48 hours of the takeover, Mansell asked the store to return the unsold Lego sets. At the
works really well.
time, the store was already being overseen by Johnson & Best, and they told Mansell that they didn't have his collection, weren't a party to his agreement.
I took it when I knew I was going to be drinking all night. And then the next day we were going to a Ren fair and it was going to be like 90-something outside.
And that the company...
And that shit saved me. That and Liquid IV throughout the day the next day.
Him nothing. The Bricks and Minifigs
just gonna say, man, like every once in a while there's like some of the shit where it's just like
to take the Salem store's inventory to satisfy Crystal Law's alleged debt to the company. But the ex-employee is alleging that Brandon Best not only repossessed the inventory, but also transferred the inventory from Salem to Eugene.
Oh, dude, it was literally a Ren fair, and I think that the heat index was like somewhere around 95 degrees. Like it was it was hot as shit. It was miserable the entire day.
Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was dropping off all the Lego sets to us that night. It was a bunch of used Lego sets that were like saran wrap. They had Star Wars CD. Just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait. They brought a U-Haul truck.
Yeah, from Salem to Eugene.
Now, ultimately, that's a factual dispute that a jury would resolve, but the ex-employee is not a party to this case. She's a neutral fact witness with no apparent stake in the outcome of the suit, and a jury might believe her. And CoffeeZilla actually asked Bricks and Minifigs COO Matt McNeff about the U-Haul.
I believe I have seen footage from that night that shows clearly out into the parking lot, and there's no U-Haul.
And Matt unequivocally says that there was no U-Haul on November 14th. He insisted the former employee of the Eugene store is conflating two different U-Hauls on two different dates because Brandon took a U-Haul to the Eugene store back on October 24th. But the McNeffs did an absolutely fantastic job of torching their own credibility, even if this U-Haul turns out to be a collateral issue. Coffee then brightened a photo and found a U-Haul in the parking lot on the night of November 14th, When confronted with that, Matt changed his story. He said that the U-Haul wasn't being used to move Legos, it was being used to move a camper trailer. Under this version of events, Brandon Best had been planning to camp in Salem. The rental truck he originally got couldn't tow the trailer, so he rented a U-Haul instead, and that's why the U-Haul was in the parking lot. But CoffeeZilla was skeptical.
The timeline just doesn't fit, to be honest. If it took 4 hours to unload, you can't also drive to another city, load and unload, and drop off the U-Haul in that time.
That the last thing you want is an important witness to destroy their credibility. And McNeff's own statements will damage his credibility. And under Utah Rule of Evidence 613, prior inconsistent statements of a witness are admissible for impeachment purposes. And it's also admission by a party, so there's
so their
no
case
hearsay
is
problem
torched.
here. Matt is the COO of a named corporate plaintiff, and he said he viewed the footage of November 14th, said there was no U-Haul in the parking lot, but when confronted with the new evidence, he told a different story. Now, the video doesn't prove conclusively that Brandon Best took Ben's Lego collection to the Eugene store, but we now have photo documentation of a U-Haul, an ex-employee witness, and an inconsistent statement by Matt. So let's review where we are after the CoffeeZilla video. In the course of 7 days, Bricks and Minifigs filed a verified complaint swearing that less than $5,000 in the Mansell Lego collection could be located, that the company had no notice of the consignment, and that Brian, Ben, and Crystal conspired to extort $200,000 to $300,000. They issued a press release admitting that the collection was worth roughly $100,000, that $52,000 of it had been sold during the prior franchisee's tenure, that the franchisees who took over were operationally negligent, and that Bricks and Minifigs was no longer in business with those franchisees. But then they appeared on camera and substantially undercut all of those claims. Now, you can hire the best lawyers in the world, but you can't save
Eagle team. Eagle team. All right. Oh my God. Can we get through this in a much shorter time? I'm gonna speed this up.
Because we're not Mexican.
I really wanted to watch this.
This father-daughter duo say some unbelievable things to the officers.
Go arrest your own kind of dope here, Salazar.
This girl has a very unique way of dealing with the officers.
Okay, cool.
Let me go! I'll kill you.
This woman's antics are about to shut down the entire airport.
Take me to jail. I don't give a f.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Where my bags are? Yeah,
We got this. Because I think this
But first, this
ends-
father-daughter duo is about to have a very heated fight with the police.
What do you mean you don't know what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, what's going on? Okay.
All right, yeah, it's only 10 minutes. All right, cool.
Okay,
We're good.
so what happened? Well, his wife came to the car and asked me, is
This is insane.
my daughter okay? I said, my daughter's fine. Then the next thing I know, he comes over here, starts screaming. My daughter came back over here because we were eating lunch over there, screaming and hollering at my daughter, screaming and hollering at me. And I told him, I said, listen, get in your car. Nobody's bothering you. And he goes, oh, no, you bothered me. I said, I never bothered you. Your wife came and asked me, is my daughter...
All right, this is either like aggressively Chicago or this is like Wisconsin, Minnesota.
Okay.
Two wolves?
Got wolves instead of dogs.
That's an odd one. I don't actually really know what I would do with that. I think state by state, different percentages are allowed for wolf to be in a dog breed. Maybe the editor can help me out here and list some kind of stat. I believe like a full
Fuck, I'm good at this.
wolf. I think that would be illegal.
So did an airport get physical?
Aggressively Chicago.
Almost got physical? All right. Physical, you wanted to get in my face. He kept
Hey, you want to get to my face? Yeah, he had like a fucking wolf or something.
over like the dogs or something? No. It was just, I don't...
Trust me, this can be brought out in me. Like if I'm around these guys, oh,
Okay. All right, well, then...
we're standing around a fucking fire. It's like, yeah, how about them cubbies? Yeah, I gotta talk. I got real talks. Like, fuck, they made me almost choke on my hot dog.
All the way over there. Okay. Well, let me talk to her. We do have the Force Preserve police coming over. They're going to want to speak to you guys. We're just here because we were literally right outside, so that's why we came out here.
Cook County or Kane County?
So this is going to be, I believe, Cook County. You don't know what county you're in? We did 3 counties, Kane, Cook, and DePage.
You don't know what county you're in?
Sir, you don't know what county you're in?
Yeah.
You're a Bartlett
Oh, he's in Bartlett, so he's DuPage.
police officer. What county are you in? DuPage, Cook, and Kane.
Yeah, he's DuPage. Yeah, he's DuPage, Cook, and Kane.
Sir, what county are you in? Right now, this is DuPage.
DuPage County.
County, sir.
I know exactly where they're at.
You're a Bartlett police officer. What county are you in? It's a real simple question. Sir, I already explained to you.
That Street accent is out.
Counties.
It does show every once in a while.
Sir, yes, we are. Okay. Oh, my God.
Interesting fight
I
to
learned
pick
how
with
to
the
talk from fucking media.
about counties.
Are you guys part of the Democratic swamp or what?
Ah! Yeah, dude, and they're fucking MAGA. They're fucking West Chicago fucking suburban MAGA. Oh, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yes, we can, sir.
No, you can't.
Yo, they're over by the Jewels over there.
No, you
The
can't.
city of Bartlett falls in 3 counties.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
County, we got Cook County.
Oh, yeah. You know what Bartlett has? They got a few bars, and yeah, they're over by that that Elgin O'Hare Expressway. That's where the Elgin O'Hare starts.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's follow the president.
Yeah. Did you know that this guy Pep Talks? He's from Chicago, so he's gonna be talking about some Chicago stuff. And I'm the governor of Minnesota, so I talk about the Minnesota stuff.
Standing in DuPage right now. Bartlett, the town.
I'm never gonna get through this.
No. How many times have I been attacked by you clowns?
Ooh,
No.
yeah, that's the park.
No, I'm not a miss.
Yeah.
I'm a miss since.
We're starting to get the picture of why the police were called. They were downplaying it, obviously, but it seems like this woman may have been shouting at people, maybe harassing them, perhaps.
I'm a miss with a Z. No, he's a maniacal clown.
He's a maniacal clown. Dude, she just dropped that like she was The Rock. You, my friend, are about to get a rock bottom. Let me tell you something, brother. Hey.
Guess what?
Wait, time out.
No. We're literally on
You're an egomaniacal clown.
Kane County.
The Elgin police.
We're still
I gotta lie, the attitude's badass.
arguing about counties.
I mean, dude,
who cares?
She is definitely committed.
It matters to me.
McHenry County Sheriff's are in McHenry County. Kane County.
Where's your cameras?
Hey,
That's your camera. That's your
is
camera.
that McHenry County Sheriff?
Good.
You see how it's not red?
I mean, if that's McHenry County, then yeah, he has no business being there.
I don't know what to tell you, sir. I mean, it's.
Well, it's the first I ever heard of it.
Well, it is. I got nothing to.
You got a problem?
I got nothing.
I don't have an issue, sir. You're the one that's getting aggressive. We had no.
We are not getting aggressive. I'm not the one that called the police.
We're not. You got a problem? We're not getting aggressive. You're getting fucking aggressive.
When you walk towards me.
No, we are literally walking. No, literally. Hold on.
I hate to say it, dude. This is like I have neighbors like remember when I was talking about my neighbors that like they were definitely into the Walter White special. They were very much like this. Like I swear.
Jeez.
The only difference is the guy in that case was like skinny as shit.
I will arrest you. You hear me?
Similar attitudes though.
I will arrest you. Back up, or you go to jail. Back up, or you will go to jail.
Obnoxious.
Back up and do not walk
This girl.
Oh, what? Because we're not fucking Puerto Rican and Mexican? You're gonna arrest us when we're natural born white citizens?
Jesus
Go fuck
Christ.
yourself.
I nail this shit every time. Every time that they got to deal with a cop, all of a sudden they're just like, "What the fuck?"
Nothing makes no sense at all, sir.
Yes, it
Don't
does.
make no sense at all, sir.
Absolutely.
Only because you want to bring race into this. It's not
Oh,
gonna.
it has a lot to do with
Yes,
race.
Oh yeah, it does. Tell me what.
Literally, look at the yellow line we're apart.
A couple weeks ago here?
That protested here. There was no process,
Yes,
sir.
oh,
I had no.
I'm lying.
Sir,
There was not a protest in Elgin?
do you know where you're at right now?
Yes,
No,
I
I'm
do.
an idiot. I don't know where I'm at right now.
So these are what you call honorary people. Like, it's not going to be hard to get into an argument or altercation with these kind of people.
Obviously, you don't know where you're at
I
because you
do
don't
know
know
where
what
I'm
county
at.
you're in.
I do know where I'm at.
Okay, so where are you?
We're in Bartlett.
Bartlett?
We're at the
Okay.
Christmas resort. We come all the time.
Okay, and what county are we standing on right now?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
Oh, now you don't know?
Okay, you know what date today is?
Yes, I do know.
What is the date?
Oh, today is February 15th, sir.
Who's the president of the United States?
Oh, Donald Trump. The guy that's
Okay.
fucking all your people up and sending them back to fucking Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Wow.
I'm glad
That's excited, Stan.
that you got
With
okay?
your camera that you want to with us, that you want to claim that I'm in your space when I was literally in the yellow line claiming that you want to.
You grabbed his body cam.
And I wanted to show you in your little camera, you are literally in our space.
I'm just letting you know.
No, because I still gotta get my camera, my
Hey, let me see if they're going to sign complaints for disorderly conduct. Don't let them go.
Yes, takes a turn.
So right now you guys are being detained. You guys are not free to leave.
No,
You guys are not free to leave.
No,
If you leave, you guys are being detained. We're investigating a crime. You guys are not free to leave, right? Don't go anywhere.
And I'll document everything about these clowns. Get in your
Right now we're
car.
saying, please go get your. Don't get in the car yet. We're saying here. You're saying you're not.
Stan barks in our accent.
I'm going anywhere. Stop telling me
Fuck you, asshole.
I'm detained. I didn't
Jeez.
touch me again.
walk up on
Touch
me.
me again.
Don't walk up on me.
Touch me again.
You're not walking up on me like that.
I will beat you like you're my stepchild.
You know
What?
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
At least he didn't say redheaded stepchild. I appreciate that.
Get out of the way.
All right, good drop.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Okay, you under arrest.
Oh my goodness. He's stuck in that loop.
Man, let go.
What the f is wrong with you guys?
You're gonna need 2 cuffs for this guy.
I can't move.
That ain't gonna reach.
Let go of the leash and put your arm behind your back, ma'am. I have the dog. Let go, please.
Can you breathe?
No, I can't breathe.
You can't breathe. Do you want medics?
Yes, I want medics.
Okay.
Ma'am, let go of the dog, please.
That's the difference between. Never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
Crazy people like this are so concerned with other people not following the laws or other people violating the law, except they can't follow the law at all themselves. They're incapable of cooperating.
Medical attention. What do you need? Medical attention. Yeah, sounds like medical.
Poor puppy.
What the f is wrong with you guys?
What's wrong with them? What's wrong with your daughter, sir?
What is wrong?
Concussed me?
I never laid a hand on you guys. Why are you
Stuck in the loop.
Leave her, my daughter, alone. She was in the military. Leave her the f alone. Let go of me. Let go of me. A charge for what? You're going to get sued.
So we can imagine before the police showed up, they obviously were probably screaming and shouting and challenging some poor person walking in the park. That's what I imagine was happening.
Keep f***ing with me. Keep f***ing with me.
Do you want to sit or stand? What do you want to do? Knock it out. You want to sit or stand? You have to pick one.
Are you going to sit down or you going to sit up?
Don't try to trick me. Don't try to trick me.
Hey, don't.
Go to sit her back.
Yeah, sit her back. You got to sit down.
Now you're sitting.
You guys are so screwed.
Hey, sit down.
Oh my God!
Oh, we're gonna need a hobble and or a wrap.
We're going to put you in a wrap.
Yes, the wrap.
You already did. You're going to be in a wrap. You're going to be completely restrained.
We're gonna make a nasty little glowworm.
Can you guys leave her alone?
No. What is going on?
Calm down. Take a deep Come on. No. You're just at the
Yeah, at this point, you just call an ambulance. I mean, she's like literally having a attack.
Go arrest your own kind of. Don't come here, Salazar.
What is they are just Salazar? Now I'm missing the reference.
Wow.
Get the f out of my country. No, you don't belong here. So what the f are you detaining me for, you freak? Hey, did you know U.S. Code Section 6, Section 8 says all the illegal aliens have no right to be here?
Does that go through that strap or no?
Oh.
But you know, our freedoms and liberties and
Hey, I'm starting to think that she sucks.
justice don't matter. Our amendments don't matter. Our constitutional rights don't matter.
I'm going out on a limb, and I'm gonna just say that she fucking
Our whole family
sucks.
served in the fucking military to protect this country, to give these fuckers a job.
Well, we got medics here. We'll check on you, okay?
No, they're
You don't want
gonna check
medics?
on you.
You don't want
They're
medics?
gonna check on you.
You don't want medics?
They're gonna check on you. They're gonna check on you.
No, I'm sorry. Like I felt bad like when they brought the rap out, but then she starts going on about how like immigrants and it's like nah, sorry. Nah. Sorry, not sorry.
Wow. For a second.
Okay, are we almost done here?
Do we think she knows what the Third Amendment is, or even the First and Second?
Get the f off me. Get the f off me. Get off me now.
You have no idea how bad you're going to get sued.
I gotta get going. By the way, no Pepaganda tonight. I think that this space is just gonna call it early tonight.
No, she's not going to comment.
So get the f off me now.
Fire department's just is having a good old time, standing by and watching. Must be nice.
How did I know with wolves that are undocumented?
Some
that they're
memes, guy.
f***ing cops. They're undocumented Nazi cops? Yeah, just like you.
Yeah, this is totally Bartlett Park. Hold on.
What's your date of birth?
How did I know with wolves that are undocumented that they're Nazi f***ing cops? They're undocumented Nazi f***ing cops? Yeah, just like you. Just like you.
What the fuck? fuck is that? I can't even do it.
Arrest illegal aliens and then come and talk to me. I don't know. I'm
Are you a dolphin?
Yeah, don't even try.
What are you doing? Where's my phone?
I mean, they put the fucking the rap on her, and all of a sudden she's just like, look at me, a flipper. Sorry.
We'll get back to their charges in just a moment, but first, the cops.
Nah. All right. Oh, God, what are the charges? Oh, man, this guy, actually, that's a great way to layer content. Holy shit, I just realized that. That's crazy. Okay. But, all right, folks, that's all she wrote for this evening. I do gots to go. She's high as fuck. I mean, they definitely, I don't know, something was going on there. Something was going on there. And you know how I usually don't do the Pepaganda stuff, but this one actually was brought to you kind of by Unimoogle, because she was just like, I saw that, it's crazy, and she said that I should watch it on stream. So yeah, dude, you're just typing out the like, I can't even do it. That shit was fucking crazy. Oh man. But now I appreciate you guys hanging tonight. If you can do me the solid and hit the like on your way out, if you haven't already, hit the follow button over on Twitch. Then, if you can, hit the sub if you've not done that on YouTube. All of this helps me out immensely, and yeah, memberships, all that kind of stuff. Always an option and helps out the channel, and anybody that did contribute today, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Yeah. We'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. This is one of those Thursdays where it's just keep your notifications on, okay, guys? But very worst case, I will see you guys Friday, and possibly tomorrow. So take care, guys. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.